Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
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 Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We are live just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and we're just about to get underway here.
I'm really glad that we get to experience this on a local level. We've got a production here that's a lot like a World Cup.
11, just as we expected.
Oh, it's awesome. I like the atmosphere. It's focusing all your attention on the shooters, and that's what it's all about. It's kind of pressure packed, and the shooter has to deal with it the best they can. So
this is one of the best ones out there. I mean, I'm very thankful to be here. I'm very thankful for you for what you do for the sport, and I couldn't be happier to be here.
The lighting, the everything, the setup with the big screen above, it's just far and beyond anything we've had before.
Yeah, all said and done, if you win this one, you're probably going home with $20,000 to $25,000. It's a good weekend.
It's a pretty good weekend.
Thanks for a great tournament yet again.
And good morning, everybody. This is Chuck Cooley and Teresa Johnson coming to you live from the Lancaster Archery Classic at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
Man, this is an awesome place. Another great day of archery here for us.
So excited to be here today. And it looks like our first archers of the day are headed out very shortly here, and we're about to start with the Masters Open Pro Division, our first shoot-up final of the morning.
This is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys. This is Tony Taza here in the red shirt against Benton Christensen. These guys have both been on the tour for a long, long time. Tony was a Hoyt rep for Pennsylvania and New Jersey and part of New York and things like that. He just retired from Hoyt, is running his own pro shop now and going to be on the tour full time. You know, he's been on the tour and shooting quite a bit, but he's really just making it its full-time gig now. So I think he's pretty excited to be up here and be in the running for the first major of the year.
And Benton Christensen, I believe, is the father of Lindsay Christensen, who's a very prolific target archer. She was a standout in the collegiate archery division in USA Archery. It's really neat to see both of these guys out here. Tony Taza, I think I remember, Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's had a very long 3D archery career. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Tony's been around for decades and not a slouch in the game either. I mean, he's really, really good on the 3D ranges.
And I think we're going to see a great example of that as both of these guys start to warm up. Of course, it's early in the morning. It's 8 o'clock. You got to question, how alert, how awake are they? Are they ready to go out there? Are they super dialed in? And are they ready to just hit the 11? And as you can see, Benton drops one out, but he did hit the 11 on the first shot. So, this could be an exciting match.
I think it's going to be pretty good. I was down here early. I got down here right about 7 o'clock this morning, and these guys were already down here getting warmed up. on the practice range, and the crew here has put together a really beautiful practice range. Just off the other side of the room here, they've mimicked the lighting so that the guys, as close as possible, can have the same exact practice conditions as they do over here in the tournament condition when they're in the shoot-up.
Absolutely, and if you're an archer shooting in these finals, you're at a world-class shooting venue right now, you really want to be as dialed in as possible.
Probably going to catch that 11 on that one. I think
He's just out on that one, Chuck. I don't know. We'll have to see what they say.
see what the judges give us.
Out to Rob here.
Congratulations, you've made it to the finals. How you feeling up there?
Not any better this year than it was last year. Just shake, 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 shake.
Oh, it'll shake out. That's not a bad start. You guys are tied up. Try to relax up there.
Yeah, that's the key, is just try to relax and make a good shot.
You're doing it. Talk to you soon. Tony, you've been here many times on many podiums over the years, 3D and target. How you feeling?
Feeling okay. Just as good as can be expected.
Very good. Well, you guys both had a solid first end. Still tied. See how things go. The arrow runners are on their way back.
You know, Chuck, that 11, that dead center scoring ring, let's talk to the audience a little bit about that. So if you're just tuning in and you haven't been watching the competition previously, these targets are scored a little bit differently than most target archery tournament targets are, because the centermost ring, instead of just being counted as an X, is actually worth a bonus point. It's counted as an 11. And then from there you score 10 and 9, which are the gold rings, 8 and 7 in the red, and 6 in the blue. So this vertical 3-spot phase, we call it that because there are 3 spots to shoot at, and the archer actually chooses the order in which they're going to shoot the spots. If they shoot in the wrong order, Chuck, they get a miss for that arrow.
They do. If they put 2 arrows, nice shot from Benton. If they put 2 arrows in the same spot, which we saw a couple of times yesterday,
yes,
we had an archer with some equipment failure. If they put 2 arrows in the same spot, the higher arrow is scored as a 0.
Ooh,
and if they shoot them out of order, it's also not scored properly.
Now it looks like we just saw a low 9 from Tony Taza. Let's see what Benton comes back with.
Now Benton's pretty solid. He finished second here last year.
And look at that, he hit the 11.
Big deep breath there, first thing in the morning. It's a lot to ask from these guys. Tony's looking good and solid. Timing is off on that one. Did you see how long he held that?
And it looks like he might have actually. Yeah,
I think that's
going to
land an 8. It's pretty tall, but you could see it with the timing. He was really holding long there. Benton really puts the hammer down with an 11 there.
Very
Look at
nice
that big,
shooting
deep
from
breath.
him. He's really smooth this morning.
Totally capitalized on that opportunity that Tony gave him.
Now, Tony looks really solid, so the question is he, and there's a nice 11. Maybe he's found his rhythm now, but you do have to question. 8 o'clock in the morning. Of course, these guys have been over on the practice range.
Looking at a little shaky still, but got to make good shots.
Well, nice shooting. That was an awesome end there. That was a perfect end, as a matter of fact, to 33. Benton, tell me something about your gear here. You're shooting the new prime bow, I see. Sherlock sight. What scope is that?
It's a CBE scope, and believe it or not, an old golden key rest.
Okay, that would be Spot Hog today.
Yeah.
And what release are you running?
I got a Carter like Mike and Bee Stinger stabilizer.
Carter like Mike and Bee Stinger stabilizers. Very nice. Seems to be working.
So, Chuck, it looks like, you got a question, when we talk about an 8 a.m. start, just as we went until 6 p.m. yesterday, you have to wonder what is the effect of either, being up on the early side for these archers or shooting late in the day. We know different archers, if you talk to the pros, they prefer to practice at different times of day. They have a time when they're just dialed in, their body's more ready to shoot. So we always wonder, how awake are these guys at 8 in the morning?
I think, these guys are seasoned vets. They're pros from way back, and they're used to being on the range first thing in the morning. I don't think it's affecting them much at all. Plus, they've been around long enough to know that, they've got an important match first thing in the morning. They need to get home, get a bite to eat, get into bed, get rested up, and get out here. I don't think that's affecting him much at all. I think it's probably more the nerves of being on the stage than anything.
And look at that solid shot from Benton Christensen. Now, one of the things that's interesting about these two gentlemen is they're using two different styles of release aid. So I'm hoping we can get a nice shot. You could see there that Tony's got a handheld release aid.
A little low for Tony there. That'll probably score a 9.
Mm-hmm. And here's Ben Christensen. Now you could see there's a wrist strap release aid, and it looks like he's using a finger, his index finger, to trigger that release.
Yeah, that's the Like Mike that I believe comes from Carter.
Mm-hmm. And here's Tony's release aid, and it looks
that's
like...
a hinge style release.
And so he's using back tension, correct, Chuck? He's using the muscles in his back.
Correct.
And a very slight rotation of the hand to slide that hinge right off the loop on his bowstring.
Yeah, as his back contracts, it makes the elbow rotate back around the head and kind of come down, and that allows the hinge to release off the sear.
And what's interesting is that
Ben,
when we see...
another 33 out of him.
And just very solid shooting. And if you guys see at home, you're watching these guys look down. What they're looking at is a monitor. This is a state-of-the-art setup in this world-class finals venue.
Great
they're
shot.
looking down at the floor at a monitor to see what's going on. Let's go out to Rob.
Let's talk about your gear a little bit. You're shooting one of the new Hoyts.
The Hoyt Hyper Edge, same bow I shot last year.
Very nice.
Yeah, with dead center stabilizers, true ball sight, shrewd scope.
Very nice. And what rest are you running?
AAE rest and a Zenith release.
Very nice.
I thought that was
Very nice setup. It's all color coordinated. Yeah. Fashion matters, right? All right, Tony. Looking good. Yep. Benton, nice shooting. Another incredible perfect end, 33. Wow.
And if the folks at home are wondering who the man in the vest is, well, that's none other than Rob Kaufhold himself. And Rob, together with his wife Carol, are the owners of Lancaster Archery Supply. They are the hosts of this tournament. And Rob himself, which a fact that many people may not know, he was a very successful tournament archer, Chuck.
Years ago, he was kind of the man. I used to, way back when I first met Rob, 15, 20 years ago, I used to jokingly say, he was the Dave Cousins of his time. And then, somebody came up to me and they're like, no, he really was. And then I started to meet some of the Recurve guys. And if you compared to how successful Rob was in his early days on the line, he would have been a world contender if he was out there.
Absolutely.
Even by today's standards, he was an excellent, excellent archer. And to see that he and his family have stayed in the game and contributed so much back to archery is really a testament to his love for the sport.
Absolutely. Just a real steady hold there from Benton Christensen, and another
Benton's
11
in a
for
groove
him.
right now. He needs that because he's going to go through 2 more guys if he's going to try to win this thing.
Yeah, he is laying it down, and right now Tony Taza needs to do nothing except hit 11s if he wants to stay alive in this match, and that is not going to do it for him.
He's not in that groove. I don't think he can catch him at this point. So coming up next is going to be Billy Hicks, and then we've got Dwayne Price for the final match, and Benton hammers another 33. He is absolutely going to need to keep that up throughout the morning here to try to win this event.
So this is really something that's unique to this event, that bottom-seeded archer in the top 4 is really going to have to keep shooting consistently through all of his competitors.
Great match from these guys. Let's see what Rob's got to say.
All right, Tony. Congratulations. You've taken 4th place, $750. Certainly an accomplishment to get here to the big stage. Put on a great show for your sponsors and for yourself. You're a pro shop owner now. Tell us something about your new shop and how that's going.
Well, it's going good, Rob. We're in southwestern PA in Johnstown. It's called the Archery Zone. And it's definitely an adaptation from my earlier position, but really enjoying helping making people shoot better, helping better bow hunters out there, and just building the sport. We carry Hoyt and Matthews and Elite, so having a good time there.
Very nice. Welcome to the other side. Yeah. Tony's been our sales rep at Lancaster Archery for many, many years, and we do dearly miss him, but we certainly wish him success in his own shop. And the shop is, the name of the shop again and where it is?
It's the Archery Zone in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Very good. Visit the Archery Zone in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, if you're through the middle of Pennsylvania, please. Thank you, Tony. Give Tony a hand.
You know, it's thing about Tony Tazza there, you know, you saw Rob heaping the praise on him, and it's really well deserved. You know, the thing about Tony is many people may not realize that he's probably one of the single biggest influences on Jesse Broadwater.
Wow,
Jesse
yeah.
Broadwater, you know, would see Tony in the range.
Local to this area. Jesse's from Pennsylvania now, of course, based in Florida.
Yep,
so that
from
makes
the
a lot
same
of sense.
hometown. Yeah. And Tony was, you know, Tony gave him his very first bow to go to Vegas 16, 17 years ago when Jesse Broadwater was just a peep.
That's awesome.
And so, you know, you think about the connection that a guy like Tony Tazza has to the archery industry and the influence that he can have. And then you reflect on, you know, how popular and how well loved Jesse Broadwater is.
It's a big deal.
And you think it reflects right back on him. And those two guys have a really special relationship, really good friendship.
So here we see Benton Christensen coming back up now against Billy Hicks. And one thing that's really worth pointing out to the audience at home is that Billy Hicks, as the higher ranked archer, had the option to bump Benton over to the next target. He was able to choose his shooting position, right or left. He has chosen to move Benton over. And now we have to question a little bit, you know, obviously the lighting's very consistent. The staff worked very, very hard to set up really consistent lighting for these archers. But it does, to some extent, unsettle the archer, or can unsettle the archer a little bit to move target positions.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of gamesmanship. You know, the guy, he's obviously comfortable in the spot that he was in, so look, make him move, see if it helps. May not help. Obviously, it didn't help there. Benton still pounded the 11.
Now, in this style of match play, Chuck, one of the things that's going to be very important is for these guys to hit 11s just like Billy Hicks just did on his first shot, over and over again. So this is a cumulative match, which means these guys are shooting 4 ends of 3 arrows each. High score wins the match. That means if somebody like Benton Christensen starts pounding the 11, getting an early lead, as we saw him do in the last match, he can get an early lead in the first end and start to really run away with that match, get some confidence, and be a really tough opponent to beat.
Absolutely. Billy's coming out very, very strong. He's got 2 in a row. Now, Benton has hit 6, 7, 8 11s in a row here. If he hits another one here, it'll be 3 straight ends of 33 going back to his last. And there it is, man. He's just getting tighter and tighter to the middle. Benton is absolutely in a groove.
So let's see how Billy Hicks can do. Now, Benton has to keep this up because each opponent is going to come in if he maintains his streak, which is questionable because we got some fine shooting right here from these guys. Who knows? Let's go out to Rob.
What an incredible show, guys. Congratulations. Nice shooting.
Thanks.
Congratulations on making the big stage here. Have you been to the classic before?
No, sir. It's been a trip. It's
Very
been a wild
good.
ride.
Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. A wild ride.
Think you'll come again?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun.
Very good. Well, congratulations. Been shooting wonderfully. And you got 3 more ends here. Looking forward to seeing what you got to do here. I see you're shooting the new Matthews, Shorelock bar. What scope is that?
It's a sword.
Sword scope. Very good. It's running a Hampsky arrow rest. And it looks like shrewd bars.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
So, Chuck, one of the young arrow runners that we see there, and by arrow runner I mean one of the young people who's bringing the arrows back to the archers, is Chelsea Neville. So if you see a young lady in a pink shirt, pink pants, let's talk about her for one quick minute. Chelsea Neville has something called the Pink Arrow Project, which is raising funds, I believe, for breast cancer. And she is very young, I think 9 or 10 years old, has been raising money for a couple of years now for cancer research.
And she's got Jesse Broadwater on.
That's right. Jesse's been on board, and they have actually started at JOAD, a youth club challenge that's going to be nationwide. So check out the Pink Arrow Project on Facebook for more information about that.
Benton is absolutely on fire.
And
Billy shows his first crack, hits a 10.
Drops one. And we shouldn't say drop one, right? That's really a 10. It's technically a perfect score, but in this tournament, it's dropping one.
Yeah, he's losing a
especially
point.
against Ben Christensen.
Yeah, and with him being, that's going to be a 10.
That's
He misses
a 10.
his first 10 in 3 ends. That he hit
Man.
10 11s in a row before his first miss,
These
and he's
two
upset.
are just arrow for arrow right now.
Solid.
And he hits the 11.
Comes right back.
This match is tied up, I think. Nope, we've got, looks like we're down by just 1 point here. So Benton still has the lead, and he hits the 11
It's
again.
the 11.
Back where he
That
wanted
center
to be.
arrow must be, they're going to take a solid look at that. It looks pretty close from our angle here.
Mm-hmm.
Man, these
And
guys
an
are
11.
absolutely
Wow.
flat shooting.
Well, so it looks like maybe he did catch that 11. They are calling that one in, so we'll see what Rob has to say.
Unofficially, 66-65. Nice shooting. There's a few very close ones there that have to be called. Will you be shooting other tournaments this year, Billy?
Yes, I'm going to try to make Vegas.
Very nice. NFAA Nationals in Cincinnati?
I don't know about all that yet. Maybe.
Well, you certainly could do well at any tournament you enter, sir.
Thank you very much.
Nice shooting. Ben, you're on quite a roll over here.
I got lucky.
You got lucky. Well, keep her going. You're on a streak.
Chuck, men of few words over here, Billy Hicks and Benton Christensen, and that is very typical of the people that we see at the upper echelons of archery. Again, you're looking at the best of the best here. Archery is very much a recreational amateur sport that everybody can do and tons of people participate in, as evidenced by the 1,093 archers participating here this weekend, many of whom are just out here to have fun, fling arrows, reconnect with friends, and enjoy the sport they love. But for these guys, this is the pinnacle of what they do here at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And Benton, we've seen him on the tour before. We've seen, the way he reacts, and he's always very intense, and I think he's very focused right now. Obviously, he's been shooting really well. He did catch a 32 on that end. Billy also caught a 32 on that end. So he only missed his first 11 after
And he
4
looks
straight
like
ends.
he missed that one.
And they say the senior class, great comeback by Billy Hicks there. They say the senior class, I'll be a senior shooter here soon, and they say that, you're going to step up to seniors and kind of take the easy route out. And I can tell you right now, these guys could run up against any young pro in the world and hold their own. These guys are really, really putting on a show.
Well, they
Benton
sure
comes
are.
right back.
Well, but Chuck, I would say don't put yourself in the senior division too soon, because these are technically masters archers who are 50 plus, and I think the seniors, if I'm not mistaken, are 60 plus, correct?
Yeah.
We just don't want to be accused of making these guys 10 years older than they actually are. Not that there's anything wrong with your 60s.
Wow.
And we've got, wow.
Looks really stable and steady, but that one popped out a little bit high on him. Got away from him just a little.
Let's see how Billy Hicks answers, because he's got a lead right now.
Got the 11. So a 32 for Billy.
Billy takes the lead in this match.
Looks like unofficially we've got Billy Hicks with the 97 and Ben Christensen with the 96. Let's give these guys a hand for some incredible shooting here. How you feeling now, Billy? You starting to relax a little?
Oh, I've been calm as a cucumber the whole time. It's a little nerve-wracking.
How's this compared to other archery competitions you've been in?
It's pretty tough.
Well, this will test you, that's for sure. Speaking of tests, you guys are both passing with flying colors. Benton, things going good over here?
Well, a little shaky still. I think it's calming down a little bit, but I don't know. Like a couple of those I thought were in didn't catch, so that's the way it goes.
Well, you've got some nice holes down there. You're really working working it well. But unfortunately, you got a line that's shot out there. I think they're replacing the target face. But you guys are professionals. You're used to shooting at the clean faces and putting the first one on the spider, aren't you?
The middle's still the middle.
That's right.
So one of the things Rob mentioned there is they're going to change the face out because the line is shot out. We've spoken with several of the judging officials here, and one of the things that they really, really pride themselves on is protecting the archer's score, and that is to make sure that the archer gets every single point they've earned. And if the line is shot out, when these guys are shooting for this much money on the line, they want to make sure that they give every opportunity to give the highest possible score to that arrow. So they'll replace the face, they'll put up a clean piece of paper so that they can make a really easy, really accurate call on an arrow rather than having to try to recreate a line mentally or visually that may not be there, might be shot out. Looks like both of them came out of the gate with 11s there. Benton's a little bit shading just a little bit to the right.
And these guys are just doing phenomenally well. Now, one thing that's unique to this tournament, besides the style of match play, there's another 11 for Billy Hicks, who's just on fire right now, by the way. But one of the things that's unique to this tournament is, as you notice, Rob Koffold is interviewing the archers between ends. And that's something that typically we don't see at archery tournaments. This is something that's a unique characteristic of the Lancaster Classic. It adds value for the folks at home and adds value for the shooters, but it does put just a little bit extra pressure, a little extra production value on the shoot, which can make the archers a little nervous.
I think it does. I think, it gives that one. That's going to be really close. See, and that's why they want that fresh paper up there, so they make sure they get a good call. So if Benton really needs this 11 here.
Little move on
that's
stabilizer and it dropped out.
Probably going to be a little low. So we'll wait for the official call, but it looks like Billy's going to take this match.
And really just fantastic shooting. Let's see what Rob says.
Unofficially, it looks like Billy has a 1-point edge and has taken the match. This was an incredible battle. We'll wait for the line calls to make it official. I don't see anything changing. Looks like Billy Hicks maintains his lead. Congratulations. Billy by 1 is the final call. Lindsay, could you hold on just a second? I'd like to take a moment and introduce everyone to Benton's daughter, Lindsay Christensen. And I know, Lindsay, you're quite the sportswoman and the outdoor enthusiast and competitive archer as well. And you've had a recent honor. You were recently named the Extreme Huntress. And tell us something about that.
You know, that competition was incredible. It's a worldwide hunting competition for women that started all the way back in April, so it was 9 months of pretty intense competition, and I ended up coming out with the win, and it was just so awesome to meet other women who share my same passion.
Awesome. Well, thank you for all you do to promote women, bow hunting, and the sport in general. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob, and the staff here at Lancaster. This venue is amazing, and we definitely couldn't be here without the generosity and the hard work of your staff, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was nice of Lindsay to compliment. Now this guy, Dwayne Price, coming in.
Wow.
He is an absolute staple on the tour. Dwayne is no slouch at all. He won this event last year, so he's trying to do 2 in a row. He's the #1 qualifier. Dwayne's very, very good on the 3D tour, very, very good at indoor competition, very, very good in Vegas. Extremely well-rounded archer and very successful, very powerful competitor.
And a really nice person, Chuck. I mean, Dwayne is one of those guys who stops and has a kind word for everybody out there. Just a really decent person. And one of the things that's unique about this format that we're seeing here is that, of course, the bottom-ranked archer in the top 4 has to face each other person in the top 4 up through the first-ranked person. So in other words, if that person doesn't get knocked out, as we saw with Benton Christensen, He shot, two matches and then got knocked out before the number 1 seed. That means that Dwayne Price comes into this match pretty fresh. He hasn't shot on this stage yet. He has shot the practice venue. He's at a little bit of a disadvantage because he hasn't shot on this particular stage yet. Billy Hicks has got 1 match in the books, of course, a successful, albeit tough one. So you have to question a little bit whether Dwayne...
Great shot from Dwayne.
Is he going to be ready to go after practicing on a separate but very similar venue?
I think mentally Dwayne has an exceptional game. He is very, very solid all the time. Billy there, he knows he's got a very strong competitor in Dwayne, and he knows he can't miss, and he comes out of the gate with a 10. Dwayne follows with a 10.
He dropped that one out to the right, so we've got it there. These guys are going to be pretty evenly matched. If Billy can pick up an 11 here, he'll be in good shape. And he does
There
it.
he does. He's tied it up.
So again, we say this, over and over again, but with cumulative score matches, this is not the set system, Chuck, where you can essentially miss one and still win the match.
No, this is the foot on the gas the whole way. That's going to be close. It's probably just going to score a 10.
Mm-hmm.
You see Dwayne's not happy with that at all. He felt that was a better shot than where it landed. And also a 10 from Billy.
So this is this format.
So it should be tied going in.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what Rob has to say.
Wayne, you're kind of getting zeroed in there. Not a bad end to start. It's all tied up at 31.
Yeah, I kind of like it better when you're starting like in a second or third position, so you get a few ends to get going, and it's actually tough, I think, coming out cold and just going right out of the gate. But it's fun. It's a good time, and we'll see what happens.
Awesome. I know you're from Wisconsin. What town in Wisconsin?
I'm in Greenfield, just outside of Milwaukee. Very good. So I always got to drive around the lake to everything. I come on the east side, so it is what it is.
Yeah? You have snow up there yet?
A little bit. We had a rough December, but January actually got real nice, and so all my deer are growing really big right now, and so everything's good. I like it that way.
Very good. Very good. Well, we've got a moment while a call is being made. You want to tell us something about your equipment? I see you're shooting a new Matthews Halon X. You want to talk about your accessories, sight, scope, rods, and everything?
You bet. Been shooting my Halon X. I've been shooting that for 2 years now. It's a bow that really fits me well, and it performs flawlessly for me. It's done really well. Shooting my XL sight with a specialty archery scope, specialty archery peep, bee stinger stabilizers, gold tip arrows, and I'm shooting my Boss X true ball release, which is my old friend, and you got to stick with what works.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Are you ready to roll?
One of the cool things about Dwayne's equipment there, if you look at the scope, when he's using, see that big blinder, that big card on the edge of his scope?
Mm-hmm.
So he lights the pin with a little blue light so he can see that, so it always stands out against the target. But that big card there, that's because he's opposite eye dominant. So that card, as he keeps both eyes open and looks towards the target, blocks the vision from his left eye, so he only sees through the scope with the right eye. Many archers, you'll see them, they'll put a patch on their eye or a blinder on their hat or something like that. Dwayne doesn't like to wear hats, and he doesn't like to wear a blinder on his eye or anything like that. So he puts the card out on the scope, and again, it just blocks that vision from that dominant eye so that he can see the target nice and bright, sharp, and clear. It's a really innovative, cool way to assist the archer with sighting. Billy looks so solid there, but that arrow dropped out on him.
Yeah, it's a little low. Let's see what Dwayne does here. He's looking really solid. You can see he's very, very still.
Beautiful
he
shot.
The 11. He's doing really well. Now, we heard him say earlier, similar to what we said, that he wasn't thrilled about coming up on the stage and not having shot a match previously. But, Billy Hicks, other than that one shot, for the most part, has stayed very calm and collected. So you have to wonder how much of an advantage that is.
Mm-hmm.
At the halfway point, we've got just a 1-point lead for Dwayne Price. Billy, that was a nice end, 32, just one arrow barely out. You're looking like things are going real well. How are you feeling up there?
Oh, just, smooth. Everything's good, no shaking. Everything's fine.
You look good. You look like you're shooting good, strong shots. Mash the gas, dude. Dwayne, you were able to eke out 1 point there. That's
It's the name of the game. It's always the 1 point. You know, it's you figure all the years you've been doing this and how many tournaments, if you win or lose, you could add all up and be like 1 point every time. You know, it all comes down to that one arrow, that one shot. Just got to make them all good.
Yeah. Yep.
Try to.
Well, we're at the halfway point. Very close match. Just 1 point separates them. Dwayne Price holds the lead, and we'll choose whether to shoot first or second.
So, Chuck, one of the things that we're seeing here at the Lancaster Classic in the True Ball Excel Archery Hall is that the archer who is the higher scoring archer is given the option to choose whether to shoot first or second. Chuck, what impact do you think that has on the other archer?
Well, if you can take the lead, or you can flip it, and then you can start commanding what the other archer does. Now you're in control. Dwayne definitely likes to be in control of the event, in control of his own destiny. Wow, you could see a little tremble in his elbow there. That shot didn't look as smooth, and you can see he lost it out to the left. Knows he gave Billy a huge door, and there's a 2 point swing right there with one arrow.
Just how fast a match can turn, Chuck, especially when you're talking about archers who shoot at this level. And again, it's the 11 that makes such a huge impact on this match.
Look at the trembles that he's got all of a sudden that he
normally
didn't have
so
before.
steady, but he still clips the 11. He manages to get the 11 points, and he's shaking his head. He's not happy right now.
No, he knows he's getting away with one there.
And there's a little bit of extra pressure right now.
Billy drops one, so Dwayne picks up a point.
Now these guys are tied again. This is such a great match, and we are so excited to see these two archers just putting on such a fine display of bow and arrow shooting right now.
Nice 11 to close that end. He really needed that builder.
And he looks a little relieved, but of course Billy Hicks is not giving him much room here, so there's no real relief till you've won the match.
That's a 10, so Dwayne will still hold the lead going into the last end, which will be a huge advantage. We'll see if Rob's got some advice on that from the guys.
We've got Dwayne Price still with a 1 point lead, 31 apiece on that end. It's a hot potato, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Just, you know, it's a little bit nervy, and first time up here, it's quite a bit of pressure.
You guys have shot thousands and thousands of arrows getting ready for this event. I know you have. It's just shooting like you guys know how.
You try to shoot that away. You try to shoot that away.
Yeah, all you do is you try to rely on just past performance, you know, practice and tournaments, and try to take some of that savvy with you. But it's hard, you know. I mean, I don't care how many times you've been up on his platform or shoot-offs. I mean, it's always a new experience, and you know, your desire is to do well, and sometimes your desire to do well overshadows your performance, you know, and you don't do so good. So it's a tough thing.
Okay, guys, close match. 1 point separates them. Dwayne has the choice. Final end of this match.
There was a great interview with Dwayne. We can see he's just providing such good feedback to Rob. And one of the things he talked about, Chuck, was balancing the pressure to do well with the need to execute a good shot.
I think this is actually a huge advantage for Dwayne to talk to Rob in between ends, knowing how he runs his game mentally. It gives him the opportunity to verbalize what's in his head and get it out and refocus his energy. I've shot with Dwayne for years, and you know, he's really got a strong game most of the time, and so I think that he probably gets more of an advantage out of talking to Rob than anybody, because he can get those thoughts organized real quick.
Ooh, that's going to cost him.
You know, he had to let down because he forgot to get his light on.
So
I think he felt like he had to rush that shot.
Mm-hmm. And so to help the folks at home understand the impact of letting down, when the archer decides the shot's not right, they bring the bowstring back down to the bow. The trouble with that is, in this setting, they're on a timer, and they may not have time to get set up and shoot that arrow properly.
Yeah, they are on a clock, and they have to rush it. So now we're into the final arrows of the final end here.
You know,
that's going to be a 9. That now Dwayne has a really solid lead. All he's got to do is execute a decent shot, keep it in the 10.
And he'll have it. And he's got it.
That's the 11.
Then that's the match.
Yep, that's the match right there. Billy can't win at this point. And you can see the smile on his face.
Tough position for Billy Hicks to be in at this point. You always want to make a good shot to finish out your match regardless of whether you win or you haven't won.
And he does. He finishes strong with an 11. Wow, what a really great match.
Class act under pressure from Billy Hicks, our second place finisher.
Congratulations to Dwayne. We'll run out to Rob here. We'll get some words from the guys.
Congratulations. That was a heck of a battle. You put on a heck of a show. You coming back next year to try to do this again?
I'll probably try to see Dwayne here next year too.
Very good. We'll enjoy that. We'll wait for it for a whole year.
That's right. Sounds good.
Dwayne, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I actually had a big monkey on my back in this time because 2 times I come into here seated first, and both times I walked out second, so my nerves are running a little hot today.
Love it. Love it. Well, the nerves, certainly you can see it, and all of us as competitive archers, we all feel that, and a lot of amateur archers feel like the pros must not feel that pressure somehow.
They'd be mistaken. I've been doing this for 20-some years, and honestly, I work real hard on my mental game to try to be prepared for situations like this, but when it comes into it, it's amazing how it rears its ugly head and just almost wants to overtake you, and it's hard, it's difficult, but you just got to try to find a way to get through it somehow, but it's hard.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Certainly put on a great show here. Congratulations, Billy. Congratulations, Dwayne. Let's give these guys a hand.
Great interview there from Rob at the
Yes.
end, and Dwayne mentioning that he finished high qualifier and come out of here twice as second place, and then he won last year. And now coming up, we've got we just finished out with the Masters there, and now we have women's recurve coming up on the other side of the break here, and that's going to be an amazing match.
Yes.
Casey Kaufhold and Siobhan Saragusa.
And it looks like we're headed to a commercial break right now.
We want to welcome you back here to the Lancaster Archery Classic in just a few minutes at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex 2017.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
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 Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery
And
Classic.
welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. I'm Chuck Cooley. I'm here with my co-host Teresa Johnson. What an amazing morning we've kicked off.
Yes.
This is really fantastic. We're here at the True Ball XL Archery Hall, and that is at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This is the Hoyt Live broadcast with live scoring brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products. What an amazing morning we had,
Yes.
and now we're going into the women's recurve. This is going to be
So exciting.
Really.
So we've got women's recurve and then men's recurve coming up, and we have got Olympic team members in both of these matches, and we have got such a shootout coming up for the first match, and a future Olympic hopeful, Casey Kaufhold, shooting against Siobhan Saragusa, and this is going to be a great match.
Now, Casey is important to mention here because Casey, not an adult shooter,
Correct.
Shooting, what is she, 13,
I think she's
14?
13 or 14.
Shooting against the adults, and now this is the kind of what we experienced yesterday. Obviously, Casey is Rob Kaufhold's daughter. She's up here on the stage in front of Dad, in front of all of her friends and family, in front of all these spectators.
No.
Little extra pressure there, you think, maybe, to perform because it's the family name on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, and we have seen such strong performances from Casey. She has shot her way through the Bowman and Cup division. She shot a national record last year. She's won numerous titles in tournaments, and now she has jumped up into the adult women's division. She has made quite a splash. She passed Lenola Pritchard yesterday, who was the alternate for the women's Olympic team, in order to make it into this match.
That really says a lot for her skill set and exactly what she's doing and how strong of an archer she is. Now, we're going to see something interesting here. When the camera flips over to the targets, you'll see that Casey is shooting a single spot target, and Shaban is shooting the 3-spot vertical. Now, we talked about this yesterday. We saw an archer that had a Robin Hood that wound up kicking out and costing him 6 points because it landed down in the 4 ring.
10 for Casey Kaufhold. She just made a beautiful shot to open this match. Now we've got Siobhan Saragusa here. She's shooting her second arrow, and she hits the 11. So that is going to put her at a little bit of an advantage right now. Casey looks like a rock. She's super steady when she holds. Beautiful group, meaning her 2 arrows are close together, very consistent. The difference, Chuck, between these recurve archers and the compound archers we've been seeing is that the recurve bow is a slower bow.
She might have the 11 with that one, too.
This bow travels the arrow is going to travel at a slower speed. The archer has no magnification on their sight. They are relying on shot execution to get this done.
You see Casey reach up and give it a couple of clicks to try to move those arrows back to center. The recurve being a little more difficult. Let's see what Rob's got to talk to with the girls.
How are you feeling up there? Not too bad. A little bit of congestion, but I'm good.
Very good. Any nerves at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
That is quite normal. Everybody feels it up here. Okay, I see you're shooting a brand new win bow. It's gorgeous, gorgeous.
It's actually about 4 years old. This is my first bow.
Is it really? Wow. Well, it looks like you're shooting a Shibuya sight, Easton contour rods, a biter clicker, Easton X10 arrows, and what tab?
It's the AAE Elite.
Very nice, very nice. Great looking setup. Casey, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Very good. Tell us something about your gear, hon.
This is a Prodigy Hoyt, and I like the color a lot. It's blue. It's very pretty. I'm shooting Wind Dragon stabilizers and a Shibuya sight.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, we'll get the final results and the arrows back here shortly. Get ready for the second end. You have the choice of shooting first or second. What's your choice? She chooses to shoot first.
Now, Shaban being the lead, she gets to elect whether or not she's going to shoot first or second. She decides to take the first position there, and there was a close-up there on the sight.
One of the things that we see on Siobhan, if we can take a look at her glasses, hopefully, is that if you notice, she's shooting blue glasses, and these are specially designed archery shooting glasses that help to sort of alter the colors of the target a little bit, Chuck.
They do. The concept behind those is to kind of dull the lighting system that they have and make everything a little more balanced for the archer. It's seems to be working for her. She's hit another 11 coming out of the gate. Wide 9 there, just a little bit to the right. Gives Casey an opportunity here to jump back into the match.
So if you're Casey at this point, you need to make strong shots. And she does make a strong shot. She executes very, very well. She's got beautiful form, especially for such a young shooter. You could see she's very physically strong. Siobhan is definitely at an advantage right now. Out to the
Another
9
9.
again. This can open the door for Casey.
So Casey, if she can put one down the middle here, she can gain some ground.
So now you see that little metal blade that dropped as the point of the arrow passed through it. That is called a clicker. And the clicker does what it says. As the point of the arrow passes through it, it clicks and tells the archer it's time to release.
Oh, everybody does up here. That's okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I see you've got a blingy belt there. Let's talk about that. Where'd you get that?
I got that at Vegas last year, and I hope to get a new one this year.
That one looks just fine.
Well, I want a new one.
Okay, we'll have to negotiate on that one. All right. And that was excellent shooting. All golds, all 6 arrows. Very good. You look very relaxed. It's awesome.
Well, I guess that's appearances, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's your arrows. We're ready to go again. You choose to shoot first or second. Very good.
I think that was kind of cute from Rob there. You could see Casey negotiating for a new belt already in Vegas. A little shopping request, it sounded like, from Dad.
Yeah, Casey's a smart kid. You know, if Dad's going to do an interview, she's going to make sure she gets some bling. I would say that kid's going to be a very tough negotiator someday.
She is. You know, I talked to Rob yesterday about how he entices some of the kids, especially his own, to, shoot well. And there was a negotiation for...
There's a 7 from Siobhan, and that could really change things in this match.
That's very surprising, and it gives Casey a huge opportunity. Let's see if she can capitalize on that. She does with a 9.
Now, this is one of the things that we see in recurve shooting, Chuck, which is that the point swings can be wider in recurve archery. And again, it's, the clicker plays a big role. We're seeing the point of the arrow come through the clicker right now. Siobhan's struggling to get her arrow through the clicker. She still pulls off a 9. The clicker determines the timing of the shot. We can't emphasize this enough. So if that clicker goes off too soon or not fast enough, can put the archer in a bit of a deficit point-wise.
Casey looked really smooth there. Might be a little tall to catch the 9, but it's going to be close.
So good coaches
They're
out
giving
there.
her the 8.
Good coaches are really emphasizing with these archers good shot execution. In other words, with the recurve, because you can't magnify the target, you can't try too hard to hit the middle. You can't try too hard to over-aim, or your clicker won't go off. So it's a tough balance between getting through that clicker strong. Let's see if Casey does it.
Casey
she does.
looked amazing.
Boom,
That's an
she
11.
shoots the 11.
She needed that in the worst way. This will be a great interview from Rob now to see how comfortable she is.
Okay, match is closing just a little bit. 83-79. Some nice shooting. Casey, that last shot looked good. How'd it feel?
Better than all the other ones.
Very good. Well, stay on that roll, right?
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, looks like the arrows are being scored and coming back. And could you tell me where you're from?
From Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas. And your coach or club?
At James Lesh.
James Lush. James is someone who is a world-renowned. He was a top archer back, a top archer back in the 80s, someone that I shot with back in the day. Excellent coach and a great program there in Houston. There's a lot of archery in Houston, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Congratulations for getting here. You certainly earned your spot to the stage here. Okay, last end, we've got 79-83 for, it's 3 points I'm being told. It's 80-83 based on the arrow calls down there.
See how this match tightened right up. All of a sudden that 3-point, that huge gap that we had before from Casey, because she had shot a 24 in the middle end or the second end. Now she comes back, she shoots a 29, a 5-point. They completely flipped. You saw Siobhan shot a 29 in her second end, Casey a 24, and then they matched opposite. So it's just a 3-point match right now.
And with an 8 from Siobhan to open that end, things could really swing here. Let's see how Casey does.
Beautiful.
Wow, beautiful
nice
10.
solid 10. You can see her. That's 2 of the 3 she needs.
So let's talk a little bit about the support system behind these archers. So Siobhan mentioned her coach, James Lesh, from Houston. We also have Heather File. She's the blonde coach you can see in the background. She's also the tournament director here. She, 11 from Casey.
Wow,
Gorgeous
Casey's going to
shooter.
turn this right around.
She's got Heather File behind her, who is the coach here at the Lancaster Academy JOAD. She's Casey's personal coach, and just fantastic support for this young lady. Lots of credit to Rob Caulfield. It can't be easy to be a parent watching your own daughter
that
shooting,
shot to get that to go off,
but she nails a
lands the
10. It cannot be easy for Rob to commentate his own daughter's match. As a parent, you've got to be so excited for your kid to do well. He's under some pressure here too.
Wow, another 10. Look at that.
Gorgeous shooting from
Amazing
Casey
shooting
Caulfield.
from Casey. Wow, and she's going to win that match in strong fashion. Rob?
What a comeback.
Casey, how'd those feel?
Pretty great.
Holy smokes. Well, in Olympic recurve shooting, the lead can change, as you've just seen. And it's not unusual in Olympics, in world indoor competition, you can see the lead change. And, it definitely is tough up here on the stage. You certainly shot well. Congratulations on 4th place at the LAS Classic. This is your first Classic. Will you be back?
I'll definitely be back, and it's great to see people like Casey aren't you 12? That's amazing. You know, start your kids early in archery because, I mean, this is the future right here.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations.
What a beautiful
Fantastic
compliment.
match. And what a class act. Siobhan Saragusa giving the credit to her competitor Casey Caulfield, who, by the way, is 12 years old.
She's gonna really have a strong match here against Gabriela Bayardo from Mexico.
She is going to have her hands full. So Gabriela, who actually is going to have quite the coach behind her, her boyfriend, who we see coming in here, is Mike Schlesser, who is the world #1 ranked compound shooter.
Mr. Perfect.
Mr. Perfect. Gabriela is no slouch, Chuck. She is a really good shooter. She's part of the Mexican archery team. She is an Olympian and hoping to make her next Olympic team at Tokyo 2020, where potentially we could see this matchup again.
We could see this again. It's close enough and far enough that we could easily see this match again. I think it's fantastic that Rob and all the people here at Lancaster.
Get the match started. She's chosen to shoot first or second? First. Okay, at the whistle, you have 30 seconds to shoot. As her arrow hits the target, your next 30 will start, so you should be loading your bow in between.
I think it's important, that distinction he just made there. She's probably used to world archery rules where she cannot load the bow until the whistle goes. So Rob making that distinction clear for her so that she knows she can load her bow ahead of time and be ready for the shot.
She lets it down, and now she's going to have a little bit of a time deficit to focus to deal with here, because she did have only 30 seconds. Most archers with about 10 seconds on the clock.
She's down to about 5 seconds here.
And she still shoots a 9. That's really good
Keeps it in the
shooting under a
goal.
lot of pressure.
Looks like a rod fell off on the back. Or an arrow?
Yeah, she's got some kind of equipment issue going on. And the thing to know about equipment issues in this style of match play, Chuck, there are no equipment failures, meaning that if the archer has an equipment issue, they are not permitted to stop and repair equipment. They must keep shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how Gabriela does. Beautiful release.
Shoots the bottom
but
target.
Shoots the bottom
nails
target.
the 10.
Was that the target? Is that the order she typically shoots in?
I haven't seen her shoot, so I don't know if she normally shoots the opposite like that.
Another
Casey
9
hits a
from Casey.
9.
Casey, if you're Casey at this point, you cannot focus on trying to hit 11s. You've got to just focus on executing the very best shot you can.
Try to keep it in the gold. Try to keep everything consistent. Wow, nice solid 11 from Gabriella.
So gorgeous shot execution from Gabriella Bayardo. Let's talk about the fact that when she releases the arrow, as with Casey, you see that hand staying very close to the neck.
999 for Casey.
And she's a happy
Good
girl.
match.
She likes her group.
She's still in it.
All goals. Let's give these girls a hand. You showed great composure there as the arrow came unknocked from your string, fell down. You didn't get rattled at all. You just reloaded and went on. Congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you. I don't know what to say about it. I was just, concentrated to shoot the arrow because I knew that I didn't have like a lot of time. So it was good, no? It was good.
It was excellent. Well done. Casey? Things feeling all right up there?
The first two felt okay, and then I have no clue how that third one made it in the gold, but it did.
Just finish your shot.
Yeah.
All right, the arrow runners are back. We've got 30 to 27.
So right now we're going to see Gabriella deciding whether or not to shoot first. And it sounds like she is going to shoot first.
And we've talked about this in other matches if you're just tuning in. The advantage with going first or going second, whether or not you want to put the pressure on your competitor by landing one solid down there as the first arrow and make them follow and make them perform.
Now let's talk about some of the things we want to see.
Ooh, high 8 there.
That's a high 8. That's going to cost her a little bit. So in recurve shooting, some of the things that we're looking for, very straight upper body alignment. We want to see a nice straight line along the shoulders, down to the bow arm.
Solid 9.
Now her shots are dropping a little low. She's got a low group there, and it may be time for her to put a couple clicks on her sight, but of course she'll make that decision. Let's look at this nice straight line across the body for Gabriella Bayardo. She's got a straight bow arm, meaning the arm that holds the bow. She lets it down.
She loses another arrow on the letdown. It pops off the string when she does that.
She was really quick. Now we've got that nice straight line across her shoulders. She should bring that hand back close to her neck when she releases the arrow. And she does. She nails a 10 under a ton of pressure. Good for her.
You see her glance back at her coach, Mike Slosher, there.
Arrow coming through the clicker. Very smooth timing.
Beautiful
and
10
she hits
to
the
answer.
10. Good shooting from Casey Koffold there. So when the archer releases the arrow, what we want to see, Chuck, is that the string basically pushes their fingers out of the way. You never want to see the fingers moving out from the neck. She's struggling a little bit for sure. This is a lot of letting down, a lot of pressure for her. She wants this.
Oh,
she's going to be out of time.
She's going to be in danger of clocking out here.
She's going to be in big trouble here.
And she loses 10 points.
That is big.
That'll cost her the match. Casey will move on almost by default unless something really tragic happens in this next couple of ends.
And the reality is that's not how Casey wants to move on. She's capable of
Wow,
winning
look
this
at that.
match.
So she hits a 6. So that miss actually isn't going to be as bad as it could have been.
Right. Now
Casey
Casey's
not
in a
able to absolutely
4-point lead
capitalize.
situation. And you have to question, let's
see what Rob's got to
says.
say, yeah.
I know what it is.
Okay. Well, they seem to fit nice and tight. Okay. Well, as you've seen in Olympic recurve archery, many things happen. The leads can change, and it's not nearly as let's say precise as the compound division, and so things happen. Casey, how are things feeling up there?
Not too good, but it'll come better. So.
Okay, get in a groove. Same distance, same target, just like home.
Good positive attitude there from Casey Koffold. You know, she threw a 6 on the last arrow. You could tell she was really not happy with it, but she finished out by saying, I'm going to pull it together. It's going to be okay. The importance, Chuck, of a positive mental attitude in shooting is something that hopefully coaches instill from a very young age. Casey has had some of the best coaches in the world working with her. She's out to the right on that 8. The key for her here is she's got to keep her composure if she wants to maintain that lead she's got.
She's got to keep it in the gold because Gabriella's going to come back. And even with that miss where she got clocked out on the last end, she picks up, she cuts into that lead by 1 point. even with that miss, she had a 4-point lead going into this end. And
Nice
as
shot
we've seen
from
with
Casey.
Recurve,
A little bit of a low 9 there, but still in the gold. Let's see what Gabriella does.
a 3 or 4 point swing is nothing in Recurve. Now, if this was compound, that miss or that clock out would have been awful.
Gorgeous release from Gabriella. She really keeps her hand very, very close to her neck on that one. Beautiful timing from Casey.
Casey looked great.
Nails
there.
it. She hits
Beautiful
that
shot.
should be a
She gets
10.
the 10.
Clicks her sight a little bit. Let's see what Gabriella answers with.
Gabrielle getting a little bit of a tip with the riser there.
And she's out to the 8. That's not going to help. She's
And you
not
could
a
almost
happy
see
camper.
that because that riser hit that top limit, tipped over
Casey,
so far.
you're 12
Let's see
years
what
old.
Rob's got to say
How's it
going into
feel
the last
being
end with the
here on
girls.
stage at just 12?
Different.
Probably the same as it would feel being up there at 50. What am I saying?
Well, I'm very excited that I got to shoot this year because last year, because of the snow, I didn't get to shoot. So I am very happy that I get to this year.
Very good. Very good. Well, the matches seem to be settling down into a normal state for Recurve Archery. Coming from Mexico, what caused you to come up to the LAS Classic this year, the whole way from Mexico?
What? How much it cost me?
No,
Oh
no.
my God.
What caused you to come up? What motivated you to come up?
Because my boyfriend told me that if I wasn't coming, he wasn't coming, so I needed to come, you know.
Very nice. I love that guy. All right. Have you had a good time?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, having fun, you know.
What division does he shoot in?
I don't know.
Compound or recurve?
He's compound.
Very good. Very good. Well, on behalf of everyone here at Lancaster Archery, thank you, Gabriella's boyfriend, for bringing her along. We've enjoyed having her.
That's some great back and forth there between Rob and Gabriella Bayardo. Of course, her boyfriend, Mike Schlesser, Magic Mike, Mr. Perfect, #1 world-ranked compound shooter in the box behind her. Let's take a look at Casey Kaufhold.
Casey
Beautiful
elected to
shot.
go first, and wow, does
Gorgeous.
she put the hammer down. She comes out of the gate. She's got a 5-point lead going into this last end. Comes out of the gate with an 11 and really puts the pressure on Gabriella, who
And
matches
Gabriella
with a 10.
answers that this is going to be tough in this last end. You can see that Casey's making very aggressive shots right now. She needs to do that to try to win this match. She's got a
Beautiful.
9 down there. Not bad at this point. She has to keep it in the gold.
Gabriella looks beautiful in that shot. It lands for a 9.
But very, very steady.
So Casey, with a good solid shot here, can put the match away. And she
does
does
it.
with a 10 or an 11. What a beautiful shot.
Gorgeous shooting from
And
Casey
Casey will
Kaufhold.
move on to meet
She's got this match. And against one of Mexico's best women.
Beautiful, strong finish. Now Rob's
Wow.
going to get to watch his daughter go against Mackenzie Brown in the next match. Let's see what he's got to say to the women here after such
Gabriella,
a
you've
strong
taken
match.
third place and $350 for your efforts this weekend. Congratulations, bronze medal and $350. I hope you've had a good time. I'm very sorry for the unfortunate arrow thing. But other than that, you shot very, very well.
Kind of frustrated, but should be fine.
Well, you'll have to come back next year.
I will try.
Very good. Will you be in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing you in Las Vegas. Let's give a hand to Gabriella. Okay, go ahead, step down. Thank you very much. Right through here. Next, let's have a big round of applause for Mackenzie Brown.
Folks, we are seeing Mackenzie Brown entering the shooting arena. This is Casey Kaufhold's hero. She is the sole entry to the to the Olympic Games from the United States on the women's side this past year. She was the only qualifier for Rio 2016 on the women's side. She is the #1 ranked U.S. shooter right now in the recurve women's side. She's done phenomenally internationally. Casey looks up to her. This is a big deal for Casey. This was the one thing Casey said in an interview last year she wanted to do. She wanted to shoot against Mackenzie Brown. Couldn't do it because we had Snowmageddon here. Now this match is happening, and I'm willing to bet that if you're Casey Caulfield, you can't be more excited right now.
Do you think that's going to help her or hurt her here going into this match?
I'll tell you what, I am not sure.
When you shoot against your hero.
So Mackenzie's a very strong shooter. She hasn't gotten where she is for no reason, but certainly, like anybody else, she's mortal. And, if Casey has a strong enough game, she's got a good shot. She's got to shoot
Casey
aggressively
comes out with
just
a 10.
like that. She picks up the lead
She
from
actually
the first
has a
arrow.
1-point lead after the first arrow.
If Casey has any hope of winning this match, she's got to come out of the gate very aggressive and stay like that. So 10 for Mackenzie. Let's see how Casey answered. She's got to make good, clean, aggressive shots here. Little bobble there, but she still shoots
Holds
the
the
9.
9.
These
Match
two
is
ladies are
tied.
tied.
And you can see the expression change on Casey here. All of a sudden, she looks a lot more serious.
A little movement from Mackenzie.
Edgy 10.
She still clips the 10. Both of these archers shooting carbon arrows, but the difference is Mackenzie's shooting what we call outdoor arrows, very skinny arrows.
Tall 8.
That's going to hurt her a little bit, and she knows it.
She'll be down by a point going into this second end.
Mackenzie Brown, you opened up with 3 golds, a nice end to open up.
Yes, sir. I'm very happy with that so far.
Very good. Thank you for wearing the classic hat. Appreciate that.
Very welcome. I like it a lot.
Well, very good. Let's talk about some of your gear. I see that you've got one of the brand new Hoyts.
Yes, sir. It's the Factorizer. I'm also shooting the X-Tor limbs, and I really like this bow. It's a good geometry mix of a couple of really great risers.
Very good. Are those the X-Tor foam or bamboo limbs?
These are the foam right now. I'm getting some bamboo limbs to shoot in my next competition.
Very good. Very good. Okay. We'll take and get the arrows back and get the match underway.
In the coach's box right now for Mackenzie Brown is Mel Nichols. We saw him yesterday. He is a U.S. Olympic team coach in the past, and also Mackenzie's personal coach. Here we are going to see Mackenzie put her game face on. She's a very serious competitor. When you watch her out on the field, she's always got a very serious expression on her face.
Now you saw the difference here with Mackenzie. Watch as when Casey comes up to full draw, if you look at her sight, what she's using for an aiming reference. Nice solid 10 for Casey there. And then Mackenzie is using the new Shrewd scope that was designed by Brady Ellison.
And you can see Mackenzie's Rio 2016 limited edition sight from Excel Sights. Of course, we're here in the True Ball Excel Archery Hall. True Ball Excel, a sponsor of Mackenzie's. And nice shot from Casey Caulfield. Good group down there. She's very consistent today, Chuck. She looks good. Let's see how Mackenzie shoots. If you notice, these two ladies have a different style of shooting.
That's probably a 10. They're still going to be matched at this end.
Mackenzie uses a style of shooting called National Training System, which is the archery form or technique that is taught at the Olympic Training Center. Casey Caulfield letting down there, not ideal, but she should have plenty of time on the clock to execute a good shot.
Beautiful, and she's rewarded with an X.
Nails it. Beautiful shot for the 11. Let's see how Mackenzie answers her.
Pulls through that clicker there. You can see it just coming off the arrow, and she gets a 10. So Casey should be a tied match going into the third end.
What shooting from Casey Caulfield.
Casey, what does this mean to you to be able to shoot a match up here on this stage with Mackenzie Brown? How long have you been waiting for this?
About like 2 years, so a long time, and I'm very happy to be up here.
Very good. What happened last year? And I understand that last year, because of the snowstorm, you were ranked 8th in the women's class. We didn't have a youth class then. And so your very first match would have been against Mackenzie. So this would have happened last year had we not had the snowstorm.
Yeah. So last year, it was cut down to top 4 instead of top 8, and I would have been very happy to shoot against Mackenzie, but I'm glad I waited until this year, so I get to shoot against her now.
What was that, Mackenzie?
I said her dad was very mean to her and didn't let her shoot on the snow day.
Yeah, that was it.
Wonderful back and forth between Rob and Mackenzie there, of course, talking about Snowmageddon last year, where this area, I think Chuck got a record 36 inches of snow in 18 hours or something
it was
crazy
ridiculous.
like that.
It was feet of snow.
And
it was
so
crazy.
These two ladies, of course, faded to meet after a year of waiting from Casey. Now the Olympian and the young lady who considers her a hero. And in a strong 11, great shot by Mackenzie Brown. Beautiful form, great strong release on that one. Let's see how Casey answers her. Look at that shot. Beautiful and
Solid
aggressive.
10.
Nice 10. They may want to think about changing that target out soon. You can see the line next to the 10 starting to get a little blown out. And of course, we cannot reconstruct target lines here. We want to make sure that the archer gets the best call possible that they've earned.
That's an 11 out of Mackenzie.
So here's what starts to happen with Mackenzie. She will hit a groove. She gets dialed in. When she starts hitting that 11, she's going to be very difficult to beat. Casey has to start hitting the center. And she does. Beautiful shot from Casey.
Great shot from Casey. Looking very intense, very driven. And another 11 out of Mackenzie, a 32 or 32 on that end.
Casey needs an 11 at this point. Wow.
An unfortunate glance out there. Great shot, but it kicked out into the 9.
Beautiful shooting from both of these ladies.
Nice shooting, Case. You're making some noise.
Yep.
Starting to feel better?
Yeah, my feet hurt a little bit, but the shots are feeling better.
That's good. That's good. And Mackenzie, I see your feet must be feeling great in those boots.
Oh, I love shooting in boots. It's my favorite. I wish we could wear them in World Archery shoots, but.
Well, you had an awesome end that time. 2 11s, your last 2 shots, nice and strong.
They felt really good. The last shot was really good. I laughed because the second one went off a little long, but it went in where it needs to go, so it's good.
Very nice, very nice. You girls are putting on a heck of a show here. Let's give them all a hand, please.
Mackenzie Brown in her cowboy boots, and that is because she is a native of Tyler, Texas, where she started shooting archery actually in the National Archery in Schools program. She was very interesting, so Mackenzie spent a very brief time the Junior Olympic Archery Development Program, which is a nationwide youth program of USA Archery's, and then was selected for the Junior Dream Team, which is USA Archery's. And you can actually see the Mackenzie's Olympic team ring and her Lancaster Archery tab. So she's modified her finger tab there to include the Lancaster Archery supply sticker. Of course, LAS, one of Mackenzie's sponsors. Look at that. Great shot from Casey Kaufhold.
Great shot from Casey. Now she's down by 5 coming into this at last end, and now down by 6 with Mackenzie's first arrow.
Beautiful shot from Mackenzie. And of course, we could see just previously, we saw her Olympic ring, which is such an honor for her to be wearing that. Again, she came up through the Junior Dream Team, that youth program that pushes young archers to become elite shooters, and has been a resident athlete at the U.S. Olympic Training Center ever since. Her life has been all about the Olympics since about the age of 15. Good strong shot here from Casey.
Beautiful. Lands it with an 11.
Beautiful.
What a great experience for her. I'm sure Rob's going to have some lovely words with these women.
He should
Great
be so
hug
proud.
from the
Big
ladies.
hug.
Good support.
Congratulations to both of you. Casey, I know this has been a dream of yours, and you shot well. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Happy that I got second, right behind Mackenzie Brown, and that's pretty good, I think.
Very good. Okay, let's give Casey a hand. Thank you very much. Mackenzie, nice shooting.
Don't start crying on me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you again. Let's give these two a hand. $550 for Casey.
love to see the support there from Mackenzie towards Rob. You know, obviously they have a very close friendship, and you know, just she recognizes the emotion of the moment now, how much it means to everybody in the room there. Great to recognize that. Coming up here in just a second, we're going to have the men's recurve division, and that's going to be just as exciting as what we experienced here.
Yes.
Our first match will be Glenn Thomas and Zachary Garrett. When we're coming up later on this afternoon, the Youth Open Male, Men's Open, Women's Open Pro, and Men's Open Pro will close the day. We're here again live. This is the Hoyt Archery live stream of the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. We're at the Trueball Axel Archery Hall at Spooky Nook Sports Complex. I'm Chuck Cooley with my co-host here, Teresa Johnson, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of Trueball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
And welcome back to the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. This is the Trueball Axel Archery Hall at Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm Chuck Cooley, partnered up here with Teresa Johnson for the weekend. What an amazing event of shooting we've had so far. We just watched the women's recurve, and now we get to watch the men's recurve. Now we're going to see some Olympians in here. Brady Ellison is going to be here at the Classic. He's actually our #1 qualifier. Interesting fact there, Brady's never won the Classic. He's finished second here 3 times, including last year. So you know he's going to be a little more motivated to try to close it out, being the #1 qualifier. Our first match here is Zachary Garrett and Glenn Thomas. Zach was a member of the U.S. Olympic team. Tell us a little bit about what you know about what these guys do.
Yeah, I mean, Zach is just an incredibly hardworking archer. He is a USA Archery resident athlete and just one of the best guys out there. Incredibly nice, good to know.
Great shot today, but
very good.
We're gonna do it this evening. Yeah.
You're the kind of guy that I thought would be all over that wall for sure.
Yeah, Colin and I will have to do a race to the top if he's still here.
I want tickets for that one. That sounds great. And Glenn, I hear you hail from Golden Grain Archery, good friends of ours from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania. So a shout out to Dave and Deanne and the McCullough family and everyone at Golden Grain. But I understand you've been shooting compound for years. They have a great program there with excellent coaches, both recurve and compound. And you've just changed from compound to recurve. How long have you been shooting this?
I've actually shot both kind of all my life. I did shot Joe Ed with a recurve probably since I was 9, so about 17 years really. But I shot recurve in college, and then once I started working, shot the compound a little bit more, but figured I'd bring this out this weekend. So.
He just couldn't decide, so I figured he was going to bring this out this weekend. Okay. So you've continued to shoot both, but you shot compound mostly recently.
Yeah, the last I shot this year last year, but then I've been shooting this 1 day a week and my compound 1 day a week, just kind of switching back and forth at the same time.
There we go. I'll tell you what, I've heard that he shoots compound really well. If we have an all-around archery competition sometime and you have to shoot compound and recurve, my money might be on you, Glenn. All right. I think we're ready to go. Zach will be shooting first. Good shooting, gentlemen.
Very exciting match here on deck, Chuck. We've got Zach Garrett and, of course, Glenn Thomas, who we just heard from. These two guys are great shooters. Zach is one of the hardest working archers out there. You can see him before and after each tournament round on the practice bales, just shooting extra arrows. This is a guy who will not be outworked.
No, and I think it shows in his performance as well. You know, he comes right out of the gate with a 10. He's ready to go.
One of the things that Zach has worked the hardest on in the past couple of years has been his mental game, and it really showed then in his performance in Rio, where he did extremely well. He had a very tough bracket. In his individual matches, he performed extremely well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was actually knocked out of individual competition by Brady Ellison in the later rounds in Rio. But as a team, with Jake Kaminsky and Brady, of course, he scored his first Olympic medal, a silver. Not bad for a kid his age. Fun fact about Zach is that he's also a manufacturer. He makes his own stabilizers. The company is called Ramrods, and you'll see him shooting those this weekend.
Glenn finally takes the lead in the match here with an 11.
Zach comes up for the shot. Now, like Mackenzie Brown, Zach is a student of Keesick Lee at the U.S. Olympic Training Center. Coach Lee teaches the national training system. You can see that apparent in Zach's shooting.
10-10-10 for Zach coming out of the gate.
Actually,
maybe an 11.
11 there on that last one. Let's see how Glenn does. A little push in his shot, and that gives him a high 8. Anytime the archer has a little more on the bow arm and less on the release, you're going to see those arrows go high.
They're going to pop out high like that.
It was a pretty good start, 31-30 the way it looks. Zach, things feeling all right up there?
Yeah, things feel good. I was a bit shaky on that last shot, but just nerves, right? Everybody's nervous.
That's true. It went right in. Things are looking good. Tell us something about your gear.
About my gear. Well, I make a lot of my own stuff. So I made my finger tab and my stabilizers. That's my company. And then, yeah, I got that Hoyt bow. Absolutely love it. And the Excel sight. So I got that Shrewd scope too. That's everything.
Yeah, the new Shrewd Recurve scope has done very well. Archers tend to love it. And it's, of course, mounted on the best bar in the business, the TrueBall Excel Achieve. Okay, guys, I think we're ready. The arrows are coming back. And we'll continue. We've got just a 1-point difference. Zach Garrett with a 1-point lead over Glenn Thomas, 31-30.
Chuck, we can see Zach Garrett there. You see him making a motion, his hand by his neck. He's practicing the feel of his release, something that's really important for recurve archers to do. As we said in Mackenzie's match, the goal that you want to achieve is that your back pulls the hand, pulls the fingers off the string. So the motion of the back, the tension in the back muscles, it sort of works like a chain, pulls the elbow back, pulls the hand back. The fingers are not letting the string go. The string is pushing the fingers out of the way. The archers with the cleanest releases, the best back tension, the best bow arms, and of course the best upper body alignment tend to have the highest scores.
And you can see it's paying off for Zach there. He comes out with a 10. Glenn answers with an 11, maybe a 10.
Now, the other thing that can impact a recurve shooter, of course, there's a few things. How well is their bow tuned to the way that they shoot? The bows are like, high-performance race cars. They've got to be tuned to perfection. Zach is a real gearhead, loves working on his stuff. And it sounds like Glenn also from Golden Grain Archery.
Now, Glenn, did I see 2 fingers on the string there instead of 3?
Maybe, and some archers do tend to let that third finger slide off the string, or they hook with 2. The most famous example of that actually being my husband, Butch Johnson, who's always shot with just about 2 fingers on the string. Not necessarily recommended, but works for some people.
He's got, he draws with 3 and then he drops that bottom finger.
And if it works for him, it works for him. The important thing is that he stays consistent with it. He does. Center drills that 11. Nice shooting.
There. See what we've got here. We've got 60 to 59, still a 1-point lead for Zach Garrett. Zach, what's your shoot schedule look like this year? You headed to Vegas or any other indoor events?
Yeah, I'll do Vegas, and then I think I'll also do the indoor national tournament for USA Archery. But I think that'll conclude my indoor involvement.
And then your outdoor season starts when?
I think I'll probably go to Guadalajara this year. We have an outdoor camp at the training center after Vegas. I'll do that, and then right into the World Cups and USAT tournaments.
Very nice. Well, you'll be at the Arizona Cup then, of course.
Yes, I'll be there.
Very good. Look forward to seeing you around. Let's give Zach Garrett, an Olympian, a hand. Glenn, how you feeling up there, buddy?
Oh, a little shaky. Pretty good, though.
Just like Golden Grain, right?
Just like.
Yeah, just put yourself there on the range. All right. Shooting good, man. Keep it up.
Zach Garrett, of course, referring to the Arizona Cup. That is the team trials event, the first of 2 team trials events for the World Archery Championships this year. The World Championships happen every other year in archery, so they'll happen this year and then again the year before Tokyo 2020. This is a big event for all serious target, recurve, and compound archers who are shooting, again, target archery. This is a big event for Zach, and so the big focus for him, not necessarily on indoor, which is why it's always great to see him performing so well here at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
I loved his follow-through on that. He knew it was a great shot, and he wanted to hold it, feel it, mentally capture it.
Got a 9 just out to
Glenn
the right.
just a little out to the right.
One of the great stories that I remember about Zach is that when he was a teenager, he had to choose, I believe, between having a car or building a shed for his archery, his gear, and for shooting. And he chose archery, I think, over having a car. And I may be getting some of those details a little off, but the point is that this is a kid who prioritized archery at a very young age, made a very serious commitment, and has seen it through. Now archery is his full-time job at the U.S. Olympic Training Center, in addition to becoming an entrepreneur in the archery industry. You see a little wobble in the bow arm there, but Zach is very, very physically strong. The archers at the training center do tend to take a little time off, Chuck, usually right after the season ends. So October, November, these guys slow down a little bit. We may be seeing some of that in his bow arm.
Catch a little bit of a breather. And it looks like he answers with a 10. If that scores out the way it should be a 1-point match. We'll let Rob talk to the guys out on the line.
Okay, Zach, tell us a little bit about ramrods. My son shoots your rods, and he just loves them. And they do great in the wind. They handle all the weight that you want to put out on them very well. They're nice and stiff. Tell us something about ramrods.
Thank you. Yeah. So myself, Jeremiah Cusick, and Joe Fanchin originally started developing these because we wanted a small diameter stabilizer, and at the time there was nothing on the market. This was back in 2013. So that first year we developed something. Jeremiah shot it at a World Cup, and then I started shooting them in 2014 when we really got our product put together. And I've shot them ever since. I really care about how they dampen and being able to put the weight that I want to on it. I think my favorite feature is there's a conversion screw in there that's actually an insert, so you can use whatever weight system that you want to out of the box, which is really, really convenient, because I know when I bought my first set of stabilizers, I had absolutely no idea what weights to buy for them. And with this, it really doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want.
Kind of sounds like an ILF, International Limb Fitting, universal limb fitting for limbs and risers. And it certainly makes sense. Yeah. Congratulations on that. Okay, we're ready for our 4th and final match, and we've got just a 1-point difference with Zach Garrett having just a 1-point lead. He's chosen to shoot first.
We really want to talk about the great performance here this weekend, Chuck, from Glenn Thomas, who was a bit of a surprise in this division. You know, he was, if I remember correctly, he was a collegiate archery standout. He's always been a very solid shooter, but certainly when we think about this division and who dominates it nationally, it's really refreshing to see Glenn Thomas breaking into this field of Olympians this weekend.
Absolutely. Zach comes out strong with an 11. And like you said with Glenn, I mean, he was talking to Rob early on. He's only shooting the bow 1 or 2 days a week. And to be this competitive with 1 or 2 days a week of shooting and then matches it with an 11 is really a testament to his natural ability. If he was able to have some more time behind the string or have some more time on the line to think about, what his opportunities could be in the recurve market.
We just saw that arrow coming through the clicker on Zach, but what we also saw on his first index finger is his Olympic team ring. That is a very special designation. And we never say former Olympian. We say never former, never past. You are always an Olympian when you make an Olympic team. So Glenn Thomas, one of the things he shared earlier with Rob is that he shoots both compound and recurve. And Chuck, these bows have real lessons to teach. If you've got a recurve archer, it always helps to shoot a compound, vice versa. If you're a compound archer, it really helps to learn how to pull with back tension with the recurve. Both of them have really good lessons to teach the other.
They do. You can learn a lot about your form and your ability shooting either bow. Great finish from Zach. Great finish from Glenn.
Beautiful shooting from both of these guys. It is Zach's match.
Glenn, that was some great shooting. Lots of golds, lots of 11s, lots of 10s. Nice shooting. Speed would be so very proud of you. And I know he would have been your first coach in shooting Joad. Tell us something about growing up in the area of Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, where Golden Grain is, and what it means to have a program and a range and a shop like that promotes youth archery and Joad.
It was just definitely very helpful. There's been Olympians. Rodney White came from there. Dan Schuler works for you guys. Olympic athlete there, and world champions, stuff like that. Just if you could do good there, you can go to any tournament and expect to do good wherever you go. So that was definitely very helpful. And the McCulloughs, they just, very helpful, getting everybody started in the right direction, and kind of grew from there. Everybody competing against each other, just was a great place to be. So.
Well, I know you've made everyone proud today. Congratulations on 4th place. It's $400. Congratulations. Let's give Glenn Thomas a hand.
So we've got some really fine shooting from both of these archers, but Glenn Thomas, of course, is going to exit the stage. Zach Garrett is going to face Crispin Duenas of Canada, a 3-time Olympian, formidable competitor. Crispin is very confident. This is one of the hallmarks of him as a competitor. He has a very strong mental game, very self-assured, very calm, collected archer. Zach is the younger and potentially the less experienced here, but this is going to be a very tough match. The winner, of course, to face Brady Ellison in the final, our top contender, new world record last week in Nîmes, France.
Pretty exciting.
Very good. Well, thank you for coming back. We certainly look forward to seeing Crispin every year, and he's always a very, very tough competitor. So from here on out, we've got all Olympians, whether they're U.S. Olympians or Canadian Olympians, in the LAS Classic Recurve. Go ahead and take your stages, gentlemen. Okay. Crispin, you choose to shoot first. Okay.
So one of the things that we're seeing here is that Crispin has elected to shoot first. He is the higher seated archer, so that is his privilege. Also, he elected to move Zach Garrett to the next target over, also his privilege. And so, there's a little bit of, as you said earlier, a little gamesmanship there. Does it unsettle Zach? Probably not. This is an archer who's used to shooting on a raised platform, both of them, as they did at the Rio Olympic Games last summer.
Let's see how Crispin comes out on his first shot here off the practice range.
Very
Could
strong.
clip the 11 there. That's a beautiful looking shot from there.
Both of these archers very physically strong. Both of them do a lot of practicing. Crispin is a substitute teacher. He teaches math and physics.
Wow, there's a strange miss from Zach.
And so Zach now needs to shake this off. Again, he has struggled a little bit with the mental game in the past. Now he seems very, very strong. We should just see him shake it off and refocus. Crispin's very physically strong. However, his hold time is a little long here, longer than we're used to seeing from him.
Crispin did win this 2 years ago, so could be an opportunity for him to do it again if he can get through Zach through this round and meet Brady. Of course, Zach comes back and matches it up with an 11.
He's going to be very tough to beat right now. Crispin, usually with pretty aggressive shot timing. He's, again, we can't emphasize enough, he's very physically strong. Little shake in the bow arm there, but very strong on the release.
3 solid looking shots out of Crispin. coming over onto the stage for the out of the practice range.
Zach needs an 11 to tie this match. He does not want Crispin to get up on him at this point.
Great shot. Great
And
shot
he did
with
it.
an 11.
30 all, tied match. Let's see what Rob has to say.
Two different ways. Three Big Tens, very solid shooting for Crispin. And for Zach, 2 perfect shots in the 11 and 1 shot that just sure he'd rather have back, but that's okay. It's windy in here, Crispin says. Crispin, we appreciate you wearing our jersey, and we've gotten to know each other pretty well over the last 5 or 6 years, and I've got a lot of respect for everything you do, both at home and in helping to grow the sport of archery. You've always done your absolute best to promote the sport.
Well, I think you've one-upped me on that one. I think you've provided everybody in the Northern Hemisphere with lots of great equipment, so you've done a great job with it. Thank you very much.
Crispin, your day job is being a physics teacher, is that correct?
Yeah, high school physics teacher. Yeah, that's correct.
That's incredible.
Thank you. This is something I do on the side, but I really enjoy it, and I can't see myself ever stopping archery.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you ever use archery in teaching physics?
Yes, both as a threat and projects. But yeah, there's a lot of good mathematics in archery.
Absolutely. Basically, archery, you can teach life with the sport of archery, and that's why we love it. Okay, Zach, tied up.
Yes, sir.
Ready to roll?
Always.
All right, let's go get them. Kristen's going to shoot first again.
So let's talk about, both of these guys, Olympians.
Yes.
One for the U.S., one for Canada. Tell us a little bit about the Canadian Olympic program.
Yeah, so the Canadian Olympic program, not quite as structured as the U.S. program, still very, very solid. Crispin, of course, working full-time. He is not working part-time, training part-time, not a full-time athlete, still managing to be very successful. Countries like Mexico, are still kind of pulling their training programs together. Athletes train in different locations. They're a little more spread out than they are in the U.S. South Korea, of course, being the pinnacle of archery training programs, very competitive with the United States. The United States, of course, a very organized full-time training program as well. Countries like the Netherlands have also emerged in recent years as being very successful that way.
Funded programs and things like that. Crispin, both archers coming out with 10s with their first arrow, and then an 11 for Crispin on his second arrow to take an initial lead in the match. See if Zach can match that up. And it looks like he does. So that's going to still hold a tie to the match. 10s and 11s out of these archers here in the second end. Crispin looking very strong, very smooth. A little long on his timing.
But good shot, pulled it off.
Still held the 10.
And here we've got Zach. Let's see what he does.
Pulls through that clicker
struggling
there.
A little bit through the clicker and a little high.
Yep, he pops
Maybe a
it
little
high.
push on it just to get it through the clicker.
So Crispin will have a slight lead going in. Let's see what Rob's got to get from the guys.
Halfway point. Could you describe for the folks at home, could you describe your training regimen of what you typically go through, especially, let's say, last year in a year where you're preparing for the Olympic Games, at its most intense?
So my training was about 6 days a week, and on a weekday or on my heavy days, I'd be going out twice a day, about 8 hours a day, 300 arrows a day, and I'd be also in the gym about 3 times a week as well, working on everything from cardio to stability strength to abdominal strength and everything. But we were also doing lots of games on the field, so we'd scrimmage a lot and shoot matches against each other, put ourselves under more strenuous exercise regimens while we're shooting as well. And I think that's led to a little bit stronger Canadian group that's coming up. I think we had one of our guys as a junior place 3rd yesterday, so that was pretty good. And he's part of our little core team that we've been training and getting stronger and more fit to be archers, athletes first, then archers.
Very good, very good. Let's give Crispin a hand for that explanation of what being an Olympic archer is like. Okay, it looks like we're ready. I'll take and come back to you after this end. We've got 1 point Advantage for Crispin going into this halfway point.
Crispin emphasizing an athlete first versus an archer first, and it really speaks to the whole athlete approach that's been embraced by several archers, notably Crystal Govin very recently, who just switched from compound to recurve, former world number 2 in compound, current world number 2 in compound, now trying for a Tokyo 2020 Olympic berth. Let's go back to these guys. Here's Crispin with a longer hold time, but he still stays pretty strong, and that's a testament to the working out he does. And he still shoots the 10 just out of the 11.
We want to thank everybody for tuning in today, by the way, for the Lancaster Archery Classic. Here at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. This live feed brought to you by Hoyt Archery. And just caught in our ear that we have about 1,300 video watchers right now on the live stream. We expect that to go up as we progress through the morning and into the afternoon through the Youth Open Male, Men's Open, Women's Open Pro, and Men's Open Pro will kick off about 12:55 this afternoon.
One more shot here from Zach Garrett. Let's see if he can hit an 11 to close out this end.
Oh, pops a 9
Excuse
there.
me.
And you can see the disappointment on his face. Wow, he looks really, really upset with himself that he knows it didn't go well. Crispin with the ability to take a lead in this end. And he does with a 10. Maybe.
Zach still has one more arrow to no, he doesn't. Yes, Zach still does have one more arrow to shoot. There we go. So he did hit a 10 on that last one. Let's see what he delivers here.
And another 10.
Let's see what Rob has to say with these archers.
I think my top one, if I were shooting ACEs, it would have been in a little bit closer to the X, but yeah.
In normal scoring for Olympic recurve, the larger 10 ring in the center of the target, a little bit larger than $50 is the normal 10 ring, and that's normally what they're shooting at. At the Lancaster Archery Classic here, we're shooting at that little baby X, or the inner 10, which the compounds generally use. And that's the size of a penny. And hitting that with the recurve is very challenging, especially every time. So in a normal competition, Crispin would have shot a perfect end there of 3 10s. As it was, there's an opportunity for Zach to pick up a few points on those inner 11 rings. How are you feeling up there, Zach?
I feel okay. I don't have the control that I want right now, but you just got to keep pushing and trying, right? It's matches are about fighting, not always about doing the best. So keep trying and see what happens.
Okay.
And we've had a quick change in the chair here.
Hello.
Welcome to the booth. PJ's with us.
Hello, Chuck.
He's going to help close out this end here with the men's recurve division. And you've been up on the side watching these guys. It's been pretty incredible to see them all morning long.
Unbelievable.
What a fantastic match. Crispin right now with a very slight 2-point advantage going into this last end. Comes out of the gate with a 10.
Nice 10 there.
So that'll put the pressure on Zach to perform.
These guys, I mean, they're shooting recurves, and they're just pounding that middle. It's incredible to watch.
It's very rare to see a miss out of these guys at this level. Ooh, a tall 9 from Zach.
Yeah.
You know, you heard in the interview there with Rob, that he wasn't feeling quite comfortable. You see him stretching his arm back there just a little bit. He's trying to feel that shot, trying to get in the groove. He knows Crispin's in cruise right now.
Oh, yeah, he's rolling. He's a 2-time champ here, so Crispin is no stranger to
Beautiful.
that
That's
stage.
probably going to catch the 11 on the top side of that shaft.
Zach coming up. I guess he wants to finish strong, I'm sure. No matter, regardless of what's happening, he wants to get that done well. But
Well,
like
he knows that it could swing either way. If he puts a couple of solid shots down there, sadly, that's another 9 that's going to land left, and you can see the look on his face. He knows this match is slipping away.
It's in his head now, that's for sure. But Crispin, he's always here. He's always in the mix. He's just an incredible shooter. And like I said, he doesn't do this full time.
Yeah, he was on the podium last year. We watched him through the shoot-off, and he holds another 10 Very, very steady shooting.
Unbelievable.
So now the match is out of hand for Zach.
Yeah.
Holding very steady. Great shot of his rods there. And a 9.
Still got that 9.
So that'll close this match. Crispin will be moving on. We'll get some words from Rob here as the guys are closing it out.
$750. Congratulations. And thanks for coming again to the Lancaster Archery Classic. You've taken home a bronze medal and $750. Let's have a hand for Zach Garrett, 2016 Olympia. Zach, tell us a little bit about life as an RA out at the Olympic Training Center. What your training schedule was like leading up to this summer's Olympics.
I trained a lot leading up to the Olympics. I would get up and start shooting at 8:30 and train until noon, and then I'd train from 1:30 to 5, and I'd have dinner and often train from 6:30 to 10 and then repeat. So I didn't have the heart to count how many arrows I was shooting, but it was a lot. So I really put everything that I could into getting ready for that, and I have no regrets about it.
You certainly you had a great performance at the Olympics this summer, and we're all very proud of you. Thank you for all your hard work. Let's give Zach a hand. Next, a man who needs no introduction, Brady Ellison. Brady Ellison.
There he is, walking up.
Number 1 qualifier here, Brady Ellison, has not won this event. As we mentioned earlier, he's finished second here 3 times, including last year. I was watching him over here on the practice bales, which are just behind us. Brady looked extremely comfortable. I was watching his bow. He was holding very, very well, tearing the centers out of the practice butts. I think this is going to be a really strong challenge for Crispin. But I'm excited to see these two guys go head-to-head.
Absolutely. And we're going to see a little bit difference here because Brady's shooting 23s, shooting a fatter shaft arrow compared to Crispin's X10s.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be able to catch those lines that Crispin was just missing.
Which is new for Brady. There's a great shot of his new logo, the Brady Ellison line of apparel that he's launched. Made a big splash with that in Nîmes. Of course, Brady did this 23 switchover. He's never really been as comfortable with this until just recently. He's always stayed with the X10.
Well, you say he
holds the 10
opens with a 10. Thanks to the 23s, he caught that 10.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he is the world record holder, 599 out of 600.
Right, and before that he shot a 598, had the record there.
Broke his
that
own
record only stood for about a month. Wow, Crispin looked amazing on that shot. The follow through and the bow tip, and he's rewarded with a solid 11 there.
There's Brady's tattoo from the London Olympics he got.
Brady is probably going to be a 10 just outside of the 11 with that 23. You see him reach forward, make a couple of click adjustment there because he's living on that left edge.
Yeah.
Crispin with a 9.
Yeah, just a little wide.
Glances up at the wall to see where that lands. He knows he gave that a little bit of a push.
Look at that concentration.
Brady with a solid 11.
I was watching him on the practice range the last 2 days, and he just hammers the middle as good as the best compound guys.
Yeah, he's an incredible shooter to watch. Now, he's another one that switched over. That's going to be a 10, so this match will have a slight lead to Brady.
Sight, just a couple of clicks. That's a precision instrument that allows you to dial that in, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love the thing. It's got super fine clicks, and I'm not overly accurate with the recurve anyway, so it does what I need.
Not overly accurate. He just would have qualified for the men's pro compound division in the qualification round. That was a really, really awesome round, 646. How's that compare with the way you've been shooting?
That's about how I've been shooting all year. I don't know what happened this year, but indoors has been kind of a magical time. I set 2 world records this year, and I haven't shot below the old world record yet. And it's just, I don't know, just everything's hitting behind the pin, luckily.
Yeah, it's always good when that happens. Let's give Brady a hand for that recent world record of a 599.
I'm excited to see such a big crowd on hand this morning. You know, when we got started at 8 o'clock this morning, the room was about half full. And as we proceeded through the rounds, the room is filling up, all the chairs are filling up, and you can hear by the applause that there's quite a few people in the room to watch this, which is really fantastic. I mean, they get an opportunity to come to the Lancaster Classic here. This is the True Ball Axel Archery Hall, and they get to rub elbows and watch an event that you would only see at the Olympics. You know, you're talking about some of the best archers in the world, and you get to stand here, you're 15, 20 feet from them and watch them perform. Really, really, really incredible venue. Really great opportunity for archers and for fans of archery.
The Olympic team was here yesterday. Brady, Zach, and Jake Kaminsky. They had their medals. It was a packed house. People just coming to see those guys and their medals, at the silver medals they won in Rio. Everybody was excited for that.
Crispin with a nice solid 11 there. Great match. Crispin still behind 1 in this match, but he has the opportunity to catch up if Brady catches a 10. And there's an 11, so a 33 with a recurve.
With a recurve.
Brady absolutely on fire. You saw Rob talking to him about his sight. Of course, Brady also has the new Flex scope on the end of that sight. That's brand new from Shrewd. We're going to go out and talk to Rob here real quick and see what the guys have to say.
Brady, I see you're shooting a 2312 Easton X7 Eclipse. You like the big arrows for indoors. Obviously, they give you an advantage on catching lines. A lot of Olympic recurve archers choose not to have big arrows for indoors because they don't want to change their outdoor setups. Obviously, you're committed to your indoor season, and it seems to be working for you. Other than the obvious of catching a line with that big arrow, how much weight are you running in the points, and what advantages do you think you get with the big arrow?
Generally, I actually find no advantage with a big arrow off of recurve. X10 just shoot better. Just happened that this year, this setup shoots really good, and I didn't even try X10s. I'm running 150 grain pro points in the front of them, 30 inches, 30.5 inches with 4-inch feathers.
Perfect. Seems to be working for you. Very nice. Okay, we've got a 2-point match here. We've got a 2-point lead for Brady Ellison, 64-62 at the halfway point.
So I just wanted to close the point on Brady there. So that Flex scope that he's got on the end of his XL bar, the Flex scope, is made, that's that blue ring that you see there for people who are not quite used to seeing scopes like that on recurves. It actually has a zero-powered lens in it. Company Feather Vision makes those lenses, and each one of those scopes comes right from Shrewd with all the accessories and the zero-powered lens, and we've seen that several times today on several of the recurves. As opposed to Crispin's aiming device, you can see it there. He's just got the little square post.
The basic aperture.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That Shrewd scope, Brady has definitely made that popular with how he's done with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it makes all the difference. And look, he's opened with a 32 out of a possible, or 22, both 11, so that's 5 in a row for him here.
Unbelievable. He's feeling it now, I think. It's safe to say.
Yeah, I think he's in a groove. Crispin's really trying to hang on. He's 2 10s there, so it's not like he's shooting poorly.
No.
You know, the thing with recurves, if you're hitting 10s, you're generally doing really good. The downside is you're against the gunslinger over there who's throwing 11s at every arrow. Wrong.
Oh, wrong target there.
Yeah, we looked at Crispin's target there. But he got a 10 according to the scoreboard. I just can't see it on the screen. Great shot, great looking shot at Crispin there. Little long hold. He's been missing these right. But he catches the 10.
Got the 10.
Just missed the 11 there. So 10, 10, 10 from Crispin, 11, 11, 10 from Brady.
How are you feeling up there?
Thank God I'm shooting fat arrows. I caught all lines on that one. Yeah, so they were good shots. It's just catching lines. So lucky.
Love the sarcasm. The Easton X10 that you're shooting, of course, is the though seems to be the world's choice for Olympic recurve shooting for outdoors. But you choose to shoot them both indoors and outdoors because it is an accurate arrow. Of course, it's not as large in diameter as what you could choose to shoot. Why do you choose to shoot that through the whole indoor season?
I'm also training for outdoors concurrently while I'm shooting indoors, so I didn't want to kind of run two setups. It changes the feel of the bow for me because the aluminum arrow is a lot heavier of an arrow, so it changes the dynamics and how it feels, and I just didn't really want to try to get myself into two different types of setups. And also, even though I'm shooting 51, 52 pounds here, pushing an aluminum arrow out of my bow, you still need a little bit of a tail end whip around the recurve bow, and the X10s give that better than an X7 for me at a 29-ish inch draw, so that's why I chose to stick with X10s.
Very good. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, the arrows are back. I believe we're ready. Want to make sure to get a close-up of Brady's quiver here. Just happened to notice that. Isn't that cool? Second Amendment. Love it. Sorry.
There it is. He's zooming in on that quiver. Look at that.
Yeah, the gunslinger belt. I think that's a Bateman quiver. I'm not 100% sure, but I think didn't Bateman make all the team guys quivers?
Yeah, they did. And he's from Arizona, so he is a Western guy. That's not unusual for him.
Wow. Solid 11. Another one coming out of there from Brady. He is absolutely on fire, and he's got a pretty sizable lead. He's got a 4-point lead going into this last end. So Crispin matches it with an 11, so he's got an opportunity. He's going to make Brady earn it.
Yeah, that's
very solid shot. Just probably missed the 11 ring there, but a very solid 10 still. Brady looking extremely comfortable and in command going into this last arrow.
And you heard Crispin mention that he shoots 52 pounds. I believe Brady, unless he has changed, he's up 60, maybe even a little over 60 with his recurve, which is very heavy for a recurve shooter, but that's what he was shooting, I know, at the Olympics.
Oh, you find that's a really uncharacteristic 9. I don't think it's enough to help Crispin at this point. He may win this end, but he cannot win the match.
The point with draw weight for these recurve archers is whatever that draw weight is, they're holding that max weight the whole time at full draw.
Yeah,
not
it
like a
stacks
compound.
up all the way back.
Yep.
Crispin finishes strong with a 10, but this match, the gold medal will go to Brady Ellison, the silver to Crispin, and Brady gets his first win at the Classic.
He said last year.
Crispin, congratulations on second place. That's good for $1,050.
American?
American, yeah. And thank you again for coming to the LAS Classic. Will you be in Vegas or any of the other indoor tournaments this year?
Yeah, Vegas is my last indoor tournament, and then we go straight into an outdoor training session at Chula Vista right after Vegas. So that kind of ends off my indoor season and kicks off my outdoor season.
Well, very good. We're looking forward to seeing you for the rest of the year at Vegas and all of the outdoor tournaments. Let's give Crispin Duenas a hand. Brady, congratulations, $2,000, okay, and a win, a gold medal at the LAS Classic. Tell us something about the BE brand, the Brady Ellison brand.
Yeah, it's something that we just started coming out this year. Got the logo, going to have a bunch of clothing, accessories. Toya is going to do a bunch of women's clothing and stuff like that. So she'll handle all that stuff because I don't know how that's supposed to fit. And, you know, it'll be good. It's a fun new adventure, and hopefully as it grows, we can do more things and hopefully branch outside of the archery industry with it.
Well, very good. I know the spider vanes have been a big success for us, and the archers seem to love them. They're very accurate, very durable. Huge success there. Any other gear that you see coming in the next year?
Yeah, I mean, we got the new Flex scope out with Shrewd. I love this scope. Has a bunch of different features, everything that a recurve archer needs now. You could put a pin in it or lens, and just pretty much all in one, and the packaging looks amazing, so you're never going to break it in a bow case.
Very good, very good. Well, congratulations on your fine shooting here. Thank you for coming to the LAS Classic. Brady Ellison.
What a great interview there from Rob. You know, I love to hear about the guys, and we heard that from Zach too, being innovators and promoting their own brands and making their own products and making their way in archery. I think it's really, really important to them, you know.
Brady mentioned last year he called this the monkey on his back. With all the tournaments he's won, this was the only big one he hadn't won, so the monkey's off.
Hadn't been able to put that one together. So coming up in a little bit, our next matches will be the Youth Open Male. We want to thank you for tuning in. We have almost 1,500, 1,600 watchers right now.
Nice.
This is the Hoyt live stream broadcast of the Lancaster Archery Classic. This is the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm Chuck Cooley sitting in with PJ, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Youth Open Male, Men's Open, Women's Open Pro at about 12:15, Men's Open Pro at about 12:55. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We are live just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and we're just about to get underway here.
I'm really glad that we get to experience this on a local level. We've got a production here that's a lot like a World Cup.
11, just as we expected.
Oh, it's awesome. I like the atmosphere. It's focusing all your attention on the shooters, and that's what it's all about. It's kind of pressure packed, and the shooter has to deal with it the best they can. So
this is one of the best ones out there. I mean, I'm very thankful to be here. I'm very thankful for you for what you do for the sport, and I couldn't be happier to be here.
The lighting, the everything, the setup with the big screen above, it's just far and beyond anything we've had before.
Yeah, all said and done, if you win this one, you're probably going home with $20,000 to $25,000. It's a good weekend.
It's a pretty good weekend.
Thanks for a great tournament yet again.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
And welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. Chuck Cooley with PJ Riley. And we are here at the Lancaster Archery Classic here at the True Ball XL Archery Hall. That's located in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster Archery. What an amazing venue. This place is huge. Awesome. It's 17 acres under one roof, 750,000 square feet, 2 restaurants, a hotel, climbing walls, all sorts of stuff. And we happen to be hosting a World Championship event right here. We've watched all sorts of pro shooters yesterday and today. We've had an extremely successful live broadcast. This morning we came out of the gate with Masters Open Pro, Women's Recurve, Men's Recurve. We just watched Brady Ellison win his first championship.
First one.
Against Crispin Duenas, both Olympic archers. We're going to run out And I'll get a quick interview here while these young men get started for the Youth Open Male.
Youth Open, yes.
Trevor has chosen to shoot first. Trevor, your whistle will begin the 30 seconds for you. Yes, you may load ahead of time, both of you. When Trevor arrow hits the target, your 30 seconds will start, Eli. Okay? When his arrow hits, your next 30 seconds will start. So while he's shooting, you want to be reloading and getting ready. Okay?
Trevor Silverson and Eli Hughes. Those are our two competitors up here.
Right, and I think it's important what Rob was doing right there is he was explaining to the guys how the loading procedure and how the clock process works, because it's a little different than it is with World Archery in that they can load the bow ahead of the time. They don't have to wait for the buzzer. As soon as they shoot their arrow, they can actually load and get ready for the next shot.
We see Eli starting off with a 9. Oh, that was Trevor the first.
Trevor that started with a 9. Eli comes out of the gate with a 10. Eli from our good friend George Riles' shop, the Archery Learning Center down in Snellville, Georgia. Probably going to be just off of the 10 there. It looks like it's out just a little bit too far. Eli comes out of the gate strong with his first 10. Beautiful looking shot. Centers the 11 there on that one. He's got that classic form that George Riles teaches down there at his facility. These kids, his kids especially, very, very experienced tournament archers. This should be very, very easy for them.
They look comfortable up there. I'm sure the nerves are getting to them, but
Trevor definitely needs to give that a little bit of a click. All 3 of his shots on the right side of the target. Little low there probably for Eli. That probably won't catch the 10, but we'll get some words here after we get the official scoring to see how that's going to turn out.
With Eli having an edge. Trevor, how's it feeling up there?
You know, it's different. It's different. I've never shot Lancaster before, but I like it. I've never shot Spotsman that much, but this whole setup, I like it. It's different, and I like it.
Well, you had a fantastic weekend coming up to here, and obviously you shot incredibly well in the eliminations to earn your right to be up here on the stage. Where are you from?
I'm from Michigan.
Michigan, and what club do you shoot out of?
Usually Livingston. Yeah, you guys have put a great shoot together. It's ran pretty much flawlessly, so I'm just having a great time, and I'm glad just to be here on the last day.
Well, congratulations for being here. It's fun to watch you work. How old are you, Trevor?
I would be 15.
You're just 15?
Yes, sir.
Very nice shooting. Let's give Trevor a hand, 15 years old. Eli, where are you from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. I see you have a Hornet shirt, Recurve's Archery Learning Center. Did you get down there to train with him?
Oh yeah, I go down there all the time.
Very good, very good. Well, congratulations for making it this far and earning your right to the stage. How old are you?
I just turned 17.
Just turned 17, very good. Let's give Eli a hand.
17 and 15 years old. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, some nice words there from Trevor. You know, we watched him shoot yesterday, and really saw a stellar performance out of him.
You mentioned that he's from the Archery Learning Center, Recurve, George Riles IV. Recurve is certainly an awesome coach, well respected in this industry. Everybody who's...
Oh, man, George does a great job. He has a great program down there. These kids come from all over the country. They call them the Hornets. That's the Archery Learning Center thing. And that color, that jersey that he's got on, that's the signature look from all of those students, all of those people that support that program.
Recurve started doing compound camps at Lancaster Archery Academy.
Another 11.
Last year. And when he announces that we're going to have him up there, it's sold out within days.
I was lucky enough to take that class this past year, and I learned so much. I've been in the game 20 years, and I learned a ton. My game has really, really improved just by going to that. Look at that. Eli pops a 33 there.
Yeah.
Really great shooting out of him.
That's excellent.
We'll see if Trevor can match it up here.
I'm sure George is watching somewhere.
guaranteed he's got this on some big screens down in his range, down at the shop, to see how his kids are doing.
Again, you seem to have found your groove already.
Yeah, feeling good.
Very good, very good. Let's talk about your gear. What bow, what sight and scope?
So I have a Freak Show extended bar, Hoyt Podium, True Ball Excel sight with a CR scope, Bee Stinger stabilizers, and
what release are you running?
Stan
Shoot off release. Very nice. Well, it seems to be working for you. Nice shooting. You seem very relaxed. That's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Trevor.
Okay, there's.
You're shooting a PSE, a CBE sight, CBE scope, and a trophy taker rest. What release are you shooting?
An HT True Ball.
An HT True Ball. Very good. Very good. Well, nice shooting, guys. You guys are showing incredible poise. Got a 5-point lead for Eli Hughes, 64-59.
Okay, we're back. Getting their arrows set. We have a 5-point difference here. Eli 64, Trevor's 59.
And he's chosen to go first. Being the archer that's in the lead, he has the option to either go first or defer to the other archer and let them start. But I just about guarantee exactly why. He wants to come out of the gate, put the pressure on, get an arrow downrange, get it in the middle, and let his competitor see that. Make him match that up.
As you and I talked yesterday.
Beautiful follow through on that. Dang, he wasn't rewarded with that arrow didn't land as good as it looked like it should have landed.
We said yesterday you don't want to pay attention to what your competitor's doing, but you do.
But I think you do. I think no matter what, you glance over there, you see it. And in this event, Rob is announcing those arrows.
Sure.
So it comes over the PA. If your competitor shoots an 11, he's going to say it out loud. You're going to hear it. You don't even have to look.
Look at that.
Nice match. Center punch that one. Great shot from Trevor. See if Eli can put another 33 down range, and he does.
I think he does.
A 33 back-to-back, and that'll take his lead through this end as well. Hopefully Trevor can get a 32 out of this. Ooh, that's going to be just close. Hopefully that's going to hold. Yeah. We'll wait for the judges to get a look at that one.
Eli, another perfect end. Boy, let's give him a hand. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Looks solid as a rock, man.
Yeah, everything feels pretty good. Shots are breaking right when they need to. So.
What did you have in your qualifying round?
648.
648. Very nice shooting. Very nice shooting. You must have had some incredible matches during the elimination rounds then.
Yeah, they were pretty intense. Shot against some good people.
Yep.
Do you get to practice much match play, 12-hour matches and whatnot at home?
Well, I go to a few leagues, and then whenever I go down to Georgia, we shoot matches all the time. So.
Very good. I want to make a point to everyone. If you're training for a tournament like this, where you have elimination matches, it's very, very important to practice under as much pressure as you can put yourself in those 12-hour matches. Connor and Casey, for instance, I have them shooting hundreds of matches in preparation for this against each other. And there's nothing that compares to match practice like that. Steel sharpens steel.
I think that costs Rob a lot of money, too, these matches that he does. I talked to him about it yesterday, and he said that Connor and Casey, they negotiated a deal. He was going to pay him 50 cents for every X or every 11 that they hit. Connor countered that offer with $1 for every 11 that they hit. So Rob counter-offered with $1 for every 8 that they hit. He said it still costs some money because they don't hit enough 8s. They hit more 11s than 8s. He said it cost him $10 or $11 or $12 just the other day in a practice round.
Well, we saw Connor. He's the youth recurve champ here, male recurve, and Casey, of course, finished second, women's recurve.
To an Olympian.
Yeah.
So that's the future of our sport right there. Those two kids, and to see what's coming up in a lot of these Joed programs across the country. Man, that was a good-looking shot. Did you see that follow through that
did.
back arm? He exploded, and you can see the little grin on his face. He knew that was a good one. Eli missed his first arrow. He caught the 10, but he didn't hit the X. Got a little shade on his scope there.
Oh,
wow.
there it is.
Did you see that fancy follow and the arrow twirl? But his hand, with the way that his hand comes back, that nice relaxed follow through, and then the confident twirl after it.
Right back.
Trevor's not going to slide away here. He's going to make him earn this.
And that's great to see at this level. Nice follow through.
A little stall on the follow through, but it was good, and he finished it, landed well. Trevor needs an 11 here to more or less stay in the match. Might catch, but it's probably going to be a 10.
Yeah.
Trevor, congratulations. 4th place in the LAS Classic, $250. And certainly shot great throughout the weekend, earning your right to be here. Will you be here again next year?
I hope so. I hope so.
Very good. And again, where are you from?
Michigan.
Okay, very good. Well, come down from Michigan again next year. I hope the weather cooperates for us. Thank you for coming. Go ahead and step down, and the arrows will be back in a moment. Eli, it's an incredible win. I'll tell you what, you'd have had any pro would have had their hands full with you on that match. Nice shooting. Go ahead and step down, and we'll wait on your opponent.
Great match from Trevor and Eli there. I think Trevor, is this being his first experience, we're going to see a lot more out of him going forward. Some great matches out of him. Like to see these guys shoot this well. Coming up next here against Eli, we've got Michael Hulbert, Michael Hulbert Jr.
I watched him shoot yesterday. This kid can shoot.
Really?
Can flat out shoot.
Of course, he's got the True Ball XL colors on, and this is the True Ball XL Archery Hall. This is at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Lancaster Archery Classic brought to you this live stream by Hoyt Archery. And if you're following scores online, the live scoring is brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products. They worked really hard with archers.com. That's RCHERZ, archers.com. You can go there and follow all the live scoring as it happens, just as we're doing right here. And if you're watching, obviously, that you're doing that through the live stream through lancasterarchery.com. And it is a YouTube channel right there. Just click it on the main page. As soon as you type that in, it'll pop right up.
How's that
look
for
at
a
that.
start?
Michael comes out of the gate and center punches an 11, letting Eli know that he's got his work cut out for him.
Oh, well, that's what he thinks.
Matched it. Great shot.
He gave a huge sigh right there with that one. Let's see what Michael can do.
Little tallish, but I think he'll probably
11.
have the 11.
Yeah.
Now, these archers have the advantage because of the technology that they have in this room, the commitment that Rob and his crew at Lancaster Archery do. These archers have the ability to glance right at their feet.
Yep.
And there's a big monitor right there, so they can look and see instantly what they've got, just to see if they need to make adjustments or need to take a look at the arrow. So
10
Michael
finish.
hits 2 10s in a row there, and we'll see if Eli can come back and drop another 11 and put a little bit of pressure on here at the end of this first match.
Looks like
That's
a 10.
10, so it looks like it's going to be tied going into the second end.
1 point advantage for Michael. Michael, congratulations. That first end was pretty solid.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. How old are you, Michael?
16 years old.
16 years old, and where are you from?
Indiana.
Indiana. What town in Indiana?
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Fort Wayne. And what shop or program do you shoot with?
I shoot at Steve's Pro Shop in Leato, Indiana.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, let's talk about your gear. It looks like you're shooting a Hoyt and a True Ball XL bar. What scope and rest and bar stabilizer are you shooting?
I'm shooting Bee Stinger, Trophy Taker rest, and a sword scope, I think. Yeah.
Sword scope. And what release are you shooting?
HBC.
HBC from True Ball. Very nice. Tension release. I want to note to the archers that are possibly curious. Most of the archers that are shooting here in elite indoor archery are probably shooting a tension release, a tension style or hinge release. Okay, ready to go?
And we're back. Teresa's back in the booth.
Hey, Chuck. So we've seen some great shooting so far from these young men.
Yeah, these guys have put on a heck of a show, and I want to correct a statement I made going away. I thought they were tied, but obviously you can see that Michael has a 1-point advantage. That was on an arrow call that I thought was probably out.
Such game face from these young archers, and just goes to show when we think about the future of the men's pro division, this is exactly what it looks like. These young men gaining a lot of composure, great coaching. Again, we've talked about George Riles with this young man being, providing that guidance and that help. It makes a big difference.
These guys look good. I mean, they're clearly well-coached archers. And this is going to be the future of what we're looking at in any of the pro divisions or any of the elite compound divisions.
Look at that game face on Eli Hughes. I mean, this is somebody who came in there, obviously I think anybody in this world, shooting in this world-class venue, up on that stage, that raised platform, you're going to be a little bit nervous. You can't help those nerves. But Eli
33
Hughes,
for Michael there. Wow.
Eli Hughes looks remarkably composed.
Yeah, he does. You can tell he practices. 33-33 out of both of these young men.
Such great shooting.
Doesn't get any better than that. You guys look as relaxed as any pro up there. How you feeling?
A little nervous.
Man, your shots look awesome. Again, both of you look like you're shooting in the backyard, in the basement, at the range that you always shoot at. Great composure, guys. Congratulations. All right, we're getting some scores up there, and let's see. What can you tell me about your Carbon Express arrows that you're shooting? I see you're shooting CXs.
Oh, they're so forgiving. I mean, I don't know. I just threw them together. Even my 3D arrow, I shot my highest X count with, and 42, 41X.
Wow. Wow. Having importance in your gear is very important, whether that's your arrow or your sight bar or your release. And Eli, I see that you're shooting aluminum Easton arrows. You happy with those?
Yeah, going with the X23s just because they shoot really well out of my bow, so I'm really pleased.
Have you tried the big tubes? They just don't group quite as well?
I haven't tried the Easton 27s, but I tried some Black Eagles, and they just, weren't hitting as well.
Very good. You got to find a setup that works for you.
Chuck, we were just hearing about the importance of finding a setup that works for you, and one of the things that Michael pointed out was that he felt his arrows were a very forgiving setup. In archery, when you use the term forgiving, we're talking about a bow or as it works with the arrow, that if the archer makes a little bit of a mistake, the bow forgives that shot.
Yeah, it's that confidence when you make a less than perfect shot. Of course, that one lands right in the dead middle. So as archers, we know that we can't execute at 100% every single shot. So what you're hoping to do is build an arrow or build a bow. When you make a little bit less than perfect shot, it doesn't wind up out in the blue ring. That it still kind of holds that 10. And that's that term forgiveness that gets thrown around in the game all the time. It's a very forgiving bow, or it's a very forgiving arrow, or a very forgiving setup. And that allows you that slight form flaw or that slight execution flaw that doesn't penalize you. But you may not necessarily get the perfect reward. Now, you saw there with his hold, I want to go back and double check that, because that time he did not have the string to his face or his anchor to his face. And I haven't noticed that before with him. I thought he was pretty consistent with that.
Let's hear what he tells Rob
Eli
about
pops
it.
out with a 33 there. Big swing.
Eli shoots a 33, another perfect end to take the lead. Nice shooting, Eli. How'd that last shot feel?
Felt really good. Yeah, all of them felt great.
Very good. As you know, up here on stage, nerves are a hard thing to deal with, and you're going to see it with the pros too in just a little bit. I want to make note. We had a question from someone online about the Archers Advocates, the coaches that are standing back here. And how do you know Eli?
I'm his father.
And how's it feel standing up here watching him shoot?
I'm a lot more nervous than he is, I believe.
I've been there, believe me, twice.
Yes, I'm just very nervous, but I think he's doing okay.
Just here and providing some support for him.
Yeah.
That's great to see. Congratulations to you as well. Let's give them a hand. The Hughes family.
You know, when we watch these young men shoot, Chuck, one of the things we really talk about is consistency. Oh, let's hear what they have to say.
We've been close friends since there.
Very good. And the Archers Advocate is here to provide an encouraging word, remind them to stay mentally centered. Mainly, you're here for mental support, you know, for your archer. And it's an important part of what you'll see here. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's great to give a little shout out to those guys that are standing in the back behind them, to working with them, give them that mental support so they don't feel like they're all alone up there on the stage.
Absolutely. And we talk a lot about the importance of consistency under pressure. Compound archery is exactly that. You know, recurve archery is too.
Great shot out of Eli.
Beautiful. It's a game of consistency. And so you mentioned before, Chuck, you know, that there was this one shot where it looked like we might have had, from Michael here, we might have had a shot where it didn't look like he was necessarily fully anchored, meaning the bowstring was not in the right place on his face. And that can make the difference. Just a couple millimeters can make the difference between hitting the 11 and losing a match.
Eli is completely in a groove now. Let's see how his anchor. He does have a little bit of a floating anchor like that. See, he's shooting this arrow just the same way, and he center punches it. There's only one other archer I've seen make that work and make it work very, very well, and that's Shane Wills.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Wills has won this event in the past. We'll see him later on this afternoon, I think. That floating anchor is incredibly difficult to master, but the reason behind it is you get no face contact, no string contact, and you get no deflection there.
$450 for your finish here. Nice shooting. I mean, that's a tough match. We probably see scores like that in the pros this afternoon. 129 to 130. Certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Very nice shooting. Do you think you'll come back to the Classic again next year?
For sure.
Okay, very good. Well, congratulations. Go ahead and step on down. They'll be back with your arrows shortly. Nice shooting. Just want to note, I've been told that Eli has shot 9 clean in a row at 130. Very nice shooting. You're on a roll. How are you feeling?
Feel pretty normal. Yeah.
Well, for the rest of us, you're not shooting normal right now. You're shooting just incredibly well. Keep it up. We hope that is normal for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We've got a tough competitor coming up next for Eli Hughes. If I'm not mistaken, it's #1 seed Anthony Ferraro, who will be walking in just a moment. And Eli, who's been shooting extremely consistently, is going to have his hands a little full.
Yeah, as Rob alluded to, Eli's he's been on fire the last 3 ends. He's shot 3 perfect ends of 33s. That's 9 11s in a row. He missed 2 11s in his first end. He missed 1 11 in the last end of his first match and missed 2 in the first end of his first match. That means out of the last 8 ends, he shot 5 perfect rounds. He's going to need to keep doing that up against Anthony here. Anthony coming in a little bit cold to the stage. Obviously, he's been warming up on the practice butts over here behind us. The lighting, they've done a great job to make it perfect and as close as possible so that the guys don't need to make any adjustments coming in here. But he's coming in a little bit cold. Obviously, Anthony knows that Eli's been on fire. Eli has shot himself up from the lower bracket, the 4th place position into this gold medal match.
And now we see that Anthony's elected to shoot first. As was his right, he did not decide to bump Eli to the other shooting platform. He decided to stay right where he was on the left side, and it works. It's a good opening shot. He sends a strong message to Eli Hughes that he is here to play. And Eli answers.
Shaft for shaft.
Beautiful shot. Really steady, lots of composure. This is grace under pressure, Chuck. Look at that. Fantastic shooting.
These young guys are as tough as any of the top pro competitors, male, female, seniors across the board. These guys are strong. Eli hits another 11.
You know, if I'm Jesse Broadwater and I'm Levi Morgan and I'm looking at this division, I'm thinking, man, I'm going to have my work cut out for me.
Wow, there's another 11. 33 out of the gate for Anthony Ferraro into this gold medal match, and let's see if Eli matches it up. Another perfect end. That's 4 perfect ends in a row. Big breath of relief there.
Nice shooting. Where are you from?
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. Excellent, excellent. Short trip down here. Is this your first Classic?
This is my third.
Your third Classic. First time up here on the stage. How's it feeling?
A little nervous.
You're doing great. You're shooting awesome. Glad to see that. What club or shop do you shoot out of?
Knockbusters Archery in Berwick.
Knockbusters Archery in Berwick. Shout out. And who's your coach?
Rich Jackson.
Rich Jackson. He's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. How many arrows have you shot in preparation for this? Have you shot many matches like this?
Yeah, a little bit.
Very good. Very good. Okay, the arrows are coming back. We're getting ready to roll again. We've got a tie score, 33 apiece.
Just fantastic shooting from these two young men. So rock solid, very, very steady. Eli Hughes is being coached by George Riles IV, Griv, 60X on social media. The Archery Learning Center JOAD program, or Junior Olympic Archery Development Program, is one of the best in the country. And George really prides himself on turning out this tremendous crop of strong youth shooters. George is an award-winning coach, does seminars all over the world, and kids are really attracted to his coaching practice because of the clear passion that he brings to coaching, and it is showing in his student Eli Hughes today, along with the other ALC students that we've seen here this weekend.
George does a really good job as well with his coaching because he develops student athletes and good adults. One of the key things I've noticed about all of the kids he coaches, the young men, the young women, he focuses them towards life itself first and archery second. You have to be a good human. You have to be a good person.
Yes, absolutely.
And then you have to involve archery into that program. So he leads it the right way. He's building tremendous young ambassadors for our game, and they're great shooters. Now, we saw Eli missed his first 11 there, but backed it up with a 32.
Looks like one of the new Hoyts, and True Ball Excel sight, Shrewd Scope, Trophy Taker drop away arrow rest, and Hoyt fuse bars. And what kind of release are you shooting?
HPC.
True Ball HPC release. Again, a hinge tension release. Very nice. You guys look like the most relaxed pair of guys we've had up here. It's incredible, the poise that you guys have. How you feeling, Eli?
I feel a lot more relaxed than I thought I would be, so it's good.
Same distance, same target as home. That's the magic of this game.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Very good. They had some close arrows to call this end, trying to make final determination to make it official. As of right now, it looks like we might have a 1-point lead for Eli, 65-64. Eli, it'll be your choice. Shoot first or second.
I think I'm going to go with first.
Oh. Just been told officially that it is tie score. So that came down to an error call, evidently. So who had the lead? Did he? Yes. He was the top-ranked archer coming in. Do you choose first or second? I apologize. First. Okay.
Anthony Ferraro shooting first on this next end, and just remarkable composure from these two young men. You could see the score is tied, and at this point, it is truly anyone's game. One arrow can really make the difference, Chuck.
Yeah, it's all going to be about execution and training right here. A little bit of a float there from him, but he catches the bottom of the X well inside the 10. It's nowhere near a bad shot at all.
Ooh, that could hurt a little bit.
That's a huge. Now, thankfully, that could, while it's a 2-point swing based on what we're looking at for scoring now,
Strong shot. 11
Solid
points.
11. He's going to keep the pressure on here. Eli knows he's got to fall back into his groove, start hitting 11s, shoot his shot. That looked much more comfortable.
So the question here, Chuck, is, we see archers get a little unnerved. They make one, shot that's a little so-so, or not. They're not too happy with it. How they recover is about how they win a match.
That's a 33 out of Anthony, and Eli really needs to catch up here before the match gets out of hand. Probably going to be a 10. Now, we've talked about this earlier. Might be a run out of gas thing. We'll see how it goes.
And looks awesome. 33. Looks like you're starting to relax up here. You feeling pretty good?
Yeah, feeling pretty good now.
Very good. Very good. Well, any other tournaments you're going to be doing this winter?
Vegas and Indoor Nationals.
Indoor Nationals in Cincinnati, NFAA?
Yeah. Yes.
Very good. Very good. How long have you been shooting, and how old are you?
4 years, and I'm 16.
16 years of age. Let's give Anthony a hand. 16 years old. Up here on stage, shooting 33, 32, 33. And Eli, how old are you?
I just turned 17.
Just turned 17. There we go. These are the pros of the future.
And a 4-point lead there now for Anthony coming into this last end. Anthony knows he just basically has to hit 10s, hold it together, doesn't have to over-execute, shoot his shot, and keep it all together. Eli, on the other hand, knows he cannot miss. He has got to shoot a 33 to stay into this match unless something really tragic happens on the other side of the line.
Absolutely, Chuck. And right now we're going to see hopefully another nice strong shot from Anthony. Look at the way he draws that bow back. He's very steady on the hold. There's not a lot of movement there.
No, he looks really, really, really good at this shot.
And that floating anchor point really, he's not floating. We've seen a lot of matches today.
Great comeback. That might catch the 11, but they're calling it a 10 on the board.
And he is not looking happy, Chuck.
Not happy about that. He knows the match is slipping away. At this point, he's got to just execute and hope for the best.
11.
Anthony getting a little tentative on that release. It didn't follow through like he has been.
Slight opportunity here for Eli to just clean it up and make sure he shoots some 11s.
Got 10 out just low.
And
he looks really frustrated that didn't catch the 11. You can see it in his face. He felt like it was a good shot that just didn't land well.
You have to feel for Eli Hughes a little bit here, Chuck, although Anthony...
There's a 10.
Not taking anything away from Anthony. Clearly beautiful shooting from him. He knows he's got this match. But Eli has shot tremendously well all day, and things came off the rails just a little
Great
bit in this
finish.
last end.
Love to see him hit that 11 at the end.
Great shooting.
Great confidence builder walking out.
Silver medal, second place, and $700 in the LAS Classic. I hope you come back next year, Eli. How you feeling? Nice shooting, whole way through. Very, very tough opponent here.
I feel pretty good. I'm happy. Yeah.
Very good. Well, look forward to seeing you again next year. Anthony, incredible shooting. A match at looks like a match at 130. 2 points off perfect. Again, that would be competitive in the pro class this afternoon. How you feeling?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Well, congratulations. $1,250 and a gold medal in the LAS Classic.
It was a great match from these young men. Love to watch that stuff.
Yes.
I'm super glad that I'm going to be a senior here very soon.
Little nervous
and not
about
have
those
to shoot
guys.
against these guys when they break up into the men's bracket. Those guys are going to be. It's amazing to see this young batch of shooters that are coming up through. We saw it with a women's recurve. We saw it with every match with the young people this weekend, who are really going to put the pressure on. It goes to really show the advancements in the technology with the equipment and the coaching and everything else. We're going to be back here in just a couple of minutes at the Lancaster Archery Classic, the Trueball Axel Archery Hall, the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. This is the Hoyt live stream broadcast with live scoring brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products. Chuck Cooley alongside of Teresa Johnson. We will be back with the men's open division.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
And welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. Chuck Cooley alongside of Teresa Johnson at the True Ball XL Archery Hall here at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Coming up next, we've got the men's open division. Now, this is going to be a little bit different than what we've seen in the past because this is top 8, and what we've been watching in all the other brackets is top 4s. These divisions are much, much bigger, so that's going to be the men's open, the women's open pro, the men's open pro. We're going to have deeper brackets here. And we've seen it in some of the other matches where maybe archers are getting a little bit tired. They can only get, 2 or 3 matches, and they're not closing it out. Really going to be a struggle for some of these guys to go through, for instance, Robert Delfonso here and Anthony Bristow. If they win, they've got to shoot through 8 people or 7 other people to get the win.
That's a lot of arrows, Chuck.
A lot of arrows.
If you potentially go 7 matches, you're shooting a 12-arrow match. That's a lot of shooting. That's a full practice, and it's as long as a qualification round in a practice.
Yeah, because they're shooting they're shooting 4 ends of 3 arrows. So essentially you're looking at, in the course of 3 matches, that would be 12 ends. That's almost a 450 or 14. You could be shooting a 600 round by the time you're all done here.
Yeah,
Robert Delfonso, first arrow out, hits a little low, probably going to score as a 9 when that comes up on the board.
Now, watching the men's open division, Chuck, so the difference between the open and the pro class is clearly the equipment style is the same. The designation is pro versus open. What does it mean to you?
It's whether or not they're shooting for all the big money or all the big dollars. A lot of these guys are very experienced tournament archers, but they haven't made the commitment to go on the full tour. Wow, look at the shake and treble there as he pulls through.
With an 11, Chuck. Look at that shot. He laid it down.
Man, is he nervous. You can just see, even when he's not shooting, he is just trembling up there under that pressure.
And that speaks
now,
to
Robert's been here before. We saw him in the shoot-off last year, so he's no stranger to this. He's a guy that's from my region back home and owns a place called Ram Archery. The trembling there, the nerves, as he's just trying to pull through and execute that shot. And that's a miss.
That is going to be the match. I don't want to say it's going to be the match, but maybe.
It could be in the compound division. When you have a miss, it's really hard to come back. And you can see the nerves. This is obviously a position Anthony's not used to being in. And I feel awful for that guy to see that happen.
Yes. Yep. Just 50 minutes west of Binghamton.
Very nice. Great area, God's country up there. Lots of mountains. What shop or area do you shoot out of?
I shoot for Ram Archery. That's my shop, and I mean that's where I shoot all over the place up there. New York, upstate Pennsylvania. You know, that's where we try to do a lot of 3Ds mainly, mostly. You know, so.
Very good. It looks like spot shooting suits you well. What did you have in your qualifying score on Friday?
640. So not super high, but good enough to play.
Well, it looks like you shot very well through the elimination rounds then to earn your right to be here on stage.
I had a fairly decent day yesterday, so yeah, you know, it was a little nerve-wracking, but we got through it, and I'm first time ever on this one, so it made me happy.
How do you feel up here on stage right now?
The first three were a little shaky, but I feel pretty good now, actually, so we'll see.
Okay. Taking reload, and we'll get set. It's Robert's choice to shoot first.
You have to feel for Anthony Bristow at this point, Chuck. He clearly is a little unnerved by, you know, we don't want to assume, but we think, you know, pressure plays a role here. And certainly this is a world-class shooting finals venue. It rivals Vegas, it rivals Nîmes. It is a beautiful indoor tournament facility, raised platforms, incredible lights. The staff spent a lot of time and care making sure the lighting was very even but still dramatic for production value. And you could see it does its job with the archers a little bit.
Looks like he's settled down there.
And so you have to wonder if the shake is just part of his shot too, Chuck. I mean, and there are some archers out there, and I'm certainly one of them, who looks a little shaky when they're at full draw.
He shakes definitely through his execution, but you could see there was a couple of camera angles on him when he was relaxed that he had a pretty good tremble in his throat. I think the nerves are definitely getting to him. He's settling down now, falls into his groove.
He's hitting the 11, and he looks really good. The question is, do we have enough of a mistake on this side?
4 ends, it's probably not going to be enough against Rob. I've shot against Rob in the past. We've shot off in some 3D. I see him on the 3D circuit quite a bit. Rob's a pretty solid shooter. I don't think it's you can't predict the future, but I don't want to say that that it can't happen. Obviously, it can happen.
Very nice. First time up here on stage?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. What did you have in your qualifying round on Friday?
Only a 36.
Well, that's very nice shooting. The elimination rounds must have gone well for you yesterday morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how are you feeling up on stage right now?
Well, the pressure's off now.
Well, let's talk about your gear. You've got what looks like just top of the line gear. Let's talk about your bow, your sight bar, your rest, even your blade is special.
Yeah, I really like the blade. The blade is from Launch Tech. They're out of the UK. Yep. I picked it up in Vegas, and I really like that. Of course, Hoyt, nice bow, CBE sight, and Jesse Broadwater Freak Show rest.
Very nice. We'll be back to you. Thank you, Anthony. All right, we've got a 62-51 match. Robert, I believe, is still going to lead. Shoot off first.
Here goes Robert, and we're going to see some, you know, we've seen him. He looks very solid behind the bow. He has a real calm about him. Not a lot of nerves with this gentleman.
No, he's experienced. He's used to this to a certain extent. I mean, this stage is quite special, and it's you know, it brings about a whole nother realm of nervousness and attention. Great, solid 11. And of course, the crowd is building in here too. We've got a few hundred people in behind the curtains watching this match. They're going to be hanging around for the Women's Open Pro, which is coming up here at about 12:15, and then we'll have the Men's Open Pro to close the day at about 12:55, 1 o'clock this afternoon. So as the crowd builds, there's more and more people in here. There's more and more eyes on. These guys all realize that there's a couple of thousand people watching us online now, and there's a few hundred people in the room watching, and there's a camera, a huge giant TV camera, just out of their line of sight there, and they're seeing all that. So this is something that these guys don't experience on a grand scale. When we see it in the pro division, when the women come up and the men come up later on, and even in the international recurve divisions, they're fairly used to all the eyes on.
Looks like he's just a little bit smoother there.
Just a little left for a 10, so it looks like 11, 11, 10.
You're settling down in a groove now.
Yes, sir.
What release are you shooting?
Shooting a True Ball BT Gold.
Again, a True Ball BT Gold, a hinge release.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed your arrows, PS26 Black Eagles. How do you like those arrows?
I love them. I love them.
How much weight are you running in the points?
150.
150 in the points. Very good. Very good. Well, nice shooting. And Ram Archery, is that a shop that you shoot in? What's your association with that shop?
No, me and my dad own it.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I hope things are going well for you, and thank you. How many lanes do you have in your indoor range?
Not as many as you. We can only shoot 5 guys across. We're not a giant store, but we're trying to get there.
Well, if you have 5 lanes, that's enough to train in and to shoot in, to have some fun little leagues and things.
We got quite a few leagues running. We were full every night, so I mean, we get guys coming there to shoot. So.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you for all you do. If you're in Bradford County, Pennsylvania, in north central Pennsylvania, be sure to look up Ram Archery, Robert and his dad. Thank you, Robert.
You know, Chuck, Rob has been speaking to the importance of visiting a pro shop when you're trying to get set up. And for all the folks out there who may be watching this broadcast, of course, here you're watching the very best of the best, but the reality is archery is a huge recreational sport all across the country. People looking to get started in archery and bow hunting, it is just the most fun sport. You can just literally get out there with a stick and string, with a bow and arrow, and have some fun. But Rob did mention the importance of visiting your local pro shop to get started, and we can't emphasize that enough, because that helps you to get exactly the gear you need within your budget to get started and the instruction you need to have fun safely in this sport.
Mm-hmm. Now, Rob mentioned he's not a very big shop, and he's right. I mean, it's a fairly small operation. I've been out there. I've shot a tournament at his place. But he is committed to several different types or disciplines of archery. He's got a full 3D range. He's got a full, what we call field course, where he could run targets out. That's a removable range, so he has to put that up and take that down. He's also got a target archery area where you can shoot up to, I think he's got 50 or 60 meters.
And that's a high shot from Anthony Bristow, and that unfortunately will add to the deficit he has. As he joked earlier, of course, the pressure's off. This match is pretty much Rob D'Alfonso's at this point, but you have to feel for Anthony Bristow a little bit, coming in clearly with some nerves.
Great shot there from Rob to close it out with an 11.
Let's see if Anthony can finish strong. And he does.
Center punches that.
Gorgeous shot to finish.
That would have won him the $100 and the gift card giveaway that Rob does.
Anthony, you take home $300 for 8th place and a chance to be up here on the stage at the Lancaster Archery Classic. We hope to see you again next year, and congratulations, $300 for your weekend, and we've loved watching you shoot.
Thank you, sir.
All right, step on down. We'll get our next competitor up. Paul Miller, come on down. Paul Miller.
So one of the things that's unique to the Lancaster Archery Classic is this opportunity for the archer to elect to take or defer the shooting position. In other words, they can take the left side of the stage or they can take the right. That's the higher ranked archer coming in. It's their choice. Again, very, very similar to the beginning of a football game, right, Chuck? I mean, it's no different. And there is a little bit of a competitive, game there that gets played because you have the opportunity to displace your opponent. And while the lighting is very consistent downrange, the staff work very hard to ensure that, you are getting onto a new target. And for an archer who's a little unsure about their mental game, it can get in their head.
Yeah, it forces you to pop back and forth. You were comfortable over there where you were. You're definitely dialed in. Arrows are hitting where you want them to hit. And when you have to slide over to the next stage, you got to make an adjustment, with your feet or mentally. It's just enough to maybe put some of the inexperienced guys off their game. I love to see the logo wear that Paul has on. He's got the Bow Junkie shirt, big and bold across his back. Of course, Bow Junkie, one of the media outlets that supports archery here throughout the United States and internationally now.
Let's see what he's got to open up with, and he's got a tall 10. It looks like he just caught it. You know, archery, Chuck, is such a sport about managing the mental game, and when archers are first coming out here, of course, you know, right now, Paul Miller knows that Robert D'Alfonso has the advantage. He's warmed up, he's been shooting pretty solid, and he's going to have to get through a tough competitor here if he wants to advance past Rob.
Mm-hmm. But Rob knows that this guy's a higher seed. Now, it might only be a point or two, but he's a higher seed, so he knows that Paul has some skills, and he can't really relax and let it slide. He still has to be on top of his game. And that's going to be harder as Rob makes it through the bracket. Now, he opens with the 32 here, both arrows landing very well for him. So he's in kind of a little bit of a comfort zone, it looks like. Great shot of Paul there. No shakes, no wobbles. He opens also with a 32. His last two arrows hitting a little bit better than his very first one.
You know, Chuck, holding every bow, well, sort of literally together, is the bowstring, when the bow is at full draw or when the bow is at rest. We're seeing a lot of different color combinations on these strings as well today. Let's take it out to Rob. I know he's going to talk about the gear.
Robert, perfect end. How you feeling up there now?
I'm starting to relax a little bit more. Pressure's off. First round, you get through, you're good, I think. I was only looking to make it through one, so anything now is gravy.
All right, great way to look at it. I noticed you're shooting a PSC bow. You sell PSCs in the shop?
Yes, we do. That's our #1 line up there. Try to push them pretty hard. I love them. So, I mean, that's what we go to bat with. PSC Obsessions, trying to get prime in there. So,
very good, very good. We wish you all the success in the world up there. It looks like you're shooting a Sherlock bar and a specialty scope.
I bought that from you 24 years ago. I've had that same exact sight.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greg, you may want to do something about that. Okay.
It's been a long time, brother.
All right. We'll get over to Paul next time.
Rob talking about the gear that these archers are using. We were talking just before we went out to Rob about the bowstrings, Chuck, and this is a part of the bow that's often, you know, you don't want to almost call it an accessory because it's so necessary for bow performance, but it's often overlooked, and yet there are just so many different types of string material out there. You can play with the number of strands of string material that you use when you're building the string, the number of twists in the string, you know, the amount of wax on the string. I mean, there's so many varieties. Chuck, what are your choices when you're thinking about setting up a set of bowstrings? What are you looking at?
I used to go with a multicolor string. Now I use first string. I use the Exit Wire Magnums, and they're a natural colored string. There's no color at all throughout the blend. It kind of has this strange sea blue, sea green kind of color. It's a material that's made by BCY, which is what most of these guys are all running, is BCY fibers and BCY strings. And you know, they do a fantastic job of building some great materials. And a lot of these guys, they'll use multicolored strings that match their bow or match their accessories, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can have some really fantastic results and really great products made by a bunch of the different companies that are out there. Rob obviously using the red highlight to match his bow, and then when you look at Paul's rig, he's got a purple and gray, which matches his bow and his design.
And of course, guys, it does look like we're catching the light on Paul's string, which is why it might look just a little funny there. It looks like there's some spread in the strands, but it's really just the light on the strings.
Come over here and talk to Paul. Paul, where are you from?
I'm from Middletown, Maryland, Rob. How are you?
Very good. You seem relaxed as a cucumber.
Well, depending on what kind of cucumber. Mine get turned into hot pickles, so hey.
There we go. There we go. Well, let me ask, what shop or range do you shoot out of?
I shoot out of Tuscarora Archers down in Frederick, Maryland.
Very good. Great club. We love Jerry Shuck and all the guys down there at Tuscarora. Great club.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm the range captain up there, too. So if you're in the area, come on out. We got a beautiful field course. It's like shooting on AstroTurf. It's all moss covered.
Very good. It is a beautiful club. We've been down there just a few weeks ago to shoot one of your indoor events, and I want to thank you for all your volunteer hours at that archery club. Let's give Paul a hand for all his work to promote archery. We'll be back next end to talk about your gear.
So we're we're going to talk, I think, next end about the gear here, but we can't underscore, excuse me, we can't understate enough the importance of archery equipment. These archers are all about gearing up, and how you set up a bow chuck is as individual as your preference for clothing and food and everything else. I mean, it is just such a gearhead sport. One of my favorite things is getting a new accessory, or especially once in a while a brand new bow, and tinkering with it and tuning it to get it shooting perfectly.
Right, and these guys, with the way they set theirs up and all the different accessories, now you say, you heard Rob mention that that's the same exact sight that he bought 24 years ago. It's a testament to how well that stuff is built. And that's the old original Steve Gibbs Sherlock. Back when he was alive, he built some of the best sights on the planet. And obviously you can see that he's put hundreds of thousands of arrows downrange. That sight's still holding together. Also, you can notice with Rob's setup, he's got a front rod, but he doesn't have any rear bars like most of the other guys.
Which is unusual, and he may not feel, based on how that sight feels to him, that he needs to counterbalance the weight of that sight.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's just the way that bow sets up. And different risers and different riser configurations, whether the longer, straighter risers or more of a reflex design or deflex design, they're all going to set up a little bit different. They're all going to load a little different, which is a term you guys use in recurve. As you draw the bow, as the riser flexes, as the shot explodes, you're going to set your gear up to accommodate that, make your shot feel very comfortable. And so it's very individualized. We'll check this last arrow here from Paul to see where we are in the match.
Beautiful.
Nice solid 11. He picks up a point on Rob there.
Let's talk a little bit about your gear. What bow are you shooting, and sight bar, scope?
Shooting an OK Archery, not Absolute, DST 40, excuse me. 40-inch ATA, 8¼ brace height. I'm shooting an Excel sight bar, CBE scope, Feather Vision lens, precision dots, Carbofast Black X rods, front and back, Stan SX3 heavy metal. A little bit of grip tape on there just to help me not let it slip.
Let's get a close-up of that release. Hold it up there. That's custom done. That's a heavy metal release, so it's got a lot of mass weight. Definitely. And it's a nice looking release. I see you have a Bow Junkie shirt on. Are you a fan of Bow Junkie?
Oh, definitely. I can't get to Neem and watch those feeds and nothing, or see them live, so I'm glued to the computer, sitting there in the kitchen doing a jigsaw puzzle. So that's all right.
Very good. I'm glad to hear you're not watching at work.
Well, not when the boss is watching.
Okay.
If I do, he might get frustrated.
All right. Well, we'll get your arrows back. We've got our last end to shoot. Looks like Robert's got a 2-end advantage. Robert leads Paul by 2.
We see downrange that it looks like they've just replaced some target faces, Chuck, and the reasoning behind that is that we want to make sure that none of those lines in the scoring rings are so blown out that they can't determine the value of the arrow. They want to make sure that this tournament is officiated absolutely within the rules and really carefully, so that a win is really a win.
Yeah, and we've seen that throughout the day. When they get to the last end, they're changing the faces to make sure that, the score is the score. That's definitely hanging the edge of that 11 there. See if Paul can match this up. He's down by 2, so he's got to hit some strong shots here. And he does. He matches that up, 11-11.
Once you start to get, just a point or two down in these, especially in these compound matches, the point swings are not as dramatic in these compound matches as they are on the recurve side. And so you really cannot afford to lose a point or two here.
That's an 11 from out of Rob, and that'll close this match because he had a 2-point lead going in. So unless something really bad happens on his last arrow, he can't catch. Now, Paul does exactly what he needs to do and hits the 11 to stay in it. Now he's got to hope for Rob to have a tragic miss and hit an 8.
There's a little question in this shot.
It's a 10.
Just out.
Yep, he needed a 9 to tie or an 8 to win if he could match with an 11.
So now Paul needs to capitalize on that. Can he do it? He's got to have an 11, a little collapse there in his release.
Beautiful way to end it.
But he manages it. Nice job.
Let's give these guys a hand. 7th place at the LAS Classic, $375. Paul, just 1 point short.
That's all
Really
right.
close.
That's the way it falls. You're shooting at a penny at 20. Hey, it's anybody's game. I think Levi Morgan said it best. The easy part, or the hard part, is to tell you how far away it is. But the easy part is, the hard part is everybody can do it. So I mean, anybody can come up here to this game and pound. I mean, there's no yardage judging in there, so anybody's dangerous in this game. 1 point at this, I'll take that L. You know what I mean? The experience of sitting here or standing here on daggone lowrider with ground effects. You kidding me? Look at this thing. I ain't never done this.
I hope you're having a good time. You come back next year?
Oh, definitely, definitely. This is my 4th time shooting it, first time at this level, but I'll be back up here again next year.
This makes you hungry to come back, doesn't it?
Oh, it gets me fired up.
Good. Look forward to seeing you again next year. Robert, incredible shooting. I'll tell you what, you got to turn pro for next year?
Yeah, no, not yet. That's a kid's game still. All those.
Kid's game?
That ain't my game. I'm on the wrong side of the hill to turn pro.
Well, you certainly do your shop proud. Do you do some coaching up there?
No, actually, we send our guys to Heritage Outdoors. Mike Price is a friend of mine, and if our guys need coaching, that's where we send them.
Well, very good. Very good. Well, let's get our next competitor up. Justin Hutchins, come on down.
So we've got Justin Hutchins coming into the final shoot-up venue here, the True Ball Excel Archery Hall. This broadcast being brought to you by Hoyt, here from the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. And this young man is about to get on the stage against Robert D'Alfonso, who is warmed up. The question is, can he maintain that level of excellence that he's had for the last couple of matches? When will fatigue start to play a role? How many arrows does Robert D'Alfonso shoot in a practice? Is he ready to hang for potentially 80-plus arrows today?
Yeah, this is now going to be his 3rd match. So he is shot, coming into this, he obviously went over to the practice range and got warmed up. So he shot however many arrows he shot over there. But under the lights and under competition, he shot 4 complete ends, right? So essentially he's halfway through or deep into a 450 round already, and he hasn't even cut through half of the field.
And let's just say, Chuck, this is it may be 45 arrows, and he's just out on that one, but this is no 450 round at the local club for sure, because they know they're on TV. We know there's thousands of people watching. The spectator hall is full, dramatic lighting, raised shooting platforms, and none other than Rob Koffold, owner of Lancaster Archery Supply, interviewing you as you're shooting the final. This is really exciting. It's a big event, high production value, and the pressure's on these shooters.
Absolutely. I think it's gonna be more of an issue as he gets forward. Look at that. Justin comes out and opens up with a 33. Rob's already 1 point behind in this match.
That means he's going to have his work cut out for him.
He's got to hit this one to stay tight, stay close.
The question is, can he manage the pressure?
That's a 10-9 liner there. We'll have to wait for the official call.
Very nice shooting. Perfect. 33. How you feeling up there?
Pretty nervous.
How old are you, Justin?
20.
20. Very good. Almost got a lot of time in this game.
Yeah, a few years.
Very good. Where are you from?
North Carolina.
Okay. What town?
Yadkinville.
Yadkinville. Very good. Is that western or eastern?
It's more in the center.
Central North Carolina. Very good. Well, thank you for coming up. Is this your first classic?
Second one. We came last year.
How'd you like the snow last year?
It was pretty bad.
Well, glad we have better weather for you this year, and you've earned your right to be up here on the stage. What did you have for a qualifying score?
645, I think.
645. Let's give them a hand. That's a great opening act on Friday. All right. Looks like we've got some very good shooting. Justin had a perfect end. 33-31. We'll have choice of first or second. First.
So it looks like, I think we heard Justin say he's going to shoot first here. Let's see how he does. Now, one of the things that we notice is the stance of the archers. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a camera angle on it, but the importance of the way the archer stands, where they place their feet, and of course how they hold their posture on their lower body. A lot of people in archery
Low 9.
focus on the importance of what we do on the upper body. There's a great shot of the stance, but you can see that the lower body has to be a really stable platform to support the archer. Now, some archers prefer to keep their feet more open to the target.
Rob's able to capitalize and get 1 point back there.
So this is a great example of an open stance, Chuck. You
Mhm.
can see Justin's feet are a little bit more open to the target, where Rob's are a little bit more square to the target. What are you seeing out there? I mean, is the trend definitely more towards an open stance?
I think the newer trend is definitely a little more relaxed open, right? So it's not a fully open stance where if for a right-handed archer, for your left foot isn't completely pointed at the target, but it's somewhere in that 30, 40 degree range, slightly behind the right foot, and just a very slightly open stance, but it's a comfortable position to keep the hips in so that the body has just a little bit of rotation to it. Keeps the muscles constricted and helps keep your frame upright.
That end unofficially 32-31. Being from North Carolina, you shoot a lot of 3Ds or mostly dots?
Yeah, dots. Field archery.
Field archery. You love field archery. Yep. Great. Great. I do too. That's where I started.
Yeah, I like it.
Very good. Very good. I see you're shooting a Matthews bow, a CBE scope, and a Viper scope on a CBE bar, a AE Pro Blade rest, and Bee Stinger bars. What release are you shooting?
The mini black hole.
Mini black hole? Very good. Very good. We got a close arrow there of Robert's to call. Robert, how you feeling up there?
Feel good. Yeah, a little warm, but it's good.
Very good. Very good. Well, we'll see how the scores shake out. It looks like we've got just a 1 point edge for Justin. Robert was able to close 1 point that end. Very close match, and we're at the halfway point. 64-63.
So, Chuck, you have to wonder now if we're starting to see Rob get just a little bit tired there. Of course, we have to always distinguish which Rob we're talking about. This time we're talking about the man in the staff shooter shirt with the bow in his hand, Rob D'Alfonso, who's been hanging tight now. This is his third match, I think, right, Chuck?
He's into this is his third match, and he's coming up into his third end of that match. At the end of this, if he makes it through, well, obviously he's going to make it through all 4 ends, but at the end of these 4 ends, he'll already have 36 arrows in competition.
And that's in addition to whatever he put down on the practice bales. They've set up a beautiful practice range for these guys to warm up on with exactly the same lighting. That was a long hold time for him.
His hold times are starting to stretch out a little bit. I think he's thinking a little bit too much, or thinking a little bit more than he was, and maybe trying a little harder, or maybe he's just getting a little bit of fatigue. But the shots aren't breaking as clean as they were earlier on in his first 2 matches.
Talking to Rob Kaufhold a few minutes ago, he did say that he felt like it was getting a little warm, and we saw him visibly sort of shake it off a little bit. We saw a little bit of an exhale there, and I think this is going to be him needing to really hang tough. This is where practice habits really start to matter.
Mm-hmm. This is where fatigue, if it's gonna set in, is gonna set in here. He's gone through, more than a 300 round in just a little under a half an hour.
And that's
he finishes strong. I like that one. His timing was much better. You can
really
see.
Nice.
That end, the way it looks, 32-31. What club or shop do you shoot out of down in North Carolina?
Broken Arrow Archery Club.
Broken Arrow Archery Club, mostly a field club. They have an indoor range too?
It's a 3D club.
3D club? Very good. Very good. Well, you're certainly shooting well here. See what they have to say. Robert's got a close arrow there, I know. Robert wants to use all the lines. Yeah. Robert, are you going to any more tournaments this winter?
We'll do indoor nationals, and then I do all the Triple Crown Leg Worlds. Summertime comes, I'm basically running 3Ds all year, but I'll do all those. Yep.
Awesome. Well-rounded archer. Thank you for your involvement and commitment to the sport.
Like I said, I was here the very first year you did this, and I remember shooting my qualifiers in the carpet upstairs in the shop upstairs. You know what I mean? I can't even imagine. I can't even fathom how gigantic this thing has become in, whatever, 14 years or 15 years. Golly, you do a great job. This is the best shoot of the year as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate that. Well, it looks like the arrows are coming back, and we'll get the last end going here. It looks like we've got a 2-point advantage for Justin going to the last end. Certainly within reach.
You know, Chuck, Rob talking about his plans for the 2017 season, talking about 3D archery, and that's just one of the many games that you can play if you love the idea of shooting a bow and arrow. 3D, of course, shooting at foam animal targets at known and unknown distances, outdoors, walking through the woods, similar to field archery. And here, the indoor game, proving that archery is a sport that we can do year-round, inside and outdoors.
I was excited to hear Justin talk about field archery being his favorite sport. Now, I'm a huge fan of field archery and a huge fan of the NFAA, and it goes back to the beginnings and our roots of outdoor archery when we would go through the woods and just shoot wooden arrows at stumps and things like that to try to have a little bit of fun shooting our bow. So to have Justin talk about the fact that this young man is a huge fan of field archery and that's his favorite game, you know, that's really exciting for a guy like me to hear that come out of these younger folks and hear the dedication to some of these shops and ranges to keep field archery alive. I know it's really expensive to do. It's a huge commitment on the range and on the owner to keep a field range up and in good working order, but I'm glad somebody's doing it down in his range. Now, we can see Rob's really starting to pour the pressure back on. He's feeling his groove again. He popped a couple of 11s out of his first 2 arrows. Let's see if he can land his third one here, just outside for 10. He picked up a point on Justin for this, and he's tightening it up.
Congratulations. Nice shooting.
Thank you.
7th place in the LAS Classic, $475. That looked like fun, but I could tell you were feeling the pressure on that last one.
That last one was, yes, pressure, for sure. But at least I didn't shoot it in the black.
Well, you had a heck of a run. Nice shooting. Congratulations. There you go. Robert said, go get him, kid. Justin, you had a heck of a run. It looks like you're on a roll, feeling pretty comfortable up there. How you feeling?
Still pretty nervous.
That's all right. That's normal.
Yeah.
All right. Next archer up is Ethan King. Ethan King, come on down.
We've got Ethan King coming in now to shoot against Justin Hutchins, who just got really hot in this last round. And we're hoping we're going to have a guest commentator joining us in just a couple of minutes. I'm told we'll be joined by Brandon Reyes of True Ball Excel. Of course, we're in the True Ball Excel Archery Hall here at the 14th Lancaster Archery Classic. And let's see. And it looks like we're just sorting out downrange who's going to shoot first. And of course, coming in as the higher ranked archer, it's Ethan King's option to either bump Justin Hutchins to the next target, which he has done, or he could have moved to the other target, and it looks like he's bumped his opponent over.
We're underway here with this first match as we watch Justin shoot his first arrow into the 11, and Ethan King is up now. Gets his second arrow into the 11. I want to welcome to the booth a very special guest. here at the Lancaster Archery Classic and title sponsor for the Archery Hall from Trueball XL, Mr. Brandon Reyes. Hey, man, thanks for stopping by the booth. Thanks for,
my pleasure. Always enjoy to stop by and talk with you guys archery as much as I can.
It's amazing what you guys have done, the commitment that you made to the Archery Hall, and to seeing what's going on here for the Classic. What an amazing venue you guys helped put together with Rob here.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable place. We've got plenty of room to grow. I know we've moved, quite a bit.
Take this opportunity to talk to Ethan. Ethan, congratulations on making it here. What did you have in your qualification round?
643.
643, nice shooting. Must have had a great shoot through in the eliminations as well. You having fun here?
Oh yeah, it's a blast.
Your first time up here on the stage?
Yep, first time at the Classic.
First time at the Classic. Very nice. You're a familiar face from around the tournament circuit. What tournaments do you shoot mostly?
Normally just ASA for the known 45 class.
Right. I see him quite a few times every year on the ASA circuit, and I recognize him as an avid 3D competitor. This just goes to show that the rubber deer guys can shoot dots too. Congratulations and nice shooting to both of you. Okay, we've got a 2-point lead for Justin, 31-33. Justin will choose first or second.
Hey, Brandon, welcome back again. Say hi to everybody out there watching the live feed. This is the Lancaster Classic 2017. Thanks again for what Trueball and XL has done. This is the Trueball XL Archery Hall for this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we we're very glad to find a place like this, with room to grow with Rob and his staff here. I know we moved a little bit in the last few years, but I think we got a location here now that's definitely allowed for some amazing shooting. And with the setup here, like I said, there's room to grow, and it's a great venue.
Yeah, I think you could bring a lot of archers into this building and really watch this thing get a lot bigger than what it already is. And we're like at 1,100 archers for this weekend, which is fantastic. I can see them getting to a couple of thousand here without much trouble. And we've seen some amazing shooters. Have you been here all morning to be able to see some of these guys coming through
Yes,
here? These young shooters are incredible shots.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I've been here all morning, sitting on the other side of the stage there, watching the archers, and not only this men's open class, but the youth men's open class also. There were some unbelievable scores shot in qualifications, and they duplicated it here in the elimination matches in the finals.
Yeah, these guys are really putting on a heck of a show. I think, I'm on the pro tour, you're on the pro tour. You got to wonder when you look at this screen that now I'm going to be lucky enough I get to break into the senior class. I'm going to get to break into the senior class here in a couple of years and a year and a half, and I'll be able to see what's going on and kind of move out away from these kids. But you're a lot younger than me. You're going to have to shoot against these guys for quite a while. It's got to be a little scary.
It is scary, and it's been that way for the last several years. I've been shooting for a long time, and traveling the circuit, and there's a lot of really good young shooters that have come up and taken over and asserted themselves at the top of the list. So it's no different this year, and it's going to continue that way. Archery's growing, and these are the next, the future of the pro classes.
Yeah, these are the people that are going to make it continue to happen. What's new with you guys for this year at the Trueball XL World?
Well, we have some new products just like every year. We try to keep everything fresh and keep people coming back for more. And with that, we added 2 new tournament release models to Jesse Broadwater Signature Series this year, and that's doing really well. I know they just started hitting the door here the last couple weeks, so getting some really positive feedback on those. And the sight systems, have been top of the line for the last few years. We got a lot of good response on those. No new real changes to the Excel target sight line. We've added some new hunting stuff on the Excel side, but yeah, we got to keep it fresh, and our engineers are constantly coming up with with new stuff that people want, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah, you guys have been on top of your line for a long time now and really done well. You just got back from Nîmes. How was that?
Yeah, it was a great trip to Nîmes. We always make it a point to be over there. It's a big target archery country, and there's a lot of dealers, a lot of shooters, and we try to make sure they see our latest products as well. So that's a great tournament, and it's always great when one of your shooters can win it. So it's a great tournament. I think a lot of people
really
need to get there if they've never been there. So.
Let's take a look here and see how these guys did right here at the end, coming into the last 3 arrows.
Another couple points, or one anyway. Where are you from?
London, Kentucky.
London, Kentucky. Very nice. Kind of the heart of the country there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What shop or range or club do you shoot with there in London, Kentucky?
We just have a private range that we just all shoot at.
Very nice. Building that you can shoot indoors at? Very nice. That's great. And you travel to all the ASAs, any IBOs at all?
Never shot an IBO. No, sir.
Very good. Well, we'll check on the scores here coming back. Want to come over here and see how Justin's doing. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm feeling better now.
Okay.
Still not hitting.
Just not hitting where the dot is. Well, it'll come around. You had a heck of a run there with a lot of perfect ends. I'm sure that can come back anytime. All right, the arrows are coming back. Get ready to go. We got one more end in this match. We got just a 3-point difference. Ethan King over Justin Hutchins. Ethan will choose first or second. Chooses first.
Now, as Rob mentioned, Ethan's got a 3-point lead going into these last 3 arrows. So that puts him on a little bit of a cushion. He can, hold the 10. What would you like to see? You've done this on this level. What would you rather have? Just something like this that you can just kind of shoot comfortable? Do you still stay aggressive, or do you just relax a little and try to make a smooth, comfortable shot?
Well, smooth, comfortable shot. Strong shot's always good. You're always aiming middle, so aim center and execute a good shot. Focus on what you want to hit, and you'll hit it.
Yeah, you can see you got rewarded with that one.
Yeah, so ultimately, 3 10s will seal the deal, but do what got you there. Aim center, execute, and more than likely you're going to hit and be rewarded for it.
So there's no layups here just because you
no.
Just because you got a little bit of a cushion. Don't relax.
No, there's nothing really to lay up. On the center bullseyes. Just do it get you there, and aim for the middle, and that's ultimately what you want to hit. Any archer wants to hit what they're aiming at. So.
Were you lucky enough? I know you were working the booth this weekend, but were you lucky enough to get time away and actually shoot a score too?
Yes, I shot a score Saturday afternoon. I, wasn't quite 100% satisfied with my setup. I've since worked on that even here yesterday. Trying to prepare for Vegas, but yeah, I was able to compete. I shot a really strong second half. But the first half, really bit me. I hit, all 10s, but that elusive 11 was just kind of, staying away from me. But,
Fifth place, $600. The Lancaster Archery Classic. Congratulations. You're a tough competitor. How you feeling?
Still kind of shook up.
Well, you hungry for more for next year?
Yeah.
Okay. Train hard and come back and get some. All right. Okay, step on down. Let's give Justin a hand. It was a good, strong match, Ethan. Nice shooting. Okay, our next competitor is John Wheeler. John Wheeler, come on down. Looks like John's shooting PSE.
That was a great match that we just watched. Ethan obviously is moving on, and now we've got John Wheeler. John, I've seen him before. John won Vegas. I think he was he the first guy to shoot a 900 with bow hunter division. Now he's switched over to freestyle. He's definitely a tough competitor. John's been around a long, long time. You know him from the tour. I'm sure you see him on the 3D ranges quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed. I've seen him several times. Like you said, mainly in 3D. But yeah, he's a competitor, and he puts a lot of effort into it, and definitely will make this match very interesting for sure.
Yeah, he's a really strong shooter in most events that I've ever seen him in. And again, to shoot a 900 shooting bow hunter equipment, we saw some really great shooting out of those guys yesterday when we watched the shoot up finals. Got to call some great matches. It's unbelievable how accurate and how well those guys and how high the scores could be using bow hunter equipment. I think it used to be looked on as a secondary class, but now these guys really have amazing setups and great gear.
Yeah, the equipment has definitely evolved, to help them out. And I have some bow hunter guys that shoot with us, locally at our shop, and it's amazing what they can do with no magnification, just a little pin,
Just a pin and a short bar.
Yep.
Yeah. These guys come out of the gate strong with 11s apiece, so it's a nice tight match to see that. And John drops another 11 on there to keep his foot on the gas. So what's up next for you guys on the tour? Are you traveling around? You going to Vegas next week?
Yes, sir. We'll be headed to Vegas next Wednesday, and it's always a big event. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I hear huge numbers as far as turnout. So
they're saying 3,400 out there already.
Yeah, 3,400 is amazing. I was often wondered if would ever see a crowd that big, but it's here now, and like I said, there'll be a lot of international presence. And then everybody, even at our local home clubs, want to find a way to get there to see what it's like. Some amazing.
John, where are you from?
Beckley, West Virginia.
Beckley, West Virginia. And do you shoot mostly dots or 3D or all of it?
I shoot it all. I love shooting a bow. Anything to do with shooting a bow, I'm in.
Very, very nice. And is there a club or a shop that you shoot out of?
I shoot out of Wicked Arrow Archery in Jesse, West Virginia, and I shoot at the Wyoming County Bowhunters Association, which is in Mullins, West Virginia.
Very nice. Sounds like an active area there in West Virginia. Very good. Well, I noticed that you're shooting a PSC bow, and let me see, what sight bar is that? That's a sword sight and a sword scope. Looks like we've got Bee Stinger stabilizers, a Bowdoodle rest, and what release are you running?
I'm running a Carter Just Because.
Carter Just Because. Very good. All right, we're back. We're ready to roll. There's your arrow, sir. Looks like we got 33 apiece, tie match.
I want to welcome you back again to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We are at the Trueball XL Archery Hall in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This is the men's open shoot up, and we're watching John Wheeler, and he's going against Ethan King right now. I want to remind everybody and welcome our special guest here, Brandon Reyes from Trueball XL. He's helping call out a few arrows here. They're a big sponsor of us and title sponsor for the archery hall here. Again, welcome, Brandon.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So we were talking before we stepped aside there that you've got Vegas coming up, and I think isn't there ASA right on the heels of that, and then you're right on the road out to the woods, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, we will have a week off this coming weekend, which is welcomed because of the ATA, and then our trip to Nîmes, and then here. So we'll have a break and then head to Vegas, and then immediately following Vegas, we'll be headed to Foley, Alabama for the first ASA Pro-Am of the year. So yeah, it's a pretty tight schedule.
Really busy schedule for you guys. Really busy schedule. These guys are motoring through these arrows. They have 30 seconds on the clock, but I see them not holding all that long. They're just pounding them through. John had an uncharacteristic 9, so we'll see how that shakes out here in just a second.
Let's give him a hand. Thank you. I want to thank you for wearing a Lancaster Archery patch. I noticed that sitting over there. And also, you're a Bow Junkie fan. I see you're wearing a Bow Junkie hat. Do you enjoy watching the coverage of the events throughout the year?
Oh, yeah, they do a great job.
Very good. Very good. Well, you're doing a great job here with your Elite Bow and TOG accessories. Nice shooting. John, you had one shot that just got away from you there, but not too bad. You only lost 1 point on it.
It bobbled a little high and went off. It just bobbled a little high and went off.
Trust me,
Bad timing.
Trust me, it happens. All right, got a 65-64 match. Ethan's got 1 point lead over John Wheeler. Ethan chooses to shoot first or second. Ethan first. Okay, Ethan will lead off.
So Ethan gets to lead off because he has the lead, so he chooses that he wants to send an arrow downrange first versus second, you know, being that, having that tactical advantage. Is that something you would do as well?
Yeah, I think, you know, put the pressure on your opponent. And ultimately, I think, you know, whatever you got to do to win.
Ooh, and he pops a 9 a little high there.
Yep. You got to be able to, you know, to execute and, you know, make a good shot to be able to put that pressure on. Otherwise, the tables turn really quick.
Mm-hmm.
So
John gets a point back there.
Yeah, picks up 1, and I think we got a tie match at this point.
These guys are getting tough as they get up through the upper half of the bracket here. I mean, we're looking at the, this is the 4th place bracket right here. 3rd place bracket, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Nice shot there from John.
Center punches that.
Definitely shoot good here and you're on the podium. Or better, so.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to get into that gold mat.
Mm-hmm.
Nice clean follow through on that. That shot looked a lot more comfortable from him. See just a little tremble in John's thumb there.
11.
Center shot, nice. So John picks up another point.
Okay, it looks like we've got 32-31 unofficially that end. Looks like we've got a tie match going. 1 end to go. How you feeling, John?
I'm good.
I'm good. I love that answer, man. You seem cool as cucumber. That's great.
I live for this.
All right. All right, we're having fun. It's both fun and terrifying to be up there on stage, isn't it, Ethan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fun, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is what we all shoot for, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. See where we're at score-wise. Get the arrows coming back. Okay, we've got a tie match, 1 end to go. Who was the previous leader? Okay, Ethan, it'd still be your choice, first or second? First. Okay, very good. Get your arrows and we'll get going.
So Ethan chooses to stay as the leadoff man. He had the lead going into this. 3 more arrows. It's a tie match going in. And you saw John lean back, get a couple of words of advice from his advocate, his coach behind the line there. Just kind of keep his focus there. And if you're tuning in, we want to thank you very much to the LancasterArchery.com live stream through YouTube. Is brought to you by Hoyt Archery. And if you want to keep up on live scoring, that is brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products. That can be found through archers.com, RCHERZ.com, archers.com. Again, this is the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017 brought to you by Hoyt Archery. And we are in the True Ball Axel Archery Hall with our special guest Brandon Reyes from True Ball and Axel. And we're watching a heck of a match here for the men's open. They were tied going in. John shot an 8 on his first arrow, and that could be all over after that.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to recover. I saw a little bit of hiccup in his release, and ultimately he was not rewarded with a good result. So it's going to be tough now for him.
Yeah, he can finish strong. He can't catch him at this point because he's an 8 and 11. And he finishes strong, but that's going to go to Ethan.
John Wheeler, it's good for 4th place, $750. Nice shooting, congratulations. I hope you come back next year. All right, man. You did your area of West Virginia proud.
Well, I try.
Congratulations. Okay, come on down. Ethan, congratulations, tough shooting. A good mutual friend of ours, Darren Christianberry, just asked me to ask you for the crowd how old you were.
18.
18 years old. Incredible. Let's give him a hand. 18. Incredible poise. How many years have you been shooting 3D then?
I've shot it, but I've just been shooting it for the last 5 years, kind of seriously.
Wow. I would have guessed that I'd seen you on the ASA ranges for a lot longer than that. Congratulations and nice shooting. All right. Ryan Reed is our next archer. Ryan, thanks for coming up. And I believe Ryan's chosen the left stage, so you can keep the right stage there, Ethan. Go ahead and take your places. Do you choose to shoot first or second? First, okay. At the whistle, your 30 seconds will start. When your arrow hits, Ethan's 30 seconds will start. You should be loading and getting ready because your 30 seconds will start immediately. Okay, let's go get them, guys.
And now we welcome Ryan Reed. He's our number 2 qualifier. And, of course, we just watched Ethan advance through John Wheeler. In the booth here with Brandon Reyes from True Ball XL at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. This is the bronze medal match, brought to you by live stream through Hoyt Archery, and Dead Center Archery Products is also doing the live scoring through archers.com. And it sounds a little funny as we talk, because I just noticed our good friend from Bodoc Archery popping in to take a couple of pictures of us here in the booth as we're talking. Welcome back again, Brandon.
Thank you. It's glad to be here, and there's some unbelievable start for these two as well.
Yeah, man, they pop a couple of 11s right out of the gate. Of course, this is what we expect with these guys at this level. This men's open division is just as strong as the men's open pro division. That's an absolute donut inside out. 11 right there.
Yep, clean 11 so far, and I don't expect anything less. This is for the for a chance to get to that top-seeded guy. So
yeah, they can shoot through and make it to the gold match here.
Saw 10 there, so 11
we heard
here.
Rob talk about Ethan only being 18 years old on this stage and his first time out here, and he looks as calm and comfortable as could be. 11-11-10 tie match.
Ryan, where are you from?
From Georgetown, Kentucky.
Georgetown, Kentucky. Very good. All right, looks like we got a couple of Kentuckians shooting here.
Ethan and I shoot together a lot. I say Ethan and I shoot together a lot.
Wow, these two guys shoot together a lot at home.
I call Ethan my kryptonite.
Oh, no. Well, we'll see about that, right? This will be the proof.
That's right.
Okay, very good. Well, I see you're shooting one of the new Bowtech bows, just a gorgeous bow up here in purple. And you're shooting a CBE sight and scope, Trophy Taker spring steel rest, and looks like Victory arrows, shooting some 27 Victories. And what release are you shooting?
I shoot a stand blackjack heavy metal.
Okay, very good. All right, we've got our arrows back already. We'll take and commence, tied up at 32.
And we talked about earlier all the travel schedule that you're doing there, Brandon. How's that fitting into moving into this brand new house that you've got?
Oh, well, it actually went pretty smooth, actually, thankfully. Our goal was to be in by Christmas, because we knew that after that it's going to be a hectic travel schedule. So we made it, and now we're just settling down.
It's a beautiful new place. I was following it online. You guys did an amazing job. What a gorgeous place you built. Did you by chance build an archery range downstairs?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
I have a 20-yard range in the bottom, and matter of fact, I picked up a couple targets here to put down there. So yeah, it'll have a range, and I'll have my 3D range elsewhere, but for this type of game, I'll be able to go down there anytime and practice.
Have a full shop and a full range right there in the house.
Yep, yeah, I'll have it'll be equipped, to be able to work on anything and whatever I may need. So it'll be nice.
That's a huge advantage. I'm looking forward to that myself, is building a range downstairs.
Yep.
Beautiful place you guys built.
Thank you.
These guys putting together a big round.
The line on the right, top right side. And 11-3.
Another 11, a 33 there by Ethan, and he really puts the gas on.
Yeah, 3-point switch.
I noticed the Bell's Outdoor Sports. Is that the shop you shoot with?
That's a local club or local shop in Cynthiana, Kentucky, and I'm proud to represent him. He got me my bow, and he's got a great shop. We shoot a lot of indoor leagues in there, and I'm happy to shoot for him.
So you have an indoor range? How many lanes?
We've got 8 lanes, but it's a state-of-the-art range. He's got video cameras, a lot like what you've got here, where we can see our arrows hit, and he's put a lot of work into it. I'd like to say hi to all my guys back home, my Archery Outlaws crew in Kentucky, and my fiance. She couldn't be here this week. She's always puts up with my addiction to this sport and travels around, and she couldn't make it, so I'll say hi to her at home.
Well, we thank you, too, for allowing him to come and shoot the LAS Classic this year and to shoot his bow as often as he does. Thank you. Okay, it looks like Ethan's got the lead. He chooses to shoot second.
And we come into the third end of this match. And again, this is the match that's going to determine who moves on into second place. Ethan King with a slim 3-point lead against Ryan Reed, who you're watching shooting there. He comes out of the gate with an 11. Ethan's been shooting very strong, yeah, Brandon?
Yeah, Ethan looked like he was, getting real comfortable on that stage there, and you'll see a 10 there, but he's still got a 2-point advantage, and I think, if he can get a couple 11s here, he'll feel pretty good going into that last end.
Looks like an 11 out of Ryan there. Might be a little tall, but they're marking it as an 11 now. If Ethan can match that up and still hold this lead. Center punched it. That's the same hole he's been hitting in that target.
Yep, nice shot.
He's looking really comfortable.
Those holes in those targets are nice if they're in the right spot.
Yeah, they are. I've had him distract me out there too.
Yep. Yeah, that eye just seems to find that if you execute strong, and you'll be rewarded if it's in the right spot.
Well, I want to thank you very much for stopping by the booth today, and thank you very much for your support here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. And we'll let you step aside. I know you're super busy. Thanks again.
Yep,
very
thanks
much,
for having
Brandon.
me. And yep.
We'll let you go out and get back, because I know you want to see the matches that are coming up. You've got some important pros shooting in the women's division and the men's division. And thanks again for stopping
appreciate
by.
It.
Really appreciate all your support here for the Lancaster Classic.
It's been a great time.
I'll see you in Vegas, and we'll see you on the road.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, man.
See ya.
Very good. For you shop owners across the country, you can control your own destiny by promoting the sport of archery and holding as many events, leagues, kind of an academy style with your ranges and your shop. And Heather File here, standing right beside me, is the director of our Lancaster Archery Academy, and she is responsible for our success, especially over the last 3 years with the Archery Academy and what she's done in coaching the kids and in running our whole program. Please, round of applause for Heather File. I don't think there's a coach in the entire country that, at least a woman coach, that shoots or could shoot nearly as well as Heather does with a recurve or a compound. She was the top qualifier here on Friday with a 632 and was the #1 qualifier in the women's open division. Unfortunately, we only gave her about 2 or 3 hours sleep on Friday night, and so she got eliminated on Saturday morning. But let's give Heather another round of applause. She's a heck of an archer.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, let's get back to our match. It's the last end. It looks like we've got a 2-point differential. Ethan's got a 2-point lead.
And we're back here with Teresa Johnson in the booth. to close out this particular match between Ethan King and Ryan Reed.
Such a game face from Ethan King. He just looks dialed in right now.
Yeah, he's shooting really smooth. Brandon and I were talking about that. And I want to thank again Brandon Reyes and all the people from True Ball XL with their commitment to this game and to this event, as well as all the other events that they sponsor on the tour and all the archers that they support. True Ball and XL really does a fantastic job, and they're the title sponsor for the Archery Hall this weekend at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex for the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic.
And let's just mention, Chuck, that the Summers family, owners of True Ball XL, are just the nicest folks you could ever hope to meet. So kind to everybody, really give so much back to the sport of archery along with the rest of their family, including Brandon. Just the nicest people you'll ever meet.
And their involvement goes really deep as well. They're involved in the organizations behind the scenes and been doing it for many, many, many years. So here we are into the last arrow. Ryan can shoot an 11.
And he does. Good finish.
Great finish.
Third place, $1,000 plus a $100 contingency from Bowtech. Not a bad weekend for you. Unfortunately, that kryptonite thing is, yeah.
I told you. I was playing with house money anyway. You know, I didn't even book a hotel room for last night. So after the after the eliminations yesterday, I had to go to the front desk and get another room. So,
well, you certainly paid for it. We got a $1,000 check coming to you. Let's give Ryan a hand.
So now we've got Ethan King moving again through the bracket, and he will see our number 1 seed, Ryan Locke. Ryan had an incredible qualifying round and made it through the brackets. This, I think, is going to be a really, really powerful match. Ethan shot a 129 overall for this last match, shot a 128, and in his very first match also shot a 129. So he's on pace, only dropping an extra 2 throughout the series of 4 ends. I think this is going to be a really great match.
Well, and again, we always want to understand the effect of being a little fatigued, a little tired. Ethan's been up on the stage for a few minutes now, whereas Ryan Locke is coming in fresh. He's been over on the practice bales, again, set up just like this venue. We have to see, is he displaced a little bit because he's moved off the practice bales? Doesn't look like it. First arrow's a solid 11.
You can see the big sigh of relief. He knows he got a great shot off, was rewarded for it. Hits the 11. Ethan's definitely got to match it up.
Nice
Looks like
shot.
he was going to catch the bottom
it.
of the 11 there. He's been in a bit of a groove. We talked about fatigue with some of the archers earlier on. These are both much younger men, so they should have a lot more stamina.
And Chuck, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we saw Ethan King yesterday in a shoot-off to make it into these finals. And he kept his cool under pressure there, too.
These guys both come out of the gate with a 22 out of their first 2 arrows.
Very solid shooting in this men's open division.
33.
Again, just another reminder that, you can designate that commitment to being a pro. It doesn't make you any less of a shooter to shoot open.
11. Good if you like it perfect. Let's give these guys a hand. Ryan, you've been here many years. How many years is this for you up on the stage here?
Well, second, because you guys just had it last year, but the year before also on the shoot-ups.
Very good, very good. Well, welcome back. Ryan, I see you're shooting a PSC bow, True Ball XL Achieve sight, Shrewd scope. You got fulcrum release from True Ball. Okay, and Bee Stinger rods. Very good. This match promises to be epic. These guys look like they're both dialed in. Shoot well, Ryan. Because it's tie score, you still have.
And we want to welcome everybody to the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. Specifically, we want to welcome our Blue Ridge Cable subscribers here in Lancaster County. We have now a live stream to the cable subscribers here that we've put together. Thank you very much, Blue Ridge Cable, for that. We really appreciate it.
Very exciting stuff.
And if you're watching online, we have well over 2,000 people watching online through our Lancaster.com YouTube channel, and you can keep up live with what's going on there. And if you want to see the live scoring, you go over to archers.com, RCHERZ.com. And you can see the live scoring there, and Teresa and I will be talking about the scoring, and that'll help you keep track of what's going on. If you're just joining us through the Blue Ridge Cable subscribers here in Lancaster County, what you're watching now is the finals for the men's open division. They are shooting at a 40-centimeter target there. The inner ring, where you just saw Ryan's arrow land, is worth 11 points. The next ring is worth 10. The final yellow ring is 9 points. Once you get out into the red area of the target, that is 8, then 7, and the blue ring is 6 points. Right now they're shooting 3 arrows per end. That's what we call it, an end of arrows. They shoot 3 arrows, and it is a cumulative score. So the more points you can hit, the easier it is to win. It's only 4 ends. Whoever has the most points at the end is declared the winner.
And Chuck, let's talk a little bit about how we got to this point this weekend. These archers started their weekend back on Thursday. Every archer here, 1,093 in total, had to...
Vortex HD binoculars there. How do you like those?
Oh, they're good. They're crystal clear. No complaints about them. Light.
I want to give a shout out to Riley and the Vortex Optics Company. Riley is an archer himself and competed here in the LAS Classic. He's a very serious bow hunter and archer, and a huge advocate for archery and competitive archery and bow hunting with Vortex. Vortex is really beginning to design optics and binoculars specifically for archers and bow hunters. So if you're in the market for a new rangefinder, a new spotting scope, or pair of binoculars, I'd certainly recommend Vortex. I'm glad you're happy with them.
Yep. Great customer service as well.
That's true. They've got an awesome warranty and great people to deal with. Thank you, Riley.
So we were talking a little bit earlier about what these archers went through to get to this final stage. So Chuck, we know that we saw archers, we had 193 total competitors on Thursday shooting qualification rounds.
1,193.
1,193. So that means that they shot 60 arrows for score. Each of these archers, all of them, shot 60 arrows for score. Depending on their division, meaning men's pro, for example, men's open division, they were selected, the top number of archers, whether that was 64, 32, the top 8, were selected to compete in head-to-head match play, which went on yesterday all day long. That's what puts them on this final stage. So they've had a long road to get here, over 3 days of very competitive shooting.
That's exactly it. It is a long road of competition. So that first qualifying score, all that does is kind of set the field. And they peel out the top 64 or top 12, like Teresa said. And everybody else, if you didn't make the cut, you go home. You're a spectator right now. If you made the cut, then you had to shoot again against your fellow competitors to see if you could whittle that field from 64 to now what we started with this morning with this division, the top 8. And every time you lost a match, you went home and became a spectator, and the top archers would move on. So it went from 64 to 32 to 16, and now the top 8. And what we're watching here is the final 2 men in this men's open division. Now, both of them very young. Ethan in the yellow shirt, we talked to him earlier. Only 18 years old.
Ethan, how are you feeling?
Pretty good now.
Seems like you're in a groove.
Yes, sir.
All right, looking good, looking good. It's an epic Kentucky battle here. All right. Officially, I did get word that there is a 2-point spread, 99-97, and that was on that last end. There was a close arrow call. 2 points is within reach. Anything can happen. And Ethan, you'll have the choice of first or second.
I'll take first.
Okay. We'll lead this one, and Ethan will start first.
The reason why Rob asked Ethan whether or not he wanted to go first, Teresa, we're very familiar, but we're kind of doing some additional explanation here. You can see by looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen that Ethan has a 2-point advantage. When you're the leader, you can decide whether or not you want to shoot first or shoot second. Most archers opt to shoot first and put the pressure on their competitor, lay down a really good arrow, put one in the middle, and force them to hear it and see it and know that they have to match it to try to catch you. Ethan slips up, he hits a 10, he opens the door there. Ryan can shoot an 11 and close that lead to within 1 point.
Really nice shooting by both of these gentlemen today. And now you have to, we also want to think here about the importance of Ryan coming in very fresh. This is something that's very unique to this particular archery tournament, which is that the top seeded archer only enters the final shoot up at the very end. In other words, everyone else, the rest of the top 8 in the division have to keep competing against each other to stay alive long enough to face, in this case, Ryan Locke. So he's fresh, he's not tired, but he was a little newer to the stage when he comes in the door, and there's an opportunity to...
Now, coming into this last arrow, Ethan's got to hit an 11 to win the match. If he hits a 10, he opens the door for a tie. If he hits a 9, he opens the door for a loss. And he hits an 11. 10, 11, 11. He's going to hold the match. There's nothing that Ryan can do at this point. He's down by 1 and can't hit more than 11 points.
A little bit of shake there. You know, can he do it? He knows out to the 9, out to the left side, just a little unsteady.
Ryan, that was a tough match. You go up against a 131. It's tough to beat that. Takes perfect. Nice shooting. Second place, $1,750. Wait, yeah, $1,750 for second place. $1,750. Let's hear it for Ryan. Congratulations, Ryan. Nice shooting. This is your highest finish, I believe?
No.
No, you won. No, 1 year? Come in second. Okay, very good. So you have 2 second-place finishes? All right, there's room for improvement. We hope to see you next year. Step on down. Congratulations. Let's give Ryan Locke a hand. Doing Kentucky proud, as is Ethan. Ethan, 131, almost perfect.
Yes, sir.
So you have room for improvement, right?
Oh, yeah, always.
All right. Well, we'll see how this match goes. $4,000, the winner. Excuse me, $4,000, the winner of the 2017 LAS Classic. Congratulations. You've done it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to run some door prizes now. These are for folks who visited the showroom this weekend. We're going to send these door prizes to you, and here are the winners and what they've won. We're going to start out Monica Loeffler with an AEE fletching kit from Arizona Archery Enterprises. Lauren Hopkins of Vortex Viper binoculars, 1042 with a hat. Thank you, Vortex. Jenna Eisenberg, the Loophole Cascade set of binoculars. Don Snipes, a Vortex rangefinder. Haley Matney, a Vortex Diamondback binocular, 10 by 50 with a hat. Ashley Shennick, $100 gift card. Peyton Smith, $100 gift card. Kelly Rogers, $100 gift card. Julie Kaufman, $100 gift card. Jesse Burkett, $100 gift card. And Brianna Theodore, a $500 gift card from Lancaster Archery. Thank you very much for going out and visiting the showroom. Our next and last division up is the women's pro division. We're gonna have a commercial break.
And so coming up in just a couple of minutes here, we are going to see the Women's Open Pro Division, and then following that at around 12:55, we will have the Men's Open Pro Division. Again, we want to thank and welcome the Blue Ridge Cable subscribers here in Lancaster County. Be sure you stay tuned, and we will be right back with the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. We are at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. We want to make sure we welcome all of our Blue Ridge Cable subscribers here in Lancaster County, all of our viewers that are watching the Hoyt live stream through Lancaster.com and YouTube. And if you want to follow live scoring, you can follow that on archers.com. That's RCHERZ.com. I'm here with my co-host Teresa Johnson. Teresa, we are about ready to see the top of the top, the ladies or the women's pro division. This will be the top bracket for gold, silver, bronze.
Absolutely, and we've got some of the best female archers in the United States, in fact, in the world competing here. We've got international talent as well as domestic. Up on stage right now, you see here we've got Paige Gore. She's going to be competing alongside Sharon Carpenter. Now, both of these ladies very skilled in multiple archery disciplines. Sharon Carpenter, a 3D archery standout. For our Blue Ridge Cable subscribers, that means that she competes in a style of archery that involves shooting three-dimensional foam animals at known and unknown distances outdoors. Sharon opens with a, looks like she just caught the 10 on the low end of it. Let's see how Paige responds.
Now, Paige, a very accomplished shooter. She's been shooting on the national and the international tour for many, many years. The World Cup Series, the U.S. World Team, the U.S. National Team, just switched over to shooting Bowtech this year. Sharon has a 10 just out to the left there. She did not hit that inner ring, which does score 11 points.
So when we're talking about shooting a Bowtech, we're referring to the brand of bow that Paige is shooting. That was a big change for her this year. She had been with her previous equipment sponsor, literally, I think, since she was a kid, right, Chuck?
I think so. She'd been with those guys for a long, long time. Sharon definitely bearing down here. That was a great shot. She's going to be rewarded with hitting that inner ring, the 11 points. And Paige takes aim here. Paige, I've shot with her before on the line. She shot, the last time I shot with her was an outdoor event in Yankton, South Dakota. She actually shot the highest score on the entire field, beating all men, all women, everybody all together.
Let's give them a hand for the great first inning. Paige, we've known each other for several years. This is your first time coming to the Classic. You come the whole way from California. What do you think of this weekend? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's awesome. The event's organized so well, and the venue's beautiful. So I'm glad I came. I've heard for years everyone said it's like their favorite tournament, so I figured I had to make the trip.
Well, we're certainly glad you did. How did your qualification round and your eliminations go?
Qualification was rough, but then yesterday came back and was normal. It was better. So I was like, all right, I did it when I needed to, so it worked out.
Very good. It's a real accomplishment to just make it up to the stage here. How are you feeling, Sharon?
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time making the Final Four for Lancaster, so I'm just happy I made it this far.
Well, very good. Congratulations to you both. You're both off to a great start. Paige does have a 1-point lead, and will choose first or second. First. Okay. Paige will lead off at the buzzer.
So when we think about what's on the line, Chuck, we have some big cash prizes in store for the ladies who managed to pull off the top 4 positions in the women's pro class.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's a straight purse that all these archers are eligible for. In this division, the women's pro division, 4th place $750, 3rd place $1,000, 2nd place $1,500, 1st place is $3,000. But let's think about some of the companies that these women are shooting for as well. You see their sponsor logos all over their jerseys. You see Sharon Black Eagle hat there, and the Matthews shirt. Those companies are archery manufacturers, and we're explaining this to the mostly to the cable subscribers who may not be as familiar with tournament archery as our regular listeners. There's a lot of money on the line from all the different bow companies. For the Women's Open Pro, there's an additional $4,000 for first place, $1,000 for second, third place is $500. Depending on the arrows that they're shooting, you could win as much as another $300 to $500 or $1,000. Now, Paige, because she's shooting a Bowtech, she has an additional $8,000 on the line if she can win first place. Sharon has $600 or $500 available because of the arrow sponsor and things like that. And the stabilizers, those are the long rods that hang off of the bars that they're using to help balance the bow. So there's quite a bit of money on the line here, and we'll get some words from the ladies after that end and find out how they felt.
As a little girl, you came up shooting a bow. When did you start shooting?
At like age 2. Yeah, really young. My parents both shot, so they started my brother and I. They were going to the range and figured if they're going to be with us, they might as well shoot too.
That's awesome. Growing up in an archery family then.
Yeah, that made it a lot better because Mom and Dad shot, so they kind of understood what everything was. So kind of as I started progressing, they were kind of like, oh, okay. They didn't shoot any of like the FIDA and any of the different stuff, but it's been nice to have the support that gets it.
Yes, and I see that you married a bow hunter and an archer too, and he certainly gets it.
Yes, yeah, he does. That's cool. So he shoots, and then my sister-in-law, Heather Gore, shoots, and she was here this weekend. So it's kind of cool because now the whole family is an archery family.
Great. Great to hear that story. Go ahead and get your arrows, and we'll get to the third end at the halfway point, 63-62. Paige Gore leads by just 1 point over Sharon Carpenter. Choose first or second.
Paige is such a skilled archer, Chuck, and I've had the pleasure of following her for several years, covering her during target archery events on the international scene as well as domestically through USA Archery. She's a standout. She's also a real pro in her interviews. She's a true professional in every sense of the word. And here you can see she stays very calm, very collected, facing somebody like Sharon, who shoots a different discipline, but is an equally skilled shooter.
Absolutely. I mean, Sharon's no slouch. You're normally going to see Sharon on 3D range, like you mentioned earlier, shooting, what I call rubber deer, the foam animal thing at known and unknown distances. Paige, I think, is more of a target archer. She got into 3D archery recently to kind of keep her shoulders alive so that she wasn't shooting quite as many arrows. In a 3D round, you'll typically only shoot 20, maybe 30 or 40 arrows in a given day versus a target round where you may shoot a couple of hundred arrows in a given day. And, that beating that your body takes over the course of a lifetime really starts to show.
You know, Paige is really focuses a lot on her training and spends a lot of time practicing, as you mentioned. That is going to really help her today if she can get through this match and she has any hope of fighting her way to the top of this bracket and the gold medal prize. She's got to be able to be strong through many arrows, over 80 arrows. And if anybody can do it, it's certainly Paige.
And an 11 for Sharon. Good strong shot. Let's give these guys a hand. How you feeling up there, Sharon?
A little nervous. I'm just trying to make the shot and just keep focused. That's all I can do.
Well, very good. Sharon is one of the top 3D pros on the ASA circuit, and we've gotten to know Sharon and Jack over the years, and we certainly love them as a couple, and appreciate you coming to the LAS Classic. Let's talk about your gear just a little bit. I see you're sporting one of the new Matthews and an Excel sight in a beautiful pink color, shrewd scope, and what bars are you shooting?
I'm sorry, what?
What rods?
Oh, Shrewd Stabilizers, the Onyx.
Very good. The Onyx Shrewd Stabilizers, Hamsky Rest. I see Black Eagle PS26 arrows, and
that's the new stand.
The new stand release, the Perfex release. Very good. Okay, we've got arrows coming back. We'll go over Paige's equipment very quickly. I see you're shooting a brand new Bowtech. It's beautiful in white. I love it. And tell me about the rest of your gear.
I'm running the A Freak Show. I have an Excel sight, specialty archery housing, Carbon Express arrows. Those have been awesome. Carter Release, America's Best Bowstrings, just name a few. Oh, I'm shooting Bernie's bars, the Control Freak stabilizers.
As is my daughter. She loves them too.
They're super light. Super light, so they're good for women.
Very good. Very good. Well, nice shooting. You're both having a great match. We've got a close line down there that Mary's taking a hard look at on Sharon's target. How does this compare to other stages that you've been on over the years? You've been on many stages all over the world, World Cups and things. You've shot a lot of international archery.
It's just different. This is actually my first indoor. So normally outside, it's outdoor lighting. So it's definitely different going from the lighting of the venue to the practice range to here. It's about the only thing that varies, but the venue itself is pretty cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You know, Paige just made an important point, Chuck, about the differences between indoor and outdoor archery, and this underscores, you know, for those who may be watching and are a little new to seeing archery or they're excited to try archery, this is a great year-round sport. It can be done indoors or outside. In the winter, in the summer, there's archery year-round, and of course the best place to get started is to find your local pro shop. There's a listing of those on archery360.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Get out there and get some experience. Now, Paige, with that long delay, what we witnessed, and again, we're going to touch on some stuff that we normally don't bring a highlight to, and that's for our local Blue Ridge Cable subscribers who are tuned in now. The judges down there, wow, Sharon absolutely center punched that target. The judges were down there looking at that with a lighted magnifier to make sure that they gave the archer the score that they earned and that they deserved. Paige matches that 11 with another one of her own. It's important that the judges here, they're not here to try to take away points if they think the archer missed, but they try to advocate for the archer, try to make sure that if they hit that next higher line, then they get that point. Sharon lands another 11, and she didn't look very comfortable with that shot, but she was rewarded with a great hit.
Now we're seeing Paige, and she's super steady. You notice that Paige uses her index finger to trigger the release of the arrow. She's using her wrist strap release, and she's just a slow squeeze, but mostly using her back muscles to activate that release aid.
Versus Sharon, there's a great shot at her target. She uses a thumb button or a handheld release, and as she squeezes that release will fire, and that arrow will launch out of the bow. She grabs a 10, and that'll give that end advantage to Paige.
Very nice job. Great sportsmanship there from Paige and from Sharon. Sharon, fourth place at this LAS Classic tournament. You had the opportunity to take the stage for yourself and your sponsors. $750 for fourth. Congratulations. Nice shooting. Give Sharon Carpenter a hand. Be sure to follow her on the ASA tour throughout the year. Come on down. Okay, Sarah Sonicson will be our next competitor in the Women's Pro Division. Let's give Sarah a hand.
Now up next we've got Sarah Sonicson entering the stage, and Sarah speaks to the fact that this is a truly international archery competition with an incredible level of talent. Just many of the best shooters in the world are here. Sarah, currently world ranked number 3, many gold, silver, and bronze medal wins in World Cup and World Championship competitions.
Only age 21 as well, coming all the way over from Denmark.
Classic this year.
I thought it was fun. It sounded fun, and it's really big and great competition, so why not?
Did it meet your expectations?
Definitely. It's really, really fun, and it's kind of different because I'm not used to shooting the 11. So it's really, really fun to be able to do that.
Well, very good. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, it looks like Sarah has chosen the left stage. Paige will take the right stage. Go ahead and step up, ladies. Just to explain, at the whistle, your 30 seconds will begin. As your arrow hits, her 30 seconds will begin. It goes back and forth. So you want to load your bow and be ready in between each arrow.
So it looks like we've got Sarah coming up in an international competition. We normally don't have the 11. That's something that's unique to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Normally an arrow is scored just out of 10 points, and out of 10 points, Sarah averages a 9.61 internationally, which is a pretty strong score.
Very strong score. Oop, looked at the wrong target. There's Paige's target. She hit the top of the 11 with her arrow there.
There goes Sarah.
Also hits the 11. Now in international scoring, what we're calling the 11 ring, that small inner ring, is typically only scored as 10 points, and that's what Teresa alluded to with her comments, that they normally don't score it as 11. So Paige definitely feeling in a groove, even though she got moved over a target. Sarah for sure matches her 11 for 11. These ladies are shooting absolutely on fire.
Sarah actually last year had a fantastic indoor season, and part of the upcoming Vegas shoot, which is one of the largest indoor archery tournaments, if not the largest in the world, is that they also hold an indoor World Cup final there, which Sarah won last year, besting all of her international competitors.
Nice shooting, ladies. Let's give them a hand. Sarah, how does this stage compare to others that you've shot at, whether it be me or other tournaments in Europe and across the world?
I'm not used to being so high up, but it's weird.
Okay, same distance, same target. The target's on the same level, but yes, the elevation, the lights, it's certainly, it's all done to create drama and excitement for the tournament. You feel that?
Definitely, my legs are shaking.
Okay, very good, very good. We don't have any vibrator under there to make any, no, not at all. Okay, the arrows are coming back. We've got a very close match. Paige has a 1-point lead. You choose to shoot first or second? First. Okay, the arrows are coming back.
So we'll talk about the importance of shooting first. Why would an archer want to do that? Well, it can give them a bit of a competitive advantage. Let's face it, their opponent has to sit there and watch the score that they put up on the board. Now, a good archer is not paying attention to their opponent's scores, Chuck. They're actually only supposed to be focused on their own game and especially on how they execute the shot. The reality is by shooting first, Paige puts just a little bit of pressure on Sarah, who now knows she has to hit an 11 to be competitive on this end against a shooter like Paige Gore.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no give here. There's no room for her to miss at all. She matches that up, puts an 11 on the board, and these ladies are shooting just as good as any of the top pros in the world, which is exactly what we expect out of them. You know, for a long time, the deference in the game has always been that women aren't as good as men. And, you know, we're seeing that that's not necessarily the case.
Well, it's definitely not the case, Chuck, if you look at the phenomenal shooting by the women that we've seen this weekend. Oh, and the only one we really have to think about there is Erica Jones, who yesterday put down a near perfect round, dropping only 1 point out of 12 arrows, absolutely rivaling any of the men out there. Fantastic shooting from these ladies, and we'll see more from Erica Jones later on.
There's another 33 out of Paige there, and then Sarah, another 33 out of her to close this end.
Perfect end. All right. Let's talk about your gear a little bit. I see that you're shooting Matthews bow and a true ball sight. What other accessories are you shooting, Sarah?
I'm shooting Danger, and then the true is gold, and then Axel true ball and Matthews.
Very good. Very good. We'll wait for the arrows to be called. And I take note that you're shooting a wrist release. It looks like an I Like Mike from Carter. Do you like that style of release?
I do. I noticed when I shot one of the handhelds that in situations like this, I'd death grip the release and I could never get it to go off. So I've noticed that with this and taking that element out of there, that it tends to be a little more consistent.
Very nice. Very nice. You execute the shots beautifully on that release.
Yeah, it's taking a little longer to go off at the moment than it should, but that's normal. So, yeah.
That's great. Okay. Paige has, it looks like, a 2-point lead, 66-64. So she will choose first or second? First.
So Paige again is elected to shoot first, and of course she's got a 2-point lead in this match. Now, the way the cumulative scoring works, of course, you're carrying your score from end to end, and so you don't want to get down against a competitor. In other words, you don't really want to be 2 points down against Paige Gore right now. She's a very formidable competitor. And look at her. I mean, she's just drilling the 11 right now. If you're Sarah, you want to be hitting that 11 as much as you can for the next 2 ends.
11.
That's exactly what she needed to stay in the match. She is 2 points down. She's got to hope for Paige to just clip a 10. You don't see anything, there's no reason to believe that Paige is going to have a big miss. So you got to hope that she just pops a 10. Man, that shot looked very comfortable. Now, Paige doesn't believe it was comfortable, but it looked comfortable in her hand. The bow sat steady.
Now, we talk about the way that the bow sits in the hand, and we always talk a lot about the release, which triggers the arrow, but this is the way that the hand holds the bow and where her stabilizer goes. Her stabilizer is very, very steady. There's a lot of weight out in front of her bow, but it doesn't move a lot.
That's a 9.
That one dropped low. Now let's look at the hold on the bow.
She has to capitalize on this to stay in the match. That should tie it up. That should absolutely tie it up. That'll make a great 4th end.
Officially, it looks like we have a tie. 97 all. 97 all. So this is exciting. This is what we shoot for, right? How you feel?
Good. Yeah.
No worries. I did want to note, I know that over the years you had a bit of elbow issues from shooting with a hyperextended elbow for years, and you overcame incredible adversity, as a teenager, loving to shoot, living to shoot your bow, and you couldn't shoot because of pain and that injury. What did you go through to overcome that?
Honestly, FIDA was my kind of like biggest enemy because it's so many arrows. And so I stepped back from FIDA, gave it a little bit of time to kind of get better, worked on my form, my shot, changed my alignment, and kind of came back. I'm actually going to shoot FIDA again this year. I did 2 years ago since then, and it definitely makes it harder, but it's doable now with what I changed. So.
Well, it's great to see you overcome that adversity and come out strong, and it's a pleasure to see you here shooting. Okay, we've got a tie match. No, excuse me, we have a tie match. We have the last end here. Comes down to the very last end. Sarah, how are you feeling?
Shaking a bit.
This is good. This is what it's all about. This is what you trained for.
This is what I'm living for.
Well, thank you so much for coming so far to shoot in our tournament. I'm glad that it's met your expectations. Okay.
What a match, Chuck. We've got a 97 all score on the board, which means these two ladies have 3 arrows to decide who will move on, have a chance to compete for that top prize of $3,000 and a lot of contingency money.
A lot of contingency money. Paige right now, if she advances, she has the opportunity to win anywhere between $2,000 and $8,000 just from her bow sponsor. If she doesn't, it's only $1,000. So there's a huge amount of pressure here for her to move on and capitalize.
Nice shot. She does a really good job there.
These girls are going blow for blow. This might be we haven't seen a tie shoot-off yet in 2 days of competition.
Which is just incredible.
We
but it's,
may see it right here if both of these ladies finish up with 11s.
Slow and steady from Paige Gore. She holds it together.
A little longer hold than
Little
normal.
shake there. This is unusual for her.
Ooh,
Wow.
you see the tremble. The nerves have gotten to her. It's a 10.
Just out to the left.
Sarah can totally win this match right here if she hits an 11.
And if I'm Paige, I am not
You're
a happy
praying
camper
for
right
a
now.
10.
And
11.
it's not. 11, Sarah Sonicson.
Wow,
Moving on.
Paige Gore is eliminated. That is a huge upset.
Major.
Paige Gore takes third place. Congratulations, Paige. Nice shooting, tough match.
Yeah.
It's back and forth, super exciting. We loved it. How you feeling now?
Good. Less nervous because I don't have to shoot any more arrows. But no, this is really cool. This is awesome.
Well, you have a payday, a very nice payday today. $1,000 from Lancaster Archery for your third place win, and $1,000 from Bowtech as contingency. So we're thankful for all the manufacturers that provide contingency for this tournament. Congratulations, and we'll see you again in Vegas.
Thank you guys. This has been awesome.
Sarah, come on down off the stage. Congratulations on that win.
Wow, that was an incredible match to watch
Fantastic
from those two
shooting.
ladies. Really solid shooting. And now coming up into this next match, I think we're going to see Erica Jones come up. And she's the high qualifier. It's going to be really stunning.
Just
really
one of the
stunning.
best shooters out there. And Erica is incredibly talented. Let's hear what she has to say.
Shoot on the left stage.
Oh, maybe not.
Take the right stage.
So Erica faces Sarah, and these are two archers who I believe have met before in international competition. Let's talk a little bit about Erica. She started shooting, I think, at the age of 7, and she just absolutely dominated through her youth years in the collegiate division, came out swinging as an adult shooter. I think she started shooting as an adult around the age of 17 or 18, and immediately rose to the top of the U.S. rankings, and in fact, the world rankings, absolutely dominating the World Cup and international circuit, World Championships medals to her credit. She is back after an extended leave, having her young son Clayton, and she is ready to see if she can get it done again after an extended break.
It's great to see her come back and just really start right at the top of the pile, like she never missed a beat.
Erica is one of the toughest, most formidable competitors out there. She has a fierce game face. She has an incredibly strong mental game, and she is one shooter that you'd always want to have the pleasure of facing, but you don't want to face when the money's on the line.
Exactly, and both ladies come out of the gate with the 11. Now, again, this is the first place or gold medal match. Erica comes out with 22 for her first 2 arrows.
On fire. And here's Sarah. Let's see how she answers. She knows she's up against one of the best in the world, but she herself is one of the best in the world.
22 for her to match. She's not dropped an arrow in quite a while.
This is going to be such a good matchup. We should see very high caliber quality shooting from both of these ladies. Little tremble from Erica. She still pulls it out, barely catches the 10.
Might catch that 10 there. And what we mean by that, for some of the people who are tuning in to watch for the very first time, is to get the higher score. Now, most of her arrow landed in the 9, but all she has to do is touch the line for the next highest score.
You can remain on the stage, please, throughout the event. That's okay. There you go. Okay. All right. Erica, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic. How's your weekend going? How did your qualification score go on Friday?
Qualification was a little rough. I was able to make some changes to things and had a better elimination rounds.
Great, yeah. To make it up here onto the stage, your qualification rounds must have gone well, or excuse me, your eliminations have to go well. A lot of tough matches just to get here to be on the stage. Sarah, perfect end, very nice shooting. How you feeling?
Still shaking.
Very good. I'd be disappointed.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm just nervous.
It's our job here at Lancaster Archery with this classic. We want to take and make this as pressure-packed as we possibly can to make it the ultimate challenge. And you're doing fantastic. Keep it up. Okay. Score 32-33. 1 point advantage for Sarah. Sarah, do you choose to shoot first or second? Second. Erica will lead off.
So the man in the vest here is Rob Koffold. He is the owner of Lancaster Archery Supply, and he and his wife Carol are the hosts of this Lancaster Archery Classic here in the True Ball Excel Archery Hall, the live broadcast brought to you by Hoyt. You could see Erica taking a minute to compose herself as Erica begins to shoot. In the coach's box for her, Christy Collin, her longtime friend, fellow competitor, former U.S. teammate, also coming back to competitive national and international archery after an extended break. Erica grimacing as she releases that arrow. It's a little tall out the top of the 10. She still catches the 10.
Sarah pulls out a 10, and so she's not able to capitalize and take an additional point. And you got to wonder, if Erica's thinking about some of the contingency money and the added pressure for the payoff here. Hoyt is paying $2,000 for the win, $1,000 for second place. Matthews, on the other hand, where Sarah is shooting, the bow company she's shooting for is a huge spread. It's $4,000 for the win, $1,000 for second place. So very motivated to try to pull this out and capitalize. However, still need to win the match to do that.
What's really remarkable about watching Erica shoot, having followed her for many years and covered her working with USA Archery and World Archery, is that her shot looks exactly the same. It looks like she never stepped off the World Cup stage from 2 or 3 years ago.
Great finish from Sarah. She's able to capitalize and take a point.
32, 31, nice shooting. Very good. I see you cleaning the sweat from your hand, and that's completely normal. The folks at home, they feel nervous when they're in a match situation, and it's important that they know that every archer feels that anxiety and just learns how to deal with it. And it's amazing to see you deal with it very well. Nice shooting. Erica, again, you have lots of experience here and getting back into things. How does this stage compare to others that you've been on all across the world?
This is excellent. I mean, we've got a good crowd here. Awesome. It's really cool, the lighting, how it works, and kind of putting spotlights on us and the targets, kind of like memes. And so, yeah, very neat.
Very good. Well, thank you, and welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic, Erica. Okay, it looks like our match, we've got 65-63 at the halfway point. 2-point lead for Sarah. She will shoot second.
Wow, Sarah opts to shoot second. I think it's the first time we've seen that today. Most of the time, the archer's in the lead. Of course, if you're in the lead, you have the option to choose whether you shoot first or shoot second to put the pressure on your opponent. And she deferred to let Erica shoot first and see if she can capitalize.
Erica with a nice, slow, steady shot here. She is a 2-time champion of this event. She won in 2010, 2012. Shooting just like that is what may put her back on the podium, but first she has to overcome this 2-point deficit to Sarah Sonicson.
That will be an unofficial 10, but it looks like it could grab the 11. Erica picks up one of the 2 points she needs to put herself back in the match. She needs to have that happen at least one more time. There's a big laugh from the crowd there. Hopefully that doesn't distract her, and it doesn't.
11 points. Really
11.
Nice shot.
So Sarah needs to match that to keep her lead. And she does. Solid 11. Wearing the center out of that target. Nothing even close to the 10 line on that center dot. Now, very likely after this third end, they will change those faces. Center punched. Erica shoots a 33. That's the best she can do for this match. Very likely that they're going to change these faces out for the last end because it's such a tight match. And another 11 from Sarah, so she maintains a 1-point lead going into the final end.
I'm good.
Nice shooting, perfect end that time. Tough match here, 33-32. 1 point differential. Sarah has a 1 point
Roger
lead
that.
over Erica going into the last end. Erica, let's talk about your gear just a little bit. I see you're shooting a Hoyt bow, one of the new ones, and talk about the rest of your gear.
Yeah, I'm shooting Shibuya sight, specialty scope, spot hog rest, Doinker stabilizers, my Easton X23s, Carter only release.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, we're ready to go. We've got arrows coming back from Erica. There is a line call that's being done for Sarah now on that top arrow. That one was very, very close, too close to call with the scope.
So it looks like we've got a liner there, and we're going to see how that gets called. But in the meantime, it looks like we've got a 97-96 match here, still in favor of Sarah Sonicson. We'll see what happens.
Hi, Teresa. PJ, back on the line here, just jumping in for Truck briefly. Hi,
Hey,
everybody.
folks, we got PJ Riley here in the booth, and we're having a great time commentating this match between world number 3 Sarah Sonicson and former world number 1 Erica Jones, who is just an absolute game-face, tough competitor to face on any day. She's back after an extended absence to have her child. She had a beautiful boy named Clayton, and now she's up here shooting, and it looks like she has never missed a beat, PJ.
Former two-time champ here, LAS Classic. She won this twice, so she's no stranger to this event, that's for sure. Look at her. She is rock steady there with her hold.
Very, very solid. Let's see how she executes this shot. Boom. Right in
Look
the
at that.
11. Now, Erica
That's-
needs to hit that 11 right now. She's in a little bit of a deficit situation.
Yep. Can't afford any mistakes. Got that 11.
Good shot from Sarah Sonicson. That's what it takes to be number 3 in the world. Sarah is only 21 years old and has really come on very strong the last couple years, facing all the world's best women, except, I think, Erica Jones. I think these two archers may have sort of missed each other. Just as Erica was taking a break, Sarah was coming in and getting really hot internationally. So unsure if these two have faced each other in a final before.
Sarah's not going to give up, that's for sure. She is 11-11. This is hers to win.
These are the matches that Erica loves. She tends to do very, very well like this. Let's see what happens here. Good shot.
Finished with an 11. That's all she can do.
Now at this point, it's up to Sarah. We have to see what she does.
She just looks so cool and calm up there, like nothing affects her. Look at that.
It's her match.
Perfect.
Amazing match. Looks like of 130 to 129. Second place was $1,500 for Erica. Erica, that was a great run, $1,500. Any contingency? Hoyt contingency for $1,000 as well. Nice payday, a nice weekend. Congratulations. And Sarah, congratulations for winning $3,000 for the Lancaster Archery Classic. Excuse me? $4,000 for the Lancaster Archery Classic. And what? $4,000 for Matthews. Excuse me. $3,000 from Lancaster Archery and $4,000 from your sponsor, Matthews, for winning the Lancaster Archery Classic. $7,000. Let's give Sarah, the whole way from Denmark, a hand. How are you feeling now?
I'm shaking really, really bad. It's insane. But it's really, really good. It's great experience, great competition. Yeah.
Please bring your entire country with you next year.
I will. I promised Martin Dansford to say hi, so hey.
Martin's a good friend of Lancaster Archery. Martin is with Baldor's Archery in Denmark, and very, very great shop over in Europe. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies, come on down. Let's give them all a hand.
Fantastic shooting from a very emotional Sarah Sonicson. She did an amazing job facing a very formidable competitor, and this has just been an outstanding time watching the very high level of competition, PJ, in the Women's Open Pro Division.
Unbelievable shooting there. That's as good a shooting as you could see anywhere.
We're going to go to a commercial break right now. We'll be back with you with the Men's Pro Division.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We are live just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and we're just about to get underway here.
I'm really glad that we get to experience this on a local level. We've got a production here that's a lot like a World Cup.
11, just as we expected.
Oh, that's awesome. I like the atmosphere. It's focusing all your attention on the shooters, and that's what it's all about. It's kind of pressure packed, and the shooter has to deal with it the best they can. So
this is one of the best ones out there. I mean, I'm very thankful to be here. I'm very thankful for you for what you do for the sport, and I couldn't be happier to be here.
The lighting, the everything, the setup with the big screen above, it's just far and beyond anything we've had before.
Yeah, all said and done, if you win this one, you're probably going home with $20,000 to $25,000. It's a good weekend.
It's a pretty good weekend.
Thanks for a great tournament yet again.
And welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. This is Chuck Cooley alongside Teresa Johnson. We are at the True Ball XL Archery Hall at Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This is the Hoyt live stream of the Classic, and we want to welcome, of course, our Blue Ridge Cable Communications customers here in Lancaster County for watching this. We're about ready to tune into the men's professional finals, and who you'll see up first here is Logan Wild versus Shane Wills. Logan Wild is the one that's closest to you on the screen right there in the blue shirt with a big E. Shane Wills is the man right behind him in the black and red shooting for Team PSE. These gentlemen are professional archers. Shane, on the left-hand side of your screen there, has actually won this event before.
Logan's a top shooter, Chuck, and part of an archery dynasty, the Wild family. We can't, at all understate their impact on the sport of archery. Father D, yesterday's champion, I believe, in the senior division, and his brother Rio, one of the most accomplished archers in the world. This is an archery family at the very highest levels of the sport. And Logan also working for Elite, the company he shoots for, the parent company, the outdoor group. Logan opens up with a strong 11 to start this match off. Let's see what Shane answers with. Boom, Shane hits the 11 to answer. This is going to be a good match, Chuck.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent match. I don't think either one of these guys is going to give up very much coming out of the gate. We expect a lot from Logan. We saw his father here shooting this morning, or yesterday in the
Senior division. Yep, which he won, I believe.
And Logan, 11-11, comes out of the gate with a 22 for his first 2 arrows.
Now, each of these archers is allowed to have a coach advocate in the box behind them. We say in the box, meaning standing behind them, supporting them, providing a little bit of coaching. For Logan, it should be his brother Rio or his dad Dee. I think it's Rio behind him right now. Usually is in international and national competitions whenever they're together. And there's just nobody like family to provide that support that you need when there's a lot of pressure on the line.
Logan able to capitalize on that miss from Shane. He has a 1-point lead. After 3 arrows, he'll have a 33. Shane will have a 32.
Very close match.
Nice shooting, Logan. Great start.
Thank you.
How you doing up there?
Been up here before, and you know, it just doesn't get any easier. You just got to continue to go back to what you do every day in practice. So.
Got to trust your shot, don't you? It all comes down to that.
100%.
Shooting archery is, you know, every shot is you have to trust your shot. You have to have faith in yourself and in your shot on every single arrow, and it all comes down to that, no matter what's on the line. Okay, Logan, I see is shooting one of the new elites. He's shooting a CBE sight and scope. Looks like he's running hero bars from Doinker. And what release are you shooting?
Shooting the Scott Halo.
Scott Halo? Very good. Again, attention release. All right, we'll get ready for our second end. Logan's choice. Logan will shoot first.
So we can see here, Chuck, and we've mentioned this before, that the archer who is shooting a little stronger has the option to shoot first or defer that to his opponent. There's a little bit of gamesmanship there. Obviously, you want to put a little pressure on your opponent. It's not that you're deliberately playing mind games with them, but you want every advantage, especially with cash prizes like we've got on the line today.
Yeah, these guys are shooting for probably $20,000, $30,000 worth of overall prize money, maybe a little bit more depending on the sponsorship levels that they have and the different contingencies for the different equipment that they use.
Just out of the 11.
Shane's going to be just out for a 10. Logan also with a 10, so still maintains that 1-point advantage.
Archery is one of the most exciting sports out there, Chuck, and we saw that, especially the last several years during the Olympic Games. Archery was NBC's most watched sport during its first week of Olympic Games coverage, outshining a lot of other mainstream sports. We've seen archery across the board, movies like The Hunger Games, Brave, The Avengers, CW's Arrow. Archery is really here to stay, and we see it reflected in the very high production value in tournaments like the Lancaster Archery Classic, where you've got lots of prize money on the line. This is just one of the first tournaments in a long year of major events to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. Logan makes an adjustment to his sight. You saw that after the last arrow. He reached up and he moved a knob, which repositions the aiming device so that he's back in the center now. And Shane was able to capitalize and close that lead to 0. It's now a tie ball game.
Preliminary call is a 10. Let's give these guys a hand. Nice shooting, guys. Let you make your adjustments. Shane Wills, you've been here many times. Good friend, fellow. You hail from what town?
Cumberland, Maryland.
Cumberland, Maryland. So Western Maryland area. And what club or shop do you shoot with?
Cumberland Bow Hunters is where I shoot out of in Cumberland, Maryland.
Okay. And you've spent your whole life shooting with someone else that we know quite well, don't you? Yeah. We all miss Jesse, don't we?
A little bit, yeah. Sometimes.
Jesse Broadwater, our good friend, has recently moved south for good weather and greener pastures, and seems to be certainly enjoying himself down there, but we do miss him in the Mid-Atlantic region. Shane, you just changed to PSE this year. How's it treating you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Very happy. Yep.
Okay, I see he's shooting a brand new PSE bow, Chief sight, and we'll get the rest of your gear next end. Okay, it looks like we've got a 64.
So Chuck, we're talking a little bit about the gear that these archers are using, and for the folks at home, you know, we talk about the basics, right? The bow and the arrow, of course, is the most essential thing that you need to shoot a bow, and then you can customize from there depending on what you want to do. If you want to take it beyond just shooting for fun, shooting at stumps or targets in the backyard, and you want to get a little more serious, shoot at your local archery range, shoot at targets, enjoy the fun of a league, you might put sights on your bow, you might put counterbalances like the long stabilizers, the long rods on the bow that we see, and you can add or take away accessories as you like to make archery a lot of fun for you.
Absolutely, and every time you make an adjustment there, it changes your division or your class. You know, these guys would be typically called open, or they would call freestyle, where you have all sorts of gears and gadgets on there to make the bow aim and point a little better.
And the gears and gadgets are really pretty easy to use. I mean, to somebody new to the sport, you may look at it and say, wow, there's a lot of stuff on that bow. I have no idea what it does. The bow is actually very simple to use. As we can see here with Shane, all he's doing is drawing that bow back, aiming and settling in, and then when he feels he's ready to take the shot, activating his release, boom, the arrow's in the target.
And both of those guys matching up 11 for 11 there. Shane needs to pick up an extra point somewhere here. They did call one of his last arrows out that I thought might have been in.
Ooh.
Logan's really on a dial there.
33.
Really
He is on fire today, Chuck. He's shooting really, really well. Shane needs an 11 if he wants to stay up on Logan.
That's going to be a 10. It's going to be a 2-point advantage Logan now going into the last end.
Well, it's some nice shooting. I believe Rio has a 33 that end. Rio. Oh, Rio. Sorry, Logan.
You know I won't let you do that.
Sorry. I'll pay for that one. For that one's going to cost me a burger, isn't it?
It's probably a burger or something. Maybe.
Sorry about that. Well, Shane, coming over to you and kind of finishing up, I see you're shooting a Jesse Freak Show arrow rest from AE. You're shooting AE Hot Rods Bars, Easton Arrows, and what release?
The Fulcrum, shoe ball Fulcrum.
Very nice. Again, a tension release for these professionals shooting in this venue. Okay, the guys are ready coming back. Let's give these arrow runners a hand. Colby and Aiden, doing a great job. Okay, it looks like we've got 97-95, 2-point lead for Logan Wild.
And so for the scoring people paying attention at home, again, it's 11 points for the center, the smallest ring. The arrow just needs to touch the line in that ring to get those 11 points. And then the next ring out would be 10 points. The final yellow ring would be 9 points. The first red ring is 8, then 7, and then the blue ring is 6 points. The archer with the highest score at the end of 4 ends of 3 arrows, and that an end is 3 arrows. They shoot 3, go fetch them, and do it again. They do that 4 times. Whoever has the highest score at the end of 4 of those moves on. The losing archer is eliminated from competition.
Now, viewers at home might notice that when these archers shoot, there are a few things they have in common. For example, they all stretch out nice and strong across their upper body, generally pretty straight alignment. They pull that bow back, they pull the bowstring back, and they usually try to follow through on their release. Very similar to golf, tennis, any other sport, baseball. You really want to see good follow through, meaning they finish the shot. For some archers, they finish the shot quickly. Shane Wills is one of those guys. You can see that everything kind of relaxes very quickly as soon as that arrow comes out of the bow. Logan tends to hold his follow through a little bit longer, but either way, these bows are moving really fast, propelling the arrows downrange. And so as long as the arrow's out of the bow, the follow through is not going to make a whole lot of difference once the arrow's out.
And Logan right in the same hole for an 11.
Great shooting from him today.
Rob called him Rio again.
Ooh, that's going to hurt.
And another, well, he might catch the 11 on that one. We'll have to look and see how that goes.
I'm sure. You've been called worse.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, me and Rim have always gotten along, and being in this sport together, and it doesn't hurt the fact that we kind of look alike. So
Yeah. Red card.
2 minutes in the penalty box.
One tiny lapse of concentration, and you pay for it forever.
Forever.
Whether it's on the shooting line or with a mic in your hand.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right.
Anyway, looks like we've got a tight match here. 1 point. Logan 129. Shane Wills 128. Okay. Let me see here. We're ready for the next one. I want to take it. Hold on, Shane. You've got, I'll find my note here. That's 8th place, $750. Let's give Shane Wills a hand. Nice shooting, Shane. We have Danny McCarthy coming up, doing the walk. Come on down, Danny.
We've got a great shooter coming up here, Dan McCarthy, one of the best out there on the 3D circuit. He's been a little quiet. He's normally very active on social media. One of the great things about Dan is he's always willing to offer a hand, offer advice when people reach out and have questions about his sponsors or his equipment. He's always willing to chat about it. He's been a little quiet on social media these last few months getting ready for the season. Now here he's getting warmed up at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Dan's generally very busy on the tour. You know, he starts early in the season with the ATA show, which was just a couple of weeks ago. That's an archery trade show. He does all the indoor events, and he also shoots competitively on the 3D tour. So he's very, very busy. And once fall comes around, he generally likes to decompress and hunt and things like that. This past year, he got married to Emily, so there was a wedding there, and then just to kind of go into a blackout where they just relax for a couple of months and get ready for the upcoming season. Like you say, Dan's generally very, very busy and very involved with the tour and a lot of things on the side. So seeing him come back, this is probably his first or second major indoor for the season. We'll see him in Vegas again in 2 weeks.
One of the great things about watching Dan McCarthy shoot is he's so steady, Chuck. So when you watch him aim and hold, and hopefully we'll see it on his next shot, you can just see that bow usually could be different in this finals venue. Typically that bow is not moving. You almost have to double take and see if that camera is really on him because his bow stays nice and steady.
He does hold incredibly well. Now in his qualification round the other day, I noticed he finished his second half of 30 arrows. He shot 30 straight 11s or 30 X's, 30 straight extra middle shots for his back half. So, you know, obviously Dan can put the whole package together.
Fantastic shooting from him. Logan puts another 11 down there. Nice shooting.
33, a 1-point lead at this match.
Dan McCarthy needs no introduction on the 3D course. Longtime 3D pro and also shooting dots. You've been here at the Lancaster Classic for many years. One of the guys that has come and helped to support us from early on from the 3D ranks, and we really appreciate that, Dan. You're having a great weekend so far. How'd your qualification round on Friday go?
Qualification went good. It's a lot easier to shoot qualifying round because you're just relaxed. You're just trying to get to this show, and shot a really solid round. Struggled a little bit in head-to-heads, just a little bit of tension and stuff. But this is the first event of the year for me. So this is the first time I've shot outside of my house, my safe zone. So it's a little more pressure than I think I've shot all year. So it's good. I'm glad to be here. Happy to be here. Watch this thing grow from the bottom. This is a pretty amazing tournament.
Well, thank you so much for your support over the years, Dan. Okay, we're going to get started with our second. Your first arrow was looks like a 10. Yes. We're looking at.
And we're back live here at the Lancaster Archery Classic with Mr. Steve Anderson. Thanks very much, Steve, for joining us, man of the people.
Yeah.
I know you'd rather be up there this morning or this afternoon in the shoot-off. Didn't go so well for you in eliminations, but...
Yeah, that's... anytime I'm announcing, usually means I didn't have the tournament I wanted to, but I seem to be doing a lot of announcing these days.
I don't know. I mean, you've done pretty well. I watched you last week in Nîmes. You went quite a ways. I know you definitely wanted to get farther, but as busy as you are, I know you work heavily with Easton and things like that, and you're involved with a lot of things outside of just shooting your bow. So to be as competitive as you are, I think, is a testament to your ability. But I know you're quite the sportsman, and you're definitely a guy who wants to win. You are a world champion.
Yeah, I think if you just sign up for enough events and pay enough entry fees, you eventually win a world championship or something. You know?
I don't think it's a participation award. I really don't.
Oh, I thought they just gave one to you eventually.
No, because I would have had a pile of them. So you've been watching some of the matches today. What have you seen, or what are your comments so far? What do you think?
Some impressive shooting on the in the men's open class, the amateurs.
Yeah,
they had some good stuff going, and fair match between Logan and Shane to start this one off. Logan and Dan, I assume, will give us another good match. I think it's going to get interesting, and I think if I was going to give my opinion, I think it's going to be a serious hurdle for anyone in this bottom four to move ahead of Jesse at number 4.
Strong shooting, tie it up at the halfway point here. Let's talk about your gear a little bit.
Shooting the new TRX 7 by Matthews. Love this bow. It's an amazing piece of equipment. Shooting my Excel Achieve, the new AV scopes, the AAE Freak Show rests and stabilizers, and True Ball Release HD.
Very nice. Very nice. I know your Black Eagle arrows, so you're shooting PS26s. How much weight are you running in the points?
I'm running 200 grains in the front of my 26.
Very nice. Very nice. Good shooting. You guys are both shooting awesome. 65 all. And we have a question from a viewer of draw weight. What kind of draw weight are you shooting, Logan?
I'm shooting 59 pounds.
59 pounds, just under 60.
71.
71 for Dan McCarthy. That would be the same as you shoot for your 3D setup?
I shoot 73 for my 3D setup, but I was struggling to hold it back a little bit. I creep fired a few times at home in practice, so I dropped it a couple pounds for this.
He's only shooting 71 pounds for indoors with a lot of arrows.
And I've creep fired with this one a couple times too. So.
Let's hope it doesn't happen. Okay, 65 all.
71 pounds of draw weight. I mean, I think Dan's the only guy I know that does that. Is there anybody else you're aware of that shoots that much weight for indoor?
Maybe Tim on occasion. Tim always talks about how he thinks he shoots 70 pounds better than 60, but even then, I don't know. You don't know what Tim's doing from end to end, let alone day to day. So
he does have a knack to tweak stuff.
Yeah, he might be shooting a 45-pounder today. No one knows.
No one really knows. What they're referring to is, if you're tuning in here at some of our friends with Blue Ridge, what they're talking about is the poundage, the weight, how much strength it takes to draw that bow. And Dan's bow, it takes 71 pounds of force to pull that back. And then he's got to hold it there. Of course, there's a let-off, so he's not holding all 71 pounds. But he's still got to draw that bow a few hundred times a day if he's in a practice round. Logan with a 50-pound bow is obviously going to get along with that a lot better. Logan pounding the center out 11 after 11 right now. Dan comes out strong with an 11.
Yeah, and again, if it hasn't been mentioned before, the international limit is 60 pounds. So that's why you see the vast majority of people out here are going to be about 58, 59 pounds. They're staying under that limit, but right up to it.
And then here in the States, yeah, it's a little bit higher for many of the tournaments that you go to.
Anything non-world archery sanctioned is going to be basically whatever pounds you want.
Right.
You're still going to see most around 60 pounds, but you see a few creep up there. A guy like Dan who shoots a lot of 3D, yeah, he's going to do that.
Yeah, he wants more speed.
We'll get into the 11 for that.
Excellent shooting, almost inside out around. How you feeling now, Logan?
Getting the first little bit of the nerves out of the way. It's coming along, but they're still there.
Very good, very good. For those of you who may not know, Logan's now working inside the industry for TOG, Elite Archery, and we certainly have enjoyed watching his career progress and see that he's enjoying his career in the archery industry. So it's literally an archery life, day in, day out, whether you're shooting or whether you're at your day job.
That's correct. And having a great support group with my wife and kids, you know, they help make me, you know, want to do what I do and help support me, which is great.
That's awesome, Logan. Let's give Logan Wild a hand. Okay, got a tie match, 98 all, 1 in to go. Last in.
And as we stepped aside there to let Rob do his quick little interview, we were talking about bow weight, Steve, and what is poundage going to get you normally?
Well, first off, you know, on a compound bow that features let off, as you increase poundage, you also increase your holding weight. So, you know, a shooter may wish to hold a little more weight. I imagine Logan is probably holding around 20 pounds or so, whereas Dan's probably holding around 25, 26. So as you increase that poundage, you can increase that holding weight. Now indoors where speed is really not a factor, that might be one reason why you'd increase the poundage. Outdoors and for 3D, it's going to be about the speed. They want to be able to pump a pretty large diameter arrow out there at a pretty fast pace for unmarked 3D, so it just helps with yardage estimation errors. And, you do see the 3D base guys tend to go more towards 70 pounds and a large diameter arrow like what Dan is using here.
Now I see Logan dropped a 10 on his first arrow. Dan was able to capitalize and pick up an 11. So he should have a 1-point lead going into this last arrow. This could be the match. We'll have to see if Logan is able to put down another 11. Yep. So Dan has to match that to win a 10 tie.
That's a
10.
That's a 10.
Yeah, barely caught it. It's the hardest arrow to shoot usually. The one to win.
When you know you're in it to win it.
Yeah. Shooting to tie is generally a lot easier.
So we're going to go to a shoot off here, and we'll let Rob talk to the guys for just a second, and then we'll talk about that on the other side.
So close. It's going to come down to 2 line calls, literally.
It's usually what happens in this division. I mean, it's with competition even from 1 to 64 in this cut. Anybody can win. I mean, Nathan Brooks and Stephen Hansen were 1 versus 64, and it was just one arrow that was separating the two. So anything in this division can happen.
Let me point out, as Logan just did, that in this level of competition, anyone that makes the cut is talented enough to, of course, shoot 12 good arrows in a row and to shoot 12 11s in a row. So there is no one that's safe. We've gotten a word of 11, 11, 10 for Dan. Is that correct? Okay. And for Logan, looks like we've got a tie score. All right, we'll put fresh faces up. Let's give them a hand. That's kind of the result we wanted, wasn't it? All right. No. Dan said no. Okay.
So the crowd loves a sudden death shoot off. Obviously the archers don't. You've been involved in those. You're not a super fan of that unless it goes your way.
Right. Yeah. You know, for a guy like Dan, as I was just saying, it's a lot easier to shoot for the tie. If you know you need an 11 to tie, you know, you feel like you're kind of on the comeback a little bit. But if it's 11 to win, that always seems to be a little more difficult. So
It's the first of possibly 3 one-arrow shoot-offs.
So now we've got the shoot-off coming up, and these are under a little bit different rules. Why don't you explain that for us, Chuck?
So this is going to be a 1-arrow end for score. So the first archer will shoot, the second archer will shoot. If the scores are tied, they will do it again. If the archers are still tied at the end of 2 arrows apiece, then they will go to 1 arrow closest to the center. And they'll measure that out with actually a millimeter scale. They did that yesterday or Friday with a couple of the Saturday with a couple of the eliminations. Dan needs an 11 to stay in the match. Absolutely center punches it.
So we go to 1 more arrow. They just have to match score.
They have to match score. If Logan were to shoot a 10, Dan were to shoot an 11, the match would be over. Dan would move on. So it is 1 arrow for score, and then they will go to closest to the center. It's a very quick elimination. You don't have to shoot a complete end. It can normally take place very, very quickly. great shot of Logan there, staring it down.
11.
Hits the 11, good solid 11, well inside the 10 line. Dan also looking pretty comfortable there. You don't see any quivers or any shakes. Staring it down. A little longer hold than he normally has. There's some breathing and some flaring.
Nice high definition shot we've got here.
11.
And now it's going to go to closest to center.
Yeah.
See Dan with that deep breath after getting that off.
Yeah, so this differs from World Archery a little bit. At a World Archery, if your match finishes in a tie, your shoot off is 1 arrow closest to center. So here they get 2 arrows to try to hash it out, and then they go to the 3rd arrow closest to center.
A little longer sudden death.
2 arrows, arrow for arrow, and then it comes down to this 3rd arrow is closest to center. So we will do everything possible to make a determination as to which arrow is closest to center on this one.
Now, I watched Dan glass that target. I wonder if he was thinking if he should make an adjustment, maybe put a click in there or not.
Yeah, it's just a little bit on the low side. It could have been just where he's firing, so you kind of have to make that determination.
Mm-hmm. Logan's brother Rio standing behind them as his coach advocate. You can see him in the box there. About a half shaft, 3/4 shaft 11. Dan does have a door here. He can get that closer to the center and win this right now.
It's a hard one to beat, but it's beatable.
Mm-hmm. I lost on one like that last weekend. And that'll go to Logan for the win.
It appears as though Logan's arrow may be just a little bit closer to dead center. Logan's high. There we go. That's the call from Larry. Logan Wild on a 1 arrow shoot off, closest to center. Danny McCarthy, you've won 7th place, $1,000. Congratulations. So great run. Let's give a hand to Danny McCarthy. Next archer out is Jacob Marlowe.
And so Jacob Marlowe is going to come up now and shoot against Logan. Jacob Marlowe, a very popular kid on the 3D tour. Starting to see him a little bit more on the indoor here. And because Jacob is the higher seed, and we've talked about this in the past, Jacob gets to choose whether he starts in the right or the left position and move Logan out of his comfort zone, which he does. He moves him over to the next podium, and then he'll have the opportunity to decide whether or not he shoots first or second. Now, both of these guys shooting for elite archery. And the whole point of either bumping somebody off or keeping them where they stay is to get in their head a little bit. Steve, you've experienced this a bit. Would you rather have a guy stay in the position he's been in, or would you bump him off to the next platform?
I'd always move him. I mean, you gotta make him see some change of scenery. It's not much, and Logan started on that side, so he's been over there before. But a little change in what they're looking at is always nice. Now they're seeing the clock on a different side. They're seeing the camera people on different sides. It's just a little bit different, but certainly
that paid off.
If you're a gamesman, you're not going to just let them stand where they've been standing and keep on,
stay in that groove.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You want to get them out of that groove as best you can.
Right.
Jacob comes out strong with a 22 in his first arrows. Logan missed his first one for a 10. Well, I thought it was a 10, but they're scoring it as an 11. I thought it was a little high and outside.
It could be in there. We'll certainly get a good call from the judge when they get a chance to walk down there.
Right. Jacob looks like he's got a 33.
Yep.
Logan shooting the Easton 27 shaft. You are a little familiar with those, working for Easton?
Yep. Yep. I see a bunch of those get pumped out of the factory every day. Built
Most
right in the
accurate
USA.
aluminum shaft right here in the USA.
Perfect start. Jacob, congratulations for a great start.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear about your equipment. What gear are you running? Tell us about your bow and accessories.
I got an Elite Victory 37, CB Vertex, CB housing, whatever lens they send with it. Not sure what it is. Bee Stinger, Scott, Black Eagle.
Very good, very good. Seems to be working for you. What release?
Scott Longhorn.
Scott Longhorn, tension release, a hinge release. You shoot a lot of 3Ds. How does this compare to shooting 3Ds, being up on this stage?
I mean, the nerves are about the same in like the qualification versus the start, and this is a touch more than the shoot-offs in 3D, but I've been in a few more of those than this, so it's just a little different game.
Very good. Well, congratulations for earning the right to be here. Okay, the official call was that Logan's first arrow was just out. So we have a 1-point lead for Jacob Marlowe. We'll choose first or second? First.
And Jacob elects to go first, just like he did in the first match, and they did call Logan's arrow out. For what it's worth, I do know what they ship in those CBE sights. It is a Feather Vision lens.
Yeah, one that you're familiar with.
Well, I'm vaguely familiar with that. It's a great lens, great company. They're a huge customer of Feather Vision. Jacob fires right into the same hole he put on there the first time. Logan center punches it that time for a really good-looking 11. Now, one of these two guys is going to face Jesse Broadwater next. That'll be a great match to watch as well. Jacob with a second 11. Absolutely what we're expecting out of these guys.
Yeah, and starting in the 6th, 7th, 8th spot, that's a tall order to think you're going to run the gauntlet and win. I don't think it's ever happened.
It's a long ladder. You know,
yeah.
Teresa and I talked about that this morning with the stamina to make it through several of these brackets, and to see, you know, if they have the mental fortitude and the physical ability to actually shoot through a tall bracket like this.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a match here, shooting. Congratulations. Perfect end, 33-33. Nice shooting. Look to be cool as a cucumber up there.
I might look that way.
Where are you from, Jacob?
Florida, just right around Panama City.
Panama City, Western Florida, Panhandle of Florida. Very good. That is certainly 3D country down there. All right, Logan, how are we doing over here?
We're hanging in there.
Oh, yeah.
Shooting arrows.
Shooting arrows.
That's right.
Okay, we're at the halfway point. Just a 1-point difference. Jacob Marlowe has a 1-point lead. We'll choose to shoot first or second. First.
Want to welcome you back again to the Lancaster Archery Classic 2017. We are in the Trueball XL Archery Hall at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. This is the Hoyt live stream with live scoring brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products through archers.com, rcherz.com, archers.com. And we have a little over 2,500 online viewers right now. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Chuck Cooley, and I'm in the booth with Mr. Big Cat Steve Anderson. And we're about halfway through the bracket here in the men's Open Pro division. Right now we're watching Jacob Marlowe, who just fired his arrow, and that is Logan Wild. These guys are putting on a heck of a show. Steve, what do you think?
Well, there's a 10 out from Logan there.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle. You know, we were talking a little bit about starting from the 6, 7, or 8 position.
Jacob with a high one there. That might be a 9.
Yeah, we'll see what they get there. You know, I made the final my first year here, and I was 7th, so I had to shoot against everybody, and I think I ended up 5th or 6th. And that's, like I said, that's a really tough way to go about it. It's not easy to make that run. So,
excuse me, 32-31 on that end. Jacob was able to pick up one more point. So unofficially right now we have 98-96. Jacob maintains the lead. Well, Jacob, you're doing a good job here, staying on top of it. Feeling all right?
No. Nervous, like normal.
What do you do to handle your nerves?
I don't. I just hope they work out, and it doesn't always. That's about all I got for you.
Okay, very good. Well, yeah, whatever you're doing, it seems to be working.
It may be. We still got a long way to go.
All right. Okay, we've got 3 ends complete. We're down to our last end of this match. And the word that we're getting is that the scores are correct as posted. So we have 98-96. Jacob has a 2-point lead heading into the last end.
I think these guys just alluded to exactly what it was. Great to hear the honesty out of Jacob that he's just kind of winging it right now. But they both alluded to what you say. Jacob said there's a long way to go. And if you look at going through these brackets, if you have to go through 3 brackets, that's 36 arrows minimum plus practice.
Mm-hmm.
If you go through 4 brackets, that's 48 arrows. That's a 450 round plus an end. And if you have to go through 5 brackets, that's 60 arrows.
Yeah, and you got to figure at some point you're going to need at least one game where you probably have to be perfect. So you got to have a 132, a perfect score in there, and you're not going to get much elsewhere. I mean, these guys, if you were to put them at home in practice, most of them are going to shoot around a 132. If you get them in a situation like this, they'll give up a couple points just because they're under the spotlight. But my thing is, in a 12-arrow match, if you miss 1, plan on shooting off.
Yeah.
When you get to this level.
If you miss 2, you're probably done. If you're 3, you're definitely out.
Yeah, 2, you have to be lucky.
Yeah. Then we're seeing that now. Jacob's got a 130 posted.
130-129 victory for Jacob unofficially. We'll see if that works out. Logan, you had a heck of a run there. Great match, a lot of excitement, a lot to be proud of. I know you don't want it to end. Nobody wants it to end, but for everybody but one person here, it's going to. Looks like you're going to pick up $1,250 for your trouble for 6th place. And thank you for coming to the LAS Classic. I hope you continue your streak and continue to coming back. It is great to have Rio, Logan, and their father Dee come each and every year. It's an honor to have them back year after year, that this tournament means enough to them to travel the whole way across the country. So let's have a shout out for the Wild Bunch.
Thanks, Rob. Everything you've done for the sport of archery, man, it means everything to us. And you put on a great event. Your staff has always been friendly, takes care of every shooter that I know of. So, we want to just say thank you to you and everything that your workers do for us.
All right, I owe you 2 cheeseburgers.
Perfect.
Give Rio or Logan Wild now 3. Okay, Jacob Marlowe. Congratulations. Nice shooting. Heck, almost perfect. A 130 match. Good solid match. How you feeling?
About the same as I was 5 minutes ago. I'm still shaking. Okay. Yeah, I ain't got no better.
All right. Step on down. We'll introduce our next archer.
Great honesty from Jacob there. I think that's fantastic. But now we're going to see Jesse Broadwater come in. Steve, I want to thank you for swinging by the booth today. It's always a great pleasure to have you in here. I know you're super busy in the industry working with Easton and all your other sponsors and supporters and things like that. I know you got to get back out and take care of the guys here because you've got work to do. And,
I got to pack up a booth, and thankfully this year we have a weekend between this one and Vegas, so I'll have a little time to practice and try to remember how to shoot the bow.
Well, I think we'll see some great things out of you in Vegas. I'm looking forward to it. I know you're looking forward to the break. You mentioned that in several interviews all season long, that you want to feel a little more prepared. So I'm looking forward to not doing a broadcast with you in Vegas.
Yeah, it should be. That's the plan,
Hopefully,
right?
I don't
see you on
until
Sunday
the
night.
very end.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll talk to you at the very end of Sunday, and hopefully riding a chariot, maybe.
We'll see about that. Well, thanks for having me, and it's probably better to hear from Teresa anyways. Her voice is a little sweeter than mine, so I think they only put me on.
She's a lot easier on the eyes than you are, I'll give you that.
I think they only put me on hoping I'll say something dumb and they'll have a nice, sound bite, but I didn't do it for him this year.
No, it's all right. I know you're busy, so thanks again for swinging by. I really appreciate it, Steve.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Jacob answers 111 to resume.
So what we're watching here is Jesse Broadwater. Now, Jesse is a 3-time champion here. The last time he won this event was 2014. Jesse Broadwater is commonly known as the Freak Show because he's so good at what he does here in the archery world. Jacob has been introduced to Jesse on the 3D tour. Jesse had always been really a dot shooter, but on the last couple of seasons had been out to the ASAs, the known yardage, trying to feel his way around that and have a little more fun. He's living in Florida now, as we've alluded to in earlier parts of the broadcast. And both guys come out of the gate with 33s.
Competitors going at it. Let's talk about your gear, Jesse. You've made a incredibly well announced change this year. Shot Hoyt for many, many years, and now shooting a Matthews bow. It seems to be treating you well. Tell us about your gear.
Yeah, shooting the TRX-8 from Matthews, and can't say enough about it. It's been phenomenal, you know, especially through the transitional period. It shoots good. I'm just still trying to get adapted to it, but it's good. TrueBall Excel sight, Feather Vision lens, TrueBall release, Fulcrum Flex release, Easton arrows.
Very good. That Fulcrum Flex, I know Jesse had something to do with helping to design that, working with TrueBall, and it seems to be working well. Okay, we've got a tie match, 33 all.
And we've seen both of these guys actually also on the target archery circuit. We got to see Jacob Marlowe perform in the Gator Cup a couple years ago, one of USA Archery's national team qualifying events. He came out, shocked the whole field, shot just like he's shooting here this weekend. And so he's a talented kid. He's also a really nice kid, Chuck. If you've ever talked to Jacob Marlowe, he's a perfect gentleman. He's a really nice guy.
He's super genuine, you know, whatever he says, you take faith in it. And he's shooting really, really well today. He's put together some really solid arrows. You know, I think Jesse's going to have a solid competitor in him. Now, the winner of this match is going to go through to Braden Galantine, who is our next highest qualifier.
And we've seen Jesse and Braden shoot against each other many times on the world stage. They're both former World Cup and World Championship teammates, and they have faced each other domestically, internationally, over and over and over again. Jacob Marlowe, of course, a little less familiar, I think, to Braden in competition in terms of outdoor shooting, but certainly indoors, both worthy competitors, and it's anybody's game at this point.
Jacob shooting almost the same exact hole. Jesse does the same thing through his 3 arrows, and now, you know, Jacob obviously he's got to lay another one in there to stay in this match.
And he lays it down. Nice shooting.
33s apiece, and this match is tied.
Congratulations, nice shooting, guys. Just want to point out, you saw and throughout this round, you've seen people move their sight. Jesse just gave his sight a click or two, and what they're trying to do is make sure that they stay as dead center as possible. And I want to stress that to everyone, the importance of a quality micrometer, quality built sight. It is a precision instrument that archers use, and you need to have the confidence in that sight bar that when you give it one click, it's repeatable. You need to be able to depend on it. For these guys, their living depends on that sight being as incredibly accurate as the TrueBall Excel Achieve sights are. So the moral to the story is, archers, don't be afraid to move your sight if you feel the shot broke right. Broke correctly, move it if you need to.
So, folks, if you're wondering who's standing behind Jessie there in the coach's box, she looks a little small to be there, but she's got a big personality. Her name is Chelsea Neville, and she is with the Pink Arrow Project. It's a charity that she founded as a young archer because she's so passionate about raising awareness for breast cancer. Now, she has made a friend in Jesse Broadwater, who is a philanthropist himself, also very focused on charitable giving. And Jesse developed, along with True Ball Excel, of course, you know, we're in the True Ball Excel Archery Hall here, they worked out an option, I guess, for the proceeds of one particular release aid, or part of the proceeds, to be donated to a cancer research center. So both of these philanthropists decided to team up this past weekend and put together a nationwide challenge to youth archery clubs, that the club that raises the most money for charity will be, I guess, receiving a visit from Jesse Broadwater, Chelsea Neville, and maybe a couple of their friends. And this is all through the Pink Arrow Project. You can find out more information on this competition by visiting Facebook and checking out the Pink Arrow Project.
Jacob, that was another perfect end. Good shooting. Jesse, your arrow just missed there low. Looked like a great shot. Feeling good up there?
Getting better as time goes on here. Yeah, that one just bobbled a little bit on me.
Okay, very good. We'll take and make sure that it is official. That arrow was very close. These guys are putting on a heck of a show. Okay, I just got word that that was a 10. So we have a match, a 1-point match, 99 to 98, nearly perfect. Okay, Jacob,
Jesse,
sorry
Chuck,
about that.
Right
I stepped
ahead.
right on you. Jesse down by 1 with an uncharacteristic miss there. He's normally really, really solid. Gives a very slight 1-point advantage to Jacob here.
This is a tight match, Chuck. I mean, look at the quality of shooting we're seeing out of both of these archers right now. Certainly befitting this national and international stage in this world-class venue that we've got here.
Yeah, Jacob's been absolutely on fire. In his last match, he opened up with 33-33. Then he missed 2 11s with a 32 and a 32, and came back in the last end and shot another 33 against Jesse.
Nice shooting by Jesse on that shot. And, you know, you can't help but wonder when your opponent just almost never misses. You've just got to do your best and hope that there's a break somewhere, because the truth is, the way Jacob's been shooting today.
Ooh, there's a big bobble by Jacob, but he holds on to the 10.
Break.
Now the match is tied up again.
The door is open. Will Jesse take advantage of it, though? And he does.
He does. Like we said, Jesse is a 3-time champion here. He won this last time in 2014, and he's definitely wanting to come back after making the switch to Matthews and make a statement that he's definitely not lost a step in the new equipment. Very focused, very comfortable. Great shot from Jesse. That's a 33, so that'll tie up the match going into the last end.
Well, Jacob, you got that out of your system, right?
Well, I got 2 out last match and 1 out this one. I just hope there's no more.
Well, nice shooting. Very, very nice match. Jesse, you hung in there like you always do and came through to tie the match out. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Like I say, a little bit better as time goes on here, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. We've got 2 arrows, single arrow shoot-offs. We'll just try to call those from the glasses if we can. And then the 3rd arrow will come to closest to center. Jesse, tell me something about your new.
So we're going to see a replay of what we saw in the last match there, Teresa, with the single arrow shoot-offs. So 1 arrow, what we call 1 arrow ends. In other words, each archer will shoot 1 arrow. If the scores match, they'll do it again. If the scores still match, then they go closest to center. We saw that yesterday.
Okay, I believe we're ready. Larry, do you know who will lead? It will be.
Jacob led the last. You had your choice. Your choice. Go first. 1 arrow.
Jacob chooses to lead.
and you can see he's ready. He's got his game face on. This is high pressure competition right now. These guys know there's a lot of money on the line. The key here is to balance, to make sure they stay focused on shot execution, not thinking about a giant check, not thinking about hitting the centermost of the target, thinking about executing a great shot while they balance that pressure in their mind.
Jesse hits a really tight to the center 11. It's going to go one more arrow because both archers shot an 11, which is that innermost ring. Jacob shoots another 11.
Pressure's on Jesse right now. He's got to deliver if he wants to stay alive and try to win this prize.
It's going to go to that closest to the air, closest to center. Yep. And now we're going to see a closest to center shoot-off, a sudden death elimination. No matter what, we will have a winner at the after both of these arrows have been shot.
What'd you have to say there?
I just told Jesse he was really good.
Let's give Jacob a hand for that. We love this. That's awesome. What a compliment, Jesse, and well deserved. Okay, a lot of respect here in the room.
That a little bit of joking back and forth, when they're getting ready to shoot off for what potentially has the opportunity to be $20,000 or $30,000 if they can stay in the game here.
We've got a packed house, Chuck. There's so much pressure right now on these guys. Really calm under that pressure. Look at that shot.
That's a great arrow.
This is going to be very tough.
It's about 3/4 all the way in.
And Jesse just has to focus on his own shot right now. He cannot think about his opponent.
That's an 11, but Jacob will win that. Jesse will be eliminated.
Nice shooting.
Wow, what a match.
Jacob has shot closest to center. Jacob, what'd that shot mean to you?
A little bit more money.
I know that for quite a few years you've looked up to Jesse Broadwater.
Yeah, I've got more respect for Jesse than anybody in the industry. I mean, I always love shooting with him. It's always a good time.
Very good. Jesse, well-deserved reputation. You are the person that everybody tries to be, and you're the person that everybody points to as the ultimate mentor in our sport. Forever the gentleman, and we're always rooting for you. You leave the LAS Classic in 5th place with $1,500 for the weekend. And again, I thank you very much for coming up. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Rob, and the whole LAS crew for putting on another great event. We'll be back next year, and I appreciate it. Jacob, good shooting. Maybe you can teach me something at 3D one day.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Jesse. A hand for Jesse Broadwater.
You can see here, folks, that this is a packed venue. We have got so many people here in the hall to watch these finals. This particular division, as well as the women's Open Pro and the men's and women's Recurve finals we saw earlier today, have attracted so many spectators here, and people are just really excited to see the best of the best. Speaking of which, here comes Braden Galantine, one of the most winning shooters out there. Very strong target archery and field archery shooter, and he is going to face up against Jacob Marlowe, who's on fire this morning.
And Braden, like you mentioned, he's a winning archer. He's got several world records. His latest one just coming this past year. Braden is absolutely dominant when it comes to target shooting. Now a teammate of Jesse, who we just saw sadly get eliminated. But Jacob's he's been on a tear, and hopefully he can hold it together against Braden here.
Fun facts about Braden. So he is currently ranked 21st in the world. He has previously held a top 3, if not a number 1 world ranking, and he averages a 9.78 out of 10 possible points in international competition. So he is going to be very tough to pass.
Look at that first arrow. He comes out, makes it look extremely comfortable, absolutely center punches it, sending Jacob a message that he has to, wow, and he matches it.
Jacob is not concerned. Jacob is going to shoot his own game. Each of these archers are really going to be in their own head. They really have to stay focused on their own game if they have any chance of winning this prize. Both of them have been up on stage before. Now that's out to the left for Braden. That's a bit of a surprising entry.
Jacob could totally capitalize here, pick up a point, come out of this first end with a little bit of a lead. If he
Big opportunity, and he makes the most of it.
He capitalizes. I would expect Braden to just completely shake that off.
Let's see, he's very calm. He makes very aggressive shots. And he catches the 11 there.
That's the 11. You see him glance down with that big breath. He's glancing down at his feet because there's a monitor down there, a close-up monitor. There's a camera on there, so you can see exactly where his arrows hit.
33-32 to start out. Good shooting, Braden.
Thanks.
Getting ready to roll?
Yeah, it's a little bit more jittery than the qualification round, so just getting used to it.
Again, for everyone at home, all of these guys feel nerves, okay? Certainly no exception. Let's talk about your gear a little bit. Looks like you're shooting one of the new Matthews bows. Talk about your accessories.
Right, I've got the Matthews TRX-8. I'm shooting a CBE sight with a Shibuya scope, Easton stabilizers from the front and the back. The Contour CS provides me with a little bit better ability to aim in the wind, so that's something I really like. And yeah, that's my stuff.
Is the wind bad in here today?
No, it's actually pretty nice. The AC vents are off. It's getting a little stuffy.
Okay. All right, let's start our second end here. 33-32.
And so these guys are coming into their second end now. Jacob with a 1-point advantage over Braden. Braden is was the next highest qualifier. He would have been the third place qualifier. Jacob absolutely center punches that one.
We can just see there's very high level of competition here. Braden very steady under pressure. You don't see his sight moving. You don't see his stabilizer moving. He's very, very steady.
Braden with a solid X there, just a little bit of the left side. Look how stable that is. It's not even moving. Center punched X. Jacob really on fire.
And you can see, I mean, he's not super ruffled here. Jacob, seems to be taking a few deep shots, or excuse me, a few deep breaths with each shot. Very characteristic modesty for Jacob Marlowe. He's a really kind guy, a real gentleman, and so you don't see a lot of showboating from him. But he seems pretty calm out there for such a young guy.
Jacob's laid down another 33. That puts 4, 8, 10 ends. Out of the last 10 ends, he's only missed 3 X's.
Okay. Jacob ran the table again. Nice looking end down there, all donuts. You must like donuts.
Actually, I've been eating healthier, so I haven't had a donut in a while, but I'd really want one.
We love hearing from you, dude. What other Marloweisms do you have?
I mean, nothing that's appropriate for out here. Nothing that I can say on microphone anyway. But if you know me, you know about what I would say.
Okay, great. Oh, we love the humor of how you're dealing with the tension here. All right, we've got 66-64 match going. Jacob has a two-point lead. Chooses to shoot first.
Jacob keeping the crowd laughing, and a lot of times, Chuck, humor diffuses a tense situation, and that's especially true in archery when coaches look to help athletes to figure out how to manage nerves in a high-pressure competition situation like this. Anything from deep breathing to mentally reciting a song lyric, counting backwards, or finding a way to laugh is something to take that pressure off.
Yeah, anything to distract the brain from what's going on right now. And the fact is, he's about ready to knock out Braden Galantine, who was the number 3 qualifier.
Now this is a part of the reason that archery can be such a tough sport at this level, certainly a very easy and fun sport for everybody to get involved in, but at the very top levels of the sport, the reason this competition is so challenging is these archers have to strike a balance between wanting to hold their pin, their aiming device, very steady in the center of the target, but still execute a good shot. What is that balancing act like?
It's a lot of trust. It's a lot of trust. And Jacob lays down another 33 there. And by trust, that means you have to trust that the pin's going to be there and the arrow's going to land behind it. And you allow the arrow, your brain allows the arrow to leave the bow. Braden lays down a 33.
Perfect end there. Braden, if I can, I know that you are beginning a new business venture we're really excited about. You've been talking to Ted and our media team with. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. I'm partnering with Matthew Crook, Dahlia's dad, and we're creating Archery on Demand, which is basically going to end up being the Golf Channel, but for archery. So we're in the process of talking to wonderful sponsors like Lancaster Archery and starting an initial pilot program to start monitoring how effective we can be at spreading the word of archery and increasing the knowledge and hopefully get a lot more people involved in both tournament archery and just leagues and just loving the sport like we all do.
Thank you so much for your work. Let's give Braden a hand for his work in promoting the sport of archery. Be sure to check that out. What is the address? Where can you look that up? In shops, or what's the website if you have one?
Right now it's archeryod.com, and yes, hopefully coming to a shop near you.
Very good. Thank you. You can see it at Lancaster Archery Supply, by the way, in our showroom. Okay. We have got 99-97, 2-point lead for Jacob Marlowe. Jacob, you choose to shoot first?
So Jacob's shooting first, Chuck, and you know he's going to try to put a little bit more pressure on Braden here. He's got a 2-point lead. As long as he's consistent, he should have this match in the bag.
He really should. Out of the last 11 scoring ends, he's only missed the 11 3 times. 44 arrows. 44 arrows. He's only missed it 3 times.
Which is crazy consistency, and he is not looking tired at all. He's looking very refreshed for somebody who's been shooting for quite a long time.
Another dead center 11. And this match, unless something really tragic happens with Jacob here, this match will be out of reach for Braden.
A little bit of shaking there, but
Ooh, that's a 10.
Drops
Manages
out.
to catch that 10, and Braden cannot catch him at this time.
Still, Braden's challenge here is to make a really good shot, walk out on a high note. Nice shooting, catches the 11. Class act, Braden Galantine.
Braden, that's good for 4th place, $2,000. Nice shooting, a real strong finish there. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming to another Lancaster Archery Classic. Braden and I have known each other for a number of years. He and his dad, seen him grow up in this sport, and there's not a finer, more upstanding person than Braden Galantine. Certainly proud to see our logo on his back. Thank you so much for representing us so well in all your travels. Thank you, Braden. A hand for Braden Galantine.
Great shooting by Braden Galantine, and as Rob said, just one of the most talented guys out there, and also a class act, a really nice person, true professional as he leaves the stage.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to leave him, and I forgot to mention during the match, and this is really an important thing, you know, to show Braden's dedication to the sport and to Lancaster Archery. He was actually the very first Lancaster Classic champion way back in 2004. So, you know, Braden's relationship with Rob goes way, way back, and it's certainly great to see him still supporting the event and still out here. Just sad to see him exit so quickly. But Jacob's been on a tear. Jacob now comes up against a teammate, Chance Bobeth, who's a perennial podium finisher here at this event. He won this in 2009 as well.
Absolutely. All right. Chance, welcome to the stage.
So we'll see if Chance can lay anything down against Jacob. Jacob's absolutely been on a tear here. Chance was our number 2 qualifier. Jacob, if you remember, was our number 5 qualifier and has shot his way all the way through the bracket. Steve and I touched on this during our commentary, that this is extremely rare to see a guy go this long, this deep into the bracket.
Chance opens up with a really strong shot with an 11. He's known as one of the steadiest archers out there. He has been out there shooting at a very high level for many, many years. So Jacob is certainly challenging one of the sport's best. Chance is no newcomer. This is not his first rodeo. Jacob's going to have his hands a little full with this one.
Chance, very experienced in tournament archery, indoors and out. He's a Vegas champion. He was on the U.S. World Team, U.S. National Team. He's traveled internationally, mostly known as a 3D guy these days, but no slouch at all when it comes to paper. He can lay down perfect rounds with almost at will. And so Jacob and Chance here will for sure be putting together a fantastic shoot.
A little long on the hold there, a little shaking at the end, but it doesn't stop him. He still clips the 11.
Lays down a 33. Chance is known as an extremely long holder. Really puts together a great round.
TOG Elite on stage. Great show, guys. Super solid. Feeling good up there?
Yeah, a little, got a little bit of nerves, but it feels good. Everything's feeling good.
It's looking great. Tell us about your gear, Chance.
Well, I do the whole TOG brands as far as the bow, the sight, the release, as far as Scott CB. I run in Shrewd bars, the QAD air rest, and gold tip arrows.
Very good. What release are you shooting?
The Focus.
The Focus.
Back tension hinge style release.
It's a back tension hinge style release like most of the guys are shooting here. Very good. Thank you. All right. Got an all tie 33s. Tie match. Chance, your choice, shoot first or second? First.
So Chance elects to shoot first, and again, he wants to go in, putting a really decisive 11 downrange, sending a message to Jacob Marlowe that he's got a bar to reach.
Absolutely, and this is what we expected out of Chance for sure, and Jacob, that these guys would be laying down perfect rounds. Absolutely super steady right there. Center punches the 11.
This is a guy who's not afraid to get back there and hold a little bit and really just keep his pin nice and steady as he continues to execute his shot. He has no nerves, but Jacob looks pretty calm too, and he manages to catch that 11. Oh, they're calling it a 10,
Rob's
maybe
calling
not.
that just out from the microphone up there. Chance, on the other hand, he's the guy who will stand there and wait and wait and wait for that shot to break. And Chance is able to capitalize on that miss from Jacob, and that might be the only crack we see in this armor.
So the question is always, when an archer shoots an arrow that doesn't go the way they want it to, how well do they recover? That's the true mark of a champion in archery. Can they get their head together quickly? Jacob Marlowe seems to have done that. Let's see if Chance lets up or not.
Ooh. That's a 10. He just hung that 10. We're back to a tie match now.
And I'm still not convinced that arrow is completely out. I think we'll see a little bit later.
Looks like a tie match. 32 apiece. It's a great show. Almost perfect, but a great show. A lot of drama. Love it. I see Vortex on your back. What optics do you normally run for 3D? Let's say for target archery.
The Razor HDs, 10x42s.
Very nice. You like those optics?
Love them. Best glass I've had in my hands.
Very good, very good. We want to thank Vortex Optics for their support here. Riley is an archer, and they design optics for archers. And we really appreciate their sponsor, the LAS Classic. Okay, let's go over here. We love talking to Jacob, don't we, crowd? All right. What's Jacob got to say?
I don't know. I'm kind of nervous, so like words aren't coming to my mouth real easy. because Chance is pretty good.
Pretty good? Yeah, he's all right.
He's all right. Yeah, he's okay.
Well, he's from the South, too. You're from Tennessee, aren't you, Chance? Yeah. Nashville, Tennessee, Chance is from, his hometown. And Jacob says he's pretty good. I would have to agree with him. Okay, 65 all. And Chance, you retain your choice of first or second? First.
I got to believe that the way social media works these days, that we're going to see hashtag you're pretty good coming out of some memes and coming out of some comments. Jacob's going to own that one. You're pretty good.
Chance just steady like a rock right now. Let's see if he can manage to put them all in the 11, which he has to do because Jacob is really shooting well today.
Absolutely center punches that one.
Jacob Marlowe, so impressive. He has been out here shooting now, I think, was this his third or fourth match, Chuck, and he is not showing any sign of fatigue right now. Really speaks to the fact that this is clearly a young man who practices a lot. He takes preparation seriously.
Yeah, his first match was Logan Wild, then Jesse Broadwater, then Braden Galantine, and now Chance. So this is his fourth match. And whoever wins this match, that's probably going to be a 10. Whoever wins this match is going to run up against Mike Schlosser from the Netherlands.
And Mike is going to be a very tough competitor. It's going to take somebody very, very good to beat him. Ooh, I think he caught that one.
Yeah, he's saying the top edge of the 11 on that. You see Chance flip the bow up so he can get a grip on the sight. Maybe make a couple of clicks of adjustment there.
Jacob has got to shoot an 11 here if he wants any hope of staying alive in this match.
And he got it.
Rolled the eyes a little bit, wasn't super thrilled. Let's see what Rob has to say.
Jacob, you had a little issue with your arrow coming off your arrow rest there. You made quick work of it. What'd you do? How'd you get that up on there?
Oh, I just grab the vanes with my mouth and move it up on there. It's probably not safe, but I don't know. It's probably something I shouldn't do, not on TV, but oh well.
Because I was looking, the arrow came off, and I was looking, you didn't use your left hand at all. And I was wondering how you did that. I couldn't see from my angle.
No, I don't want to use my hand because I'm worried it'll mess up my hand placement on my grip, so I never really wanted to ever use my fingers.
In general, it's best to let a shot like that down, but of course, with the timing here, that can jam you up on the clock. And bottom line is, Jacob found a way to make it happen and get the shot off. So, congratulations for that. I notice, Chance, you're shooting gold tip arrows. What weight are you running in your points?
250 grains.
250 grains. And I ask these questions so that y'all know at home, a lot of these guys will run 200 to 250 and an extra long arrow. With these large diameter carbon arrows or aluminum arrows, you don't want to cut them short. You want to leave them plenty long and shoot a lot of point weight. How much weight are you running in your Black Eagle Magnums?
It's 200 grains in the front of a 300 spine.
There you go. Got a long draw length.
Yeah.
All right. Chance is leading. Last end.
So Chance is going to lead going into this last end, and we noticed that you know, when we were talking about how the arrows are landing and whether or not they're catching the line, the arrows as they go through the paper, they tear a hole, and we want to make sure that we can see the line to score that arrow and make sure it's touching the next highest line. You see a really long hold out of Chance here. Again, nobody gets too panicky about that because Chance normally is well known for a long holder.
Here comes Jacob, and he's still looking pretty solid behind the bow, and he nails that 11.
Center punches that one. They didn't change these targets out. Several of the times before, they had changed the targets out at the third end just because the edges of the target had been torn up quite a bit. But these guys are eating the centers out of it.
Ooh, that's a big miss. Out to the left side, and a 9.
Jacob completely needed that to stay in the match. And he's going to capitalize with an 11. And that's going to leave Chance 1 point down. He absolutely needs an 11 here. And then he has to hope Jacob hits a 10 to stay in the match for a shoot-off.
Absolutely. He knows it. He's under that pressure. A little shake from him. Henny's out.
That's another 9. Maybe a 10.
And there's the mental game at work, folks, and certainly we don't want to presume about one of these great archers, but
Wow, what a 10.
Wow, what a match. What a match. Well, Chance, sorry you'll be leaving us, but as a parting gift, $4,000 from Lancaster Archery for third place bronze medal finish, and $1,500 in contingency from Elite. Congratulations, still not a bad weekend.
Thank you very much, Rob. You always do a great job here with the tournament, and I look forward to coming back.
Well, you hung tough till those last few arrows.
I had that and got away from me a little bit. I was trying to be patient with it, but it got me.
Well, this is a tough stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. And if you have anything you need to work on, it'll definitely bring it out.
Well, you'll be ready for Vegas, won't you?
Yes, hopefully. I got a week and a half to work on it.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give Chance Boboff a hand. Next archer needs no introduction, Mike Slusser.
Here comes Magic Mike, one of the best shooters out there, Mr. Perfect, because he does not miss. Former world record, actually I think current world record holder indoors with a record that will stand pretty much forever. Chuck?
What was your qualification score on Friday?
58X.
58X, very nice. Shot obviously well through your elimination rounds. Did you have some challenges there?
All my matches were challenging and keep me focused.
How's your weekend going here at the LAS Classic? Obviously, you're here as the top-ranked archer, so it's going very well. How does this stage compare to other international events that you've been on? You've been on the top stages all over the world.
It's really similar. It looks really good. It doesn't do less than the other ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we'll get things started. Do you choose to shoot first or second? First. Okay.
So we have got Mr. Perfect up here, and why is he called Mr. Perfect? Because he holds the indoor world record, I believe, with a 600 out of 600 indoors in world archery competition. That is a record that will stand forever, Chuck. He is a phenomenal shooter under pressure.
Yeah, he was the first one to do it, and now that's FIDE scoring. Now, remember, that's world archery. When you say a 600 in world archery, that's that inner 10, that inner X, which we're currently scoring as 11. But when they do it on the world stage, that little teeny tiny X only counts as 10 points, and they have to use a smaller arrow than what these guys are using here today. So that feat, to be able to shoot that little tiny X 60 times in a row in one competition without a break is really a feat that's just unmatched in archery.
Both of these archers very consistent. This is the first time I believe that they have met, although they may have met here previously, Chuck, and you would know that, I'm not sure. But to see Jacob Marlowe and Mike Schlesser on the same stage is really a treat for archery fans everywhere, as well as those new to the sport, because Mike is such a phenomenal shooter, and of course, hailing from the Netherlands.
Absolutely. I haven't seen these guys shoot face-to-face like this or back-to-back in a shoot-off style. Jacob's really putting on a show today. He came from the 5th position, shot another 33.
Beginnings of an epic battle here that's worthy of the LAS Classic in the men's pro division. Nice shooting, gentlemen. How are you feeling, Mike?
Pretty good. Feels good, sir.
Very nice, very nice. Let's talk about your gear. I see you're shooting one of the new Hoyts. Tell us about the rest of your gear.
I'm shooting the Sporthawk Brass, the Excel sight. Use the fuse stabilization, the 10-zone scope.
Very nice. I see, yeah, fuse stabilizers. And what release are you running?
I'm using the Target 4 from Carter.
Carter Target 4, very nice. See, you're using 2712 Easton aluminum arrows. Okay, we'll continue. You'll have the choice of shooting first or second, Mike?
First.
Okay. Mike's leading off, shooting first.
Mike's got a lot of arrows left in him.
Absolutely. We want to welcome you back. This is the gold medal match, the final match of the day at the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. We're here at the Trueball XL Archery Hall in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This live feed brought to you by Hoyt Archery, and the live scoring is brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products. That's available through the archers.com website. Jacob Marlowe is the man on the right in the blue. And Mike Schlosser from the Netherlands is in the red. He was your #1 qualifier. These guys are in their second end of competition now to decide who's going to take home the gold and who's going to take home the big prize. First place is $15,000. Sixth place is second place is $6,000. Now, Jacob has a little extra on the line because Elite has thrown an extra $12,500 at it. So Jacob has a huge payday on the line if he can pull this out. And he has come from the 5th position to shoot against Mike Schlosser here.
Looks like you had a few shots that didn't look like your normal shots that time. They still went right in there. It looks like things are settling down for you, I hope.
Yeah, the shots didn't break in the exact middle, so it's been on the edge, so need to help them in a bit. Steer them in.
Bo Kwando, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Very nice job. Kept it clean with 11s. And Jacob, how you doing, bud?
Well, I missed one. I shouldn't have missed it, but oh well.
All right. We love it, Jacob. My daughter is just like you, dude. All right. Halftime here. We got 66-65, 1 point lead for Mike Schlosser.
Chuck, 3,000 viewers tuned in right now to this broadcast. We are so excited to see the love for archery, for the Lancaster Archery Classic. We're here in the Trueball XL Archery Hall. We are on the Hoyt Live broadcast, and we are in the final arrows of this gold medal final, and this is a crazy match.
This is really what we wanted to see towards the end of the day. We wanted to see two of the best archers in the world dueling it out X for X, and Jacob Marlowe is really kind of the talk of the day. He started in the 5th position, 5th qualifier, and worked his way all the way through now to the gold medal match against Mike Schlosser. And they're both laying down center 11s here.
Such good shooting, and at this point, you really have to say that this is only going to change if somebody drops one, because it doesn't seem apparent that anybody will.
Ooh. Jacob with a big miss there, and that's against Mike Schlosser with only 4 arrows to go.
That could be
That's
the
going to be a
match.
tough match, tough hole to climb out of.
This
And
may be a big paycheck for Mike Schlosser. We'll have to see what happens next with Jacob's arrow here.
he's got to shoot the 11 to stay tight in the match. And he
he
does.
does.
He answers well. So they're going to have 3 arrows when we come back on the other side of this.
Mike, they don't call you Mr. Perfect for nothing. That's nice looking shooting there, 99.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Feeling settling in, sir.
Those 3 shots looked very nice.
Thank you.
Jacob, you're still shooting very well. You got a chance. You got one end here to put them in there and see what happens.
Yeah, but I missed another one.
All right. How did you get started in target archery?
My dad has just always kind of shot when I was growing up, so it's kind of joined in that way.
Excellent, excellent. Did you start shooting 3Ds or bow hunting?
I started shooting 3Ds and started hunting a lot a few years, not even that long ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago is when I really started hunting a lot, and just kind of started shooting target archery a couple tournaments a year, but mostly 3D.
How old are you, Jacob?
I turned 21 a few months ago.
Jacob is 21. Let's give this young man a hand.
Okay, and here we are coming into the last 3 arrows of the match. Sorry about that. I stepped right on you again, Teresa.
That's okay.
Jacob with a 2-point deficit. He's got to try to make up against one of the world's best archers, Mike Schlosser. That's going to be a tall order.
let's just be clear here that Mike has not missed the 11 yet in this match. Now, that's the advantage of being the number 1 seed. He was fresh coming onto the stage. Jacob's been shooting, for quite a while this afternoon. So, but still, we're seeing very little sign of fatigue from Jacob Marlowe. We've got to see 3 11s from Jacob Marlowe at this point if he has any chance of staying alive, and Schlosser has to drop one. We'll drop 2, actually.
He's hit the 11 there, so unless something really awful happens, the match is in hand for Schlosser.
And this is a big, big payday. This is a world-class event with a
Center
huge
punch, Jacob.
prize on the line. One more arrow. Can he execute under pressure?
If he hits the 11 here, it's over.
Ooh, little
and he
shake,
does.
but he does it. This is
and
his
so Mike
prize.
Schlosser will win the 2017 Lancaster Classic, and Jacob finishes it out strong with an 11.
Great shooting.
That's exactly what we were looking for.
Nice shooting, both of you. I want to congratulate you, Jacob. You've been a pleasure to have up here. Love your story. You take away $6,000 for a silver medal, second place at the LAS Classic, and $3,500 in contingency from Elite. I'm sure with other contingencies, it'll go over 10 grand for the weekend. Not a bad weekend's work. Let's give Jacob a hand. Congratulations. At 21 years of age, we'll see Jacob for many more years. What do you got to say?
I missed 2. Mikey didn't.
This is a simple sport, folks. We love it. That's why we love it. Mr. Perfect 132, our 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic champion. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, you came the whole way from over in Europe here. I hope that we have other archers from all over the world come to this event. Again, what would you tell those folks that may be considering it for next year?
Just make it here. It's an awesome shoot, and you will learn a lot. Why not?
Very good. Well, for your efforts, you take $15,000 home from us. In addition, $4,000 in Hoyt contingency, and I'm sure other contingencies as well. Your pay for day for the weekend should exceed $20,000. Congratulations on an awesome weekend. Very good. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming to the shoot-off, and I want to take a moment to give a special, special thank you to our sponsors for the Lancaster Archery Classic, and also to our staff for helping out all weekend here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Thank you so much to the staff and the team at Lancaster Archery Supply.
Wow, what an amazing ending. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Such a great event, Chuck. So exciting. Non-stop, fantastic shooting from Mike Schlosser, our champion here, 132. Perfect score from Mr. Perfect.
Jacob Marlowe did not make it easy on anybody, coming up 5 different matches that he had to shoot through to get to this, to get to the gold medal match.
Absolutely
amazing. Nobody ever really thought that you could go through that many matches and still make it to the gold. So big props to Jacob. Big props to Mike Schlosser as well. We're going to come back in just a couple of minutes and close out this Lancaster Classic 2017. Again, we're here at the Trueball Axel Archery Hall at Spooky Nook Sports Complex. This is the Hoyt Live broadcast with live scoring from Dead Center.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of Trueball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I will prevail.
I would prevail.
I will prevail.
welcome back to. And wow, Teresa,
What a day!
What a day! What an event! We came to a new location this year, the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here, just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. 17 acres under one roof, 750,000 square feet. They have all kinds of sports, everything you can do here. And of course, we had a world-class archery event, and the shooting and the spectators and the lighting and everything was fantastic.
Absolutely a world-class venue for these archers. The audience was treated to an archery showdown. This was a great way for people to get introduced to the sport of archery. This, of course, was the very elite, the top level of the sport. But the reality is this is a sport that everyone out there can try. You just need to get to your closest pro shop, pick up a bow that fits you, and start shooting arrows. You may one day be on a great stage like this one.
You know, I think it was really important and really cool that we got to watch this weekend. We got to watch the kids. We got to watch the seniors. We got to watch the adults, not just professionals. We got to see some common faces, guys that you see at your local clubs and your local ranges. They got to be out on this stage, and they got to share the spotlight with some of the best archers in the world. And I think that's really important, that we give back to everybody, not just the pros at the top of the game.
Absolutely. We saw compound bow shooters, we saw Olympic recurve shooters, we saw bare bow and traditional shooters, people of all ages. It was a fantastic shoot and definitely a world-class venue here.
I think you guys need to make sure that you're on board to come to this event next year. We had 1,100 shooters here. I think we could pack a couple of thousand in here without any problem at all. This facility definitely has the room for it. Lancaster Archery has the commitment for it. We want to make sure we thank, obviously, I want to thank you for being here in the booth with me. It made it really, really special this weekend. We have some very special sponsors. Obviously, it's the True Ball Axel Archery Hall. Hoyt provided all the live video. Dead Center Archery Products did the live scoring. Carbon Express sponsored the practice hall. And then, of course, Matthews was on board, Black Eagle, Bee Stinger, Last Chance, Easton, Scott, CBE, Bloodsport, Prime, PSC, Big Shot, Target, Shrewd, SKB, BCY, Limb Saver, Elite, Vortex, Cartel, Win and Win, Biter, Shibuya, Top Hat. Who am I forgetting?
So many companies involved in making this a great. Blue Ridge Cable, the production company that was here this weekend, thank you so much. And of course, the Kaufhold family, Lancaster Archery Supply, and their incredible staff.
Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you check this out on LancasterArchery.com. Teresa, thank you very much. We'll see you guys next year from the Lancaster Classic.
Why do the #1 archers in the world choose the proven brands of True Ball Release and Excel Sights? Because they want to win.
I will prevail.
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 Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We are live just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and we're just about to get underway here.
I'm really glad that we get to experience this on a local level. We've got a production here that's a lot like a World Cup.
11, just as we expected.
It's awesome. I like the atmosphere. It's focusing all your attention on the shooters, and that's what it's all about. It's kind of pressure packed, and the shooter has to deal with it the best they can. So
this is one of the best ones out there. I mean, I'm very thankful to be here. I'm very thankful for you for what you do for the sport, and I couldn't be happier to be here.
The lighting, the everything, the setup with the big screen above, it's just far and beyond anything we've had before.
Yeah, all said and done, if you win this one, you're probably going home with $20,000 to $25,000. It's a good weekend.
It's a pretty good weekend.
Thanks for a great tournament yet again.
Y'all heading out? Okay. I don't know what we're doing. There you go. We did it. We saved the car. Good. Yeah. I'm just seeing if I can find it.
I married up, and you better take each other good care. Because believe me, time is not your friend. At least it hasn't been mine. You got a good one, don't you? All right, archers and archery fans, if I can have your attention, we are about to start the award ceremony. It's under the catwalk down here by the shoot-up stage. If you can come gather around, we'll have our award ceremony. Thank you. I need checks and somebody to stage things, please.
Appreciate it, Rob.
Okay, I need somebody to hand them to me, though. I need several people, Get this out front and center. We're ready to go. Carol, let them handle that. beside me, but I need other help. I'd like Carol to stand beside me.
Oh, you don't need that? You just read it off the chat, right?
Okay, thanks for gathering around. We'll start our awards ceremony right now. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to all of you, first of all, for coming to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Certainly appreciate it. We've had a successful event. The weather has cooperated. Everyone's done well. Everyone's shot their best. And the awards are about to begin. Before we do that, I want to introduce to those of you who don't know her, my wife, Carol. And she is the CEO of Lancaster Archery Supply, and she keeps all the lug nuts tight each and every day, and she's my life partner, and certainly love what she's done, both for us personally as a family. We have a family that shoots and enjoys the sport. She shoots as well, and she certainly does an awesome job with our team at Lancaster Archery Supply. Carol, you want to say a few words to your team here?
First, I want to thank everyone for coming. We've been planning this event. It takes us about a year to plan it, and we appreciate your attendance. And then secondly, I do want to thank all the staff of Lancaster Archery Supply. They have worked a lot of hours to put this together for you, and this weekend has been very stressful for them, but it's also very fulfilling to be able to invite you to our home of Lancaster County. So thank you, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Lancaster Archery guys and girls.
Thank you, team. Okay, we're going to get started with the Masters Open Pro Division. Benton Christensen. Benton Christensen, third place, bronze medal. Come on up. All right, Benton. Take your place on the podium. Got a bronze medal for you and a Happy Gilmore check. There we go. You got that?
Makes it easier if I get rid of
There we go. And I see that we have a contingency check for $500 from Prime. Let's give Benton a hand. Second place goes to Billy Hicks. Billy Hicks, $1,500 to Billy Hicks. Is Billy in the house? He had to leave. Okay. Our Masters Open Pro champion, second year in a row, Dwayne Price. Dwayne Price. Shooting Matthews. Congratulations, Dwayne.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We joked around with Dwayne that I was glad that he was going to lend us his traveling trophy for a few weeks here, and he did. So this is his gold medal. There you go. And we will make the crystal trophies for all of our winners. We'll get the crystal trophies with the archer's image on them. Jeff Sanchez from Bodoc has taken great pictures of the athletes either shooting or the athletes here on the podium. This is the traveling trophy that has each champion's name on it, and it's brought in right before the Classic each year, and new names are put on it as the years roll by. Congratulations on keeping it.
Thank you.
We wish you luck to do it again next year. We're going to set that right there for you. Congratulations, Dwayne. Feel free to take pictures. Let's give them a hand.
Women's recurve.
Okay.
Take a picture of Casey. So.
Okay, come on down. Grab your. Don't trash up our podium here. All right. In our Olympic recurve division, women's Olympic recurve division, Gabriella Briardo, $350. Is Gabriella here? Very good. Come on up. Gabriella comes the whole way from Mexico. Thank you for coming. I hope you've had a great weekend. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes, a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, here's your bronze medal. Okay. Second place in Olympic recurve, women's, Casey Caulfield. Casey Caulfield. There you go, Case. Let me get you a medal. Way to go, darling. Let's give a hand for Casey Caulfield, second place. And Casey realized one of her archery dreams yesterday or this morning, shooting against Mackenzie Brown, our champion. Women's Olympic recurve, Mackenzie Brown, Olympian. Mackenzie shot incredibly well throughout the weekend. Came out on top through all the elimination matches. $1,000 for first place. Congratulations, get lots of pictures. There we go, we've got some contingency checks from Hoyt. Oh my goodness, look at this. I like that. $1,000 for Mackenzie for first, $500 for second, what a surprise, and $250 for Gabriella. Congratulations, girls. Nice shooting, thank you very much. Hope to see you again next year. Okay, in our men's Olympic recurve division, third place, Zachary Garrett. Zach Garrett. All right, here comes Zach. Oh, you put your bow right up there, Zach. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Zach. Nice shooting. Okay, second place, Crispin Duenas from Canada. $1,050 for second place and a silver medal. Crispin Duenas. Is Crispin still here? There he is. Well, you're stealthy. There's your check.
Yeah, it is.
Teacher thing, he snuck up on me.
There'll be a test later.
There'll be a test later, he says. Brady Ellison, our 2017 champion, with a 646 qualifying score. Shot incredibly. He would kick butt in the pro division with that thing.
Not the way they shot.
All right. Great pictures here with their Hoyt bows. 1, 2, 3. All Hoyt sweep. Congratulations to Hoyt. Congratulations, Brady, Crispin, and Zach. Well-deserved checks for $1,500 and $250. Thanks so much to Hoyt. Please pose for pictures. Congratulations, gentlemen. Next division, we have Youth Open Male Division. These are the pros of the future. We've got Michael Halbert Jr. Michael Halbert Jr., third place. So, bronze medal. There you go, Michael. Congratulations. Check for $450. There you go. Congratulations. Let's give Michael a hand. Great shooting. Next, we have Eli Hughes. Eli Hughes, there we go, Eli. Come on up. Congratulations, a check for $700. There you go. And our 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic Champion for Youth Open Male, Anthony Ferraro. Go, Anthony. Gold medal. Congratulations. Get lots of pictures. Congratulations, guys. Great shooting.
Open.
Let's see some teeth, guys. Come on. There we go. Very nice. Okay, our next division, Men's Open, Ryan Reed, third place, bronze medal. Ryan Reed, come on up. There we go. There we go. Check.
Thank you, sir.
Second place, Ryan Locke. Second place, Men's Open. Give Ryan Locke a hand. $1,750. These guys were second and third among about 300 competitors. Very, very tough division. Our 2017 Men's Open Division champion, Ethan King. Ethan King. Is Ethan here? There we go. Rubber deer shooter, Ethan King. I love it. Ethan's 18. He's got a huge future in this sport. All right, let's get posed for pictures. Great job, gentlemen. Congratulations. Nice shooting. Next is one.
Just be careful with this. It needs tightening.
Like the cup is
Third place in the Women's Open Pro Division, Paige Gore from California. Paige Gore. Here comes Paige. Paige earns up there on the podium. Paige earns $1,000 from Lancaster Archery. Congratulations, Paige. Way to go. Loved having you. Hope you come back. All right. Second place, Erica Jones, $1,500. Women's Open Pro. There you go.
Thank you.
Straighten that up. And our 2017 Women's Open Pro Division champion, whole way from Denmark, Sarah Sunchensen. Sarah, could you come up? Last name?
Sonicson?
Sonicson. Much easier than I thought. Congratulations, the whole way from Denmark to win the 2017 Lancaster Archery Classic. Okay, we've got contingency checks. In addition to the $3,000, we got $4,000 from Matthews, $750 from Shrewd, and from Hoyt for second for Erica, $1,000. Sarah, we will be glad to ship this traveling trophy to you, okay, to Denmark. Yes, and we'll pay to have it shipped back as well. It's important that you have it. Congratulations. Take all the pictures you like. Congratulations, ladies. What? Yeah. All finished? Okay. Great shooting. Take and get this packed up for you.
Are you sure? Like,
Yes,
really?
absolutely.
That's huge. The trophy?
Yep. Yes. Yeah, you gotta take it. It's heavy.
It's huge. Where did I put it? Huh?
Thank you.
Oh. I need help. I need help.
Okay, next.
Men's Open Pro.
What we've been waiting for, Men's Open Pro. Third place, Chance Boboff. Chance Boboff. Yep. Chance takes the bronze medal, $4,000, plus a contingency check of $1,500 from Elite. All right. Second place, the ever-entertaining Jacob Marlowe. Jacob takes home a check for $6,000 from Lancaster Archery and a contingency check from Elite for $3,000. There's other contingencies, I'm sure, that'll raise that up even further.
Come on.
All right. There you go. Okay. Our 2017 Men's Open Pro champion from Netherlands, Mike Slusher.
You said Denmark earlier.
Mike, thank you so much. Congratulations on being our champion. We are truly honored that you come so far to shoot our tournament. There's a contingency check for $4,000. That 15 others, I'm sure you'll top 20 for the weekend. We've got a little something for your luggage. You want it down here?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, just put your bow behind it. There we go. Okay, there you go. Two elites, one Hoyt. Nice shooting, gentlemen. Congratulations to all. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rob.
We will pay to ship that over to you, and we'll pay to ship it back.
Are you
as
sure?
well. Absolutely.
I don't mind if it's...
No, absolutely. Not a problem. We'll also be making a crystal custom made trophy for you that is going to be an image from Jeff of you from sometime over the weekend, whether it's shooting or here. That'll be your picture in glass. Very cool, like
Awesome job.
Enjoyed it.
Awesome job.
Well done.
Hope it's been worthwhile. I appreciate you guys' support. We couldn't do it without.